We're going to call the special meeting public hearing to order at this time. Our clerk will read the roll.
Bolden.
Present.
Boyes.
Aye.
Connor. Davis. DeShazier.
Present.
Fusco. Garrett. Hannah.
Aye.
Kamer. Lombardo.
Aye.
McKittrick.
Aye.
Amobian.
Aye.
Somerville.
Aye.
All members are present except for Councilman Garrett.
Before we begin today, I'd like to establish some basic ground rules and expectations of how this public hearing will be conducted. There are clearly many people and organizations interested in the conditional use application presently before this body, but rest assured that all who have interest in speaking today will be given an opportunity to do so. With that being said, to keep this hearing moving forward and to be respectful of everyone's time, including this body, when you are recognized and afforded a chance to speak, please keep your comments on topic and to the point. Please try not to be repetitive in your statements and keep in mind that this is an administrative hearing regarding a zoning matter. Although it is evident that there are a myriad of parties interested in addressing this body today, we are holding this hearing on a separate date to accommodate all those that are interested. But we are going to proceed procedurally in the same manner that we always do. So at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to suspend the rules regarding legislation first being considered by committee.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any that oppose? The ayes have it. At this time, we will have our clerk read in our notice.
Notice is hereby given that the following open comment public hearing will be held by the Council of the City of Akron on Thursday, October 3rd, 2024, during a special meeting to be held at 2 p.m. Ordinance authorizing a conditional use to construct and operate a refuse and recycling transfer station and trash hauling business at 1400 East Archwood Avenue. This notice was advertised in the Akron Beacon Journal on September 14th and on the Akron City Council website beginning September 12th.
So at this time, I'm going to ask all those who wish to speak in favor or against, if you'll please stand at this time so that you may be sworn in by our clerk.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth? If so, please say, I do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to call forward Jim Hosbach to give the planning report.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. Crown Enterprises has authorized WM of Ohio to petition the City of Akron for a conditional use to operate a trash hauling business and transfer station for refuse and recyclable materials at the subject location. While a recycling and trash hauling business alone is a permitted use by right within a commercial and ordinary industry district, a refuse transfer station requires conditional use approval, regardless of the zoning district within which it is located. WM, formerly known as Waste Management, is proposing the Akron Eco Center. The development would see a transfer station building measuring roughly 180 feet in width by 100 feet in length, placed centrally on the lot, approximately 130 feet south of the street. The low-sloped roof would reach a peak height of under 35 feet, well below the allowable height of 50 feet. 6 overhead doors along the rear side of the building would provide access to the tipping floor for trash and recycling trucks. Single overhead doors on the east and west sides of the structure would allow a transfer truck to enter and exit the building. Exterior materials would include a split-face masonry base, vertical metal siding in green with yellow accent, and a gray metal roof. All traffic would enter from a 25-foot wide drive at the west end of the site and circulate in a counterclockwise direction, exiting via a 30-foot wide drive at the east end of the site. The western edge of the property would contain space for public drop-off of materials and a staging area for 12 transfer trailers. A complementary office and shop building measuring 140 feet in width by 70 feet in length would be located to the rear of the transfer operation. The 100-foot wide shop area would reach a peak height of 31 feet, while the 40-foot wide office area would receive a lower roof height of approximately 16 feet. 3 large overhead doors and a single smaller overhead door on the rear side would allow access to the shop for equipment maintenance. Man doors and windows are located on the north, south, and east sides of the office. A CNG time fill lot for 32 fleet trucks is located east of the office, while 64 parking spaces for employees and visitors would be north of the building. All parking and drive surfaces would be hard surfaced. Peripheral site improvements include a retention pond, fencing, and a landscape buffer along the Archwood Avenue frontage. The site plan indicates monument signs to be located at both entrance and exit drives. The petitioner intends to maintain the heavily wooded southern portion of the property in its current state as a natural buffer from neighboring uses. The site layout and operating procedures have been designed and developed to prevent nuisance impacts to the surrounding area and demonstrate the eco-center's compatibility with nearby properties. All operations of the transfer station will be indoors with no outside sorting, staging, or storage of materials. An odor suppression system will be installed to minimize any unpleasant smells, and a vector control contractor will periodically service the facility. The building will be emptied daily and cleaned indoors and outdoors on a routine basis. These procedures help reduce dust and odor and prevent infestation. The overhead doors are intentionally oriented to the south so that operations are internal to the site, away from the street. Additionally, a state-of-the-art fire protection system named Fire Rover will also be installed. This system provides 24-hour monitoring for any potential hotspots and has the ability, if necessary, to notify the fire department and initiate the on-site suppression system. The shop orientation and location of the truck storage and fueling stations have also been designed to minimize views from the street. The Eco Center has also been designed to reduce its impact on the environment. Nearly all WM trucks will use compressed natural gas, thereby reducing emissions from vehicles. The new hauling company will also better support waste collection in the area, optimizing routing and disposal for users. Stormwater from impervious surfaces will be collected and diverted to the detention pond, where an outlet structure will be designed to allow for the specific release rates, which will be compliant with state and local regulations to ensure there are no adverse impacts to the receiving storm infrastructure. The petitioner is required to comply with Ohio EPA approvals for permitting, as well as ongoing monitoring of operations with respect to air quality, odors, vector control, and stormwater management. As part of its permitting process for waste transfer stations, the Ohio EPA conducts a review of potential environmental impacts. Additionally, once constructed and operational, the waste transfer station would be inspected every other week for the first quarter of operations, and then every quarter to ensure compliance with permit and operational rules. The hauling company operating hours will be Monday through Friday, 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Approximately 32 drivers and 13 office and maintenance staff will work from the site. Transfer station operations would occur Monday through Friday, 5 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Saturday, 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. A traffic study has been performed and submitted, indicating that 84 trips are expected to be generated by the facility in the AM and PM peak hours. The general conclusions of the study were that the anticipated generated volumes from the transfer station hauling site are less than daily variations in the current volumes on the local roadway network and should not be perceived by the traveling public. So while motorists may notice a greater concentration of large green trucks in the area, the actual change in the traffic volume should be imperceptible. The planning staff is of the opinion the proposed transfer station and hauling business is compatible with the surrounding uses. The site is surrounded by similar uses in an industrial area, yet has excellent access to arterial streets and highways. This locale is accustomed to heavy truck traffic, with several trucking companies already present. Furthermore, the proposed site, being within ordinary industry and commercial use districts, would allow a recycling facility, trash hauling business, or truck terminal by right, without many of the conditions and safeguards to which this transfer station would be subject. The proposed development is beneficial to the City of Akron and its residents on multiple fronts. WM currently operates a transfer station on Fountain Street, adjacent to State Route 8. While its operation has been contentious at times with its nearby residential neighbors, it does provide a vital service to the city and greater area. The Fountain Street site is undersized, the building is outdated, and the operations are too close to residences immediately to the east. As such, WM has worked for several years to find a location better suited for the company's long-term operational goals. The subject site is located 400 feet and not visible from the nearest residentially zoned neighborhood property to the northwest or to the southwest, and more than 1,100 feet from the nearest residence to the east. Although there is a single-family residence abutting the subject parcel to the southwest, the home is non-conforming in a commercial use district. Nevertheless, a substantial natural vegetative buffer will remain on the southern and western portions of the site to thoroughly screen this residence from on-site operations. The property is large enough to accommodate not only the relocation of the existing transfer station, but also a new hauling operation to better serve the region. Once the transfer station has been relocated, the former site will be primed for redevelopment, offering new opportunities for reinvestment in the Middlebury neighborhood and adjacent University of Akron campus. One goal of the Land Use and Development Guide Plan is to provide a safe and efficient solid waste disposal system for the residents of the City of Akron. WM has engaged with the community by presenting their plans at ward meetings and providing tours of Oakwood Transfer Station and recycling facility. The proposed $20 million investment in a new state-of-the-art transfer station and trash hauling business will create a single, efficient location for WM's operations in the area. The planning staff has recommended approval, subject to the conditions, while the Planning Commission recommended disapproval. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at this time, we're going to open up our public hearing, and we are going to begin with those who wish to speak in favor. I'm going to ask if our petitioner, Waste Management, will begin first. Thank you. Can you push your mic on?
Still is, okay. Thank you very much, Madam President. Well, I'll start. Thank you very much, Madam President. Good afternoon, Madam President, members of City Council. My name is Kate Duncan. I'm an attorney for the applicant Waste Management of Ohio, Inc., in connection with a proposed new eco-center to be located at 1400 Archwood Avenue. Representing Waste Management along with me this afternoon are Jordan Burns and Majid McCloof from Burns, Ochner, and Greenberger. WM has filed a conditional use permit application with the City of Akron for the proposed waste transfer station and is here this afternoon before you seeking approval of this conditional use permit. We have a team of individuals with us here this afternoon on behalf of applicant, and I'd like to just run through the list with you so you know who you'll be hearing from. Dave Bauer is WM's Director of Sustainable Growth for the Great Lakes area. Eric Palmer is WM's Area Disposal Manager. Vince Crawford is WM's Senior Account Executive. George Brown, WM's Government Relations and External Affairs. Kurt Hanstein from Diversified Engineering, who's a professional engineer and is the project designer and engineer. Andrew Pearson, who is from TMS Engineers, he's our traffic engineer. Gina Crawford and Nick Corvo from Solutio Tech, and they are odor experts. Justin Valamont, who's a sound engineer from Acoustical Control, LLC. We have Gretchen Addington, Chris McCoskey, and Rick Buffalini, who are all engineers from Civil and Environmental Consultants, which is our environmental engineer. We have Greg Soltis, who is from RDL Architects, he's a land planner. And we have Doug Sloan, who's an MAI appraiser and economic impact analyst. The property that we are talking about with you this afternoon is located on the south side of Archwood Avenue, east of Kelly, and west of Sieberling, and it abuts the railroad right-of-way. This property is currently vacant, and you can see the image of the existing property standing on Archwood Avenue looking at it. Uses surrounding the property include trucking companies, auto scrap yards, chemical processing, tool and die manufacturing, and other various industrial businesses. The property is zoned U5 Ordinary Industry District, with 2 small areas of it zoned U4 Commercial District. Those are just some other images of properties that surround the site. Applicant is seeking to construct a new state-of-the-art eco-center on the property, and this eco-center consists of the following uses. It consists of a new refuse transfer station, a recycling facility, truck scales, and a hauling location with space for 32 route trucks, a maintenance shop, a small office center, container storage, and a CNG fueling station. It's important to note that the hauling site uses are allowed as a matter of right on the property. The proposed recycling facility uses are also allowed as a matter of right on the property. It's only the refuse transfer station that requires conditional use approval, and the applicant's before you here today seeking that approval. Applicant does intend to use the property for a recycling facility and a hauling company. Those are both part of the uses that we've proposed today. And regardless of the outcome of this hearing, applicant does intend to operate a waste transfer station in the city of Akron, even if that continues to be at the Fountain Street location where it is currently a permitted and operating use. I want to make sure that it's very clear. This is a transfer station for municipal solid waste. Municipal solid waste is waste that's collected from your homes. It's trash that you all put out in your garbage for the trash collectors to pick up every week. It's, Akron residents, it's the trash that's coming from their homes. This facility does not handle, and I have heard the last few days other terms to use to explain the type of waste that this facility is proposed to handle. It does not handle hazardous waste. It does not handle toxic materials. It only municipal solid waste, trash from your homes, will be handled at this facility. No hazardous waste, no toxic waste. In connection with our application, applicant has submitted a site plan depicting the proposed layout of the eco-center uses on the property. Applicant intends to meet all required development and area requirements. Applicant received the memorandum issued by the Department of Planning staff and has reviewed the recommended conditions, and applicant agrees with and will comply with and continue to work with staff regarding all requirements for satisfying the recommended conditions for the conditional use permit. There are extensive approval criteria in the Akron zoning code for conditional use approval. Along with its application, applicant provided you all with an extensive narrative regarding each of these criteria and the steps and the measures that applicant's taking to meet and address each of these. As you know, these materials were also presented to the Akron Planning Commission for their review and consideration during a public hearing on July 12th, 2024, about 2 months ago. At the conclusion of that public hearing, the Planning Commission asked WM to provide an expert environmental impact study for their review before they would make a recommendation to the City Council on this conditional use permit. And so they asked applicant WM to come back at their next meeting and present this additional information. WM used its best efforts to get that study completed as quickly as possible, but the reports just could not be completed in about a 3-week turnaround. But nevertheless, applicant did come to that Planning Commission meeting that day with our full team of experts. All of the people that I just introduced to you today were here with us that day and ready to testify before the Plan Commission that day as well. Nevertheless, we were all ready to go, and the Planning Commission did not recognize us and took a vote. So we were ready to present them the additional information that they had requested. We had asked for a little more time to give the actual report, but we were ready to present the information they requested before they took their vote and recommended disapproval of this. But since that time, as you know, because we submitted to all of you multiple expert reports, so those have been included, I think, within packages that you've received for your consideration. These multiple new expert reports include a full traffic impact study, a detailed odor system report, a sound impact analysis, a full environmental impact summary, a land planning analysis, and an economic impact report. In a moment, you'll hear more detail from this WM team that we've put together, from the designers and the engineers for the project, from all the experts, as how applicant plans to satisfy each of the required conditional use permit approval criteria. And I believe you will see in the application documents, these expert reports, and in our presentation today, that the conditional use permit application for the waste transfer station meets all review and approval criteria requirements necessary for you to approve the requested conditional use. Before I turn it over to the next person on our team, I want to point out we also submitted multiple letters of support for your review and consideration. A few specific letters I just want to point out so that you know that you've got them in your packet. We have a letter of support for this project from Keep Akron Beautiful. We have a letter of support for this project from the FACTS organization. And we do have a letter of support that we included in the package from that nearest residential neighbor that's located just to the west of our property boundary, who's the one that was mentioned during the planning staff's report about having an existing non-conforming home in a commercial district. So they also provided us with a letter of support. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to the WM team.
Thank you, Kate. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having us here today. My name is George Brown. I'm our Manager of Public Affairs for Ohio for WM. And I wanted to make sure that you are all familiar with who WM is and how we continue to positively impact the community of Akron and the communities that we serve. As you've heard, we are now WM. We're no longer Waste Management. That reflects the work that we do as a provider of sustainable services. We're far beyond just a waste company. We are a partner in sustainability. And that's reflected, as you'll see in the screen, around 3 core principles that align with the project that we're presenting with you here today, because we believe in putting our sustainability ambitions in action, and this project is definitely at the core of those 3 ambitions, which is materials repurposed. WM is the largest recycler in North America, and we're proud that our Frontlines teams have partnered with the City of Akron to continue to provide those recycling resources and grow that need every day and meet that need. That energy is renewable. So with this particular Eco Center project, any material that is not being able to be recovered for recycled materials is actually converted into renewable energy and turned into renewable natural gas, which then goes and heats homes and businesses across Northeast Ohio. And as mentioned, this project also includes CNG fleet of clean fuel vehicles, and that helps also reduce our environmental impact and reduce emissions. And most importantly, that the communities that we have the privilege to serve are thriving. That is a key paramount of the work that we do. We want people to live sustainably, and we want our employees to look like the communities that we serve. And that's a key principle in our mission. And we're actually proud that in Akron, with our Akron-based workforce, that our teammates actually have 52% minority representation. So our service and work in Akron is actually helping to drive and meet and exceed our corporate goals when it comes to minority representation of the communities that we serve. Also want to mention the positive local impact that we've had and that this project represents. 45 new careers are related to this proposal, and these are careers. They're not just jobs. WM is an employer of choice. We offer endless opportunities for advancement and promotion. I'm standing in front of 2 gentlemen who started on the back of a garbage truck and have spent their career with WM, and that's because we are an employer of choice. We offer best-in-class benefits that goes far beyond just your 401k and health insurance. We offer stock opportunities for all employees, and we offer free education, not just for our employees, but for their spouse, for their children, up to and through earning a master's degree. We pay for that ourselves because we believe in empowering our employees, and we want to be that employer of choice. This project represents a monumental opportunity to provide a modern recycling and waste facility at one location that meets Akron's growing sustainability needs and provides essential services to the residents, businesses, and key community institutions. This Eco Center would replace legacy facilities in the city and allow us to process more recycling materials. Many of that material stays in Ohio and is part of Ohio's circular manufacturing economy. So Ohio manufacturers will take that bottle that starts at someone's home on the street and remake it into a new product. We like to keep that base manufactured right here in Ohio. As Kate mentioned, all materials that come through this facility are non-hazardous and are non-toxic. This new project also offers a community benefit in the terms of a community drop-off location. That's not currently offered at the Fountain Street location. Illegal dumping is an issue in Akron, and we recognize that. This community drop-off offers a secure, monitored location so that other lots and other properties don't become dumping grounds. It allows us to safely handle that and ensure that that's not being built upon in other parts of the city. And also, this does offer that CNG fleet, a fleet of new, clean-fueled vehicles, which represent a decrease in emissions of up to 80%. And these are trucks that you would see on the streets every day, your standard garbage truck. They are emptied daily, kept clean, and maintained on a routine basis. So this project offers immense local community impact in a positive way. It aligns with the bold goals of both WM and the City of Akron. It represents a $20 million private sector investment in sustainable, critical infrastructure. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Vince, who will talk more about our local partnerships and that impact. Vince?
Hi, good afternoon. I am Vince Crawford. I'm the Senior Account Executive for WM. And like so many others at the company, I did start out in the truck. I started out driving the truck, and it's been a great career path for me. I spent 24 years here with Waste Management, and I've started working with the City of Akron back in 2003, so I have a long history and relationship with the City of Akron. And so now in my current position, I'm responsible for managing all of our municipal contracts throughout the state of Ohio. So 25 years ago, WM and the city came to an agreement that we were going to take over the operations of the Hardy Road landfill while the city sought that expansion of the landfill. And unfortunately, the Ohio EPA did not allow that expansion to go through. The landfill was forced to close. So a solution was needed. Now back then in the 90s, a lot of landfills were forced to close by the Ohio EPA. And it's very important to note that even today, there are no solid waste landfills operating in Summit County, Portage County, Geauga County, Cuyahoga County, Wayne County, or Medina County. So a transfer station is necessary to truck the municipal solid waste that's generated out of the city of Akron to a landfill far away. Now the city's 75,000 tons of solid waste represents 65% of the volume that come through that transfer station today. And this solid waste coming through the transfer station today are the same garbage trucks that the city runs and operates through the neighborhoods that will be coming to the new facility. So there'll be no change in the trucks that are going through the neighborhoods of the city of Akron. So same vehicles. So also on this slide, you can see that we've had a long relationship working with the city in many different areas, things that we've supported. But most recently, one of the great examples, which just came out in the press conference on Tuesday, is the excellent work that the City of Akron, the sanitation department, has done lowering the contamination rate of the recycling, bringing that level down to 12%. So it's now one of the cleanest recycling customers that we service in all of Northeast Ohio. Waste Management had a significant role in that happening. We worked with the city and the Ohio EPA providing $35,000 worth of grants for those programs to happen, for the city to go out and monitor that recycling, along with all the efforts that we did at our facility to provide data and information back to the sanitation department to know which neighborhoods they needed to go to and monitor and present that education. So next picture is the current Fountain Street facility. And we all know that this is not an ideal facility to work at. It's 2.1 acres. It's a difficult place to operate. It's tight with the traffic. We have issues with trucks maybe staging in there. It's too close a proximity to the neighborhoods. But we know that the 14-acre parcel, 7 times larger than this parcel, is going to solve these and many other of the hurdles that we face. So the next picture we have is a picture of the facility that many of you in this room and in the audience were able to come take a visit at. Now, this is a good representation of what the new Archwood facility would be like. Now, keep in mind that the facility is 30 years old, so the new facility would be even better than this facility. So during the visits, we stood out in the front during the working phase, during the working hours. Many people got to see how the trucks back all the way into that facility, unload their loads, watch the operations of the loaders pushing the material. And as we stood out in that front parking lot with all those trucks and all that traffic, we didn't have to yell or scream. We were not impacted by noise. We were able to have that meeting in normal conversation, normal level of our voice, and we were not overwhelmed by odor. Is there odor in that working phase? I'm not going to disagree. There's definitely odor in that working area, but it's not overwhelming odor. So in the picture to the right, I think it's really hard to see, but in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a little green dot. And what we're able to do is take the different groups, and we walked either 300 or 500 feet away from the working side of that transfer station, which would represent the front side of Archwood, where the closest neighborhood would still be further away. And in those groups, we were able to confirm with our own ears and nose that there was no noise or odor that was impactful on those tours. So over the years, WM has invested millions of dollars in our Akron operations. The safekeeping of the Hardy Road landfill, which we are still entrusted to today. The CNG trucks that will be coming, but the CNG trucks that we currently have that service the city of Akron right now. We invested $8 million 2 years ago to convert that fleet over. So our trucks that currently come in and service commercial and industrial business are already running on clean compressed natural gas. We've also invested millions of dollars in our recycling facility. And we have invested into the Fountain Street location over the years. We've upgraded the odor suppression system. We've replaced new doors, installed new doors. Unfortunately, they get hit often by different trucks. We have to replace those. We've had to cut out all the concrete floors, replace the floors. We've converted the trailer system with a transfer to a better trailer that now contains the material better than the old style. We've also improved the fencing. And now we're excited to invest $20 million into a brand new facility on the proposed site that's in an industrial area. And now I'll turn it over to Eric Palmer.
Members of council, thank you for hearing me today. My name is Eric Palmer, and I've been a garbage man my entire adult life, as they explained earlier. In 1994, I started off on the back of a truck. I went off to college and I worked for an engineering firm that designed landfills as well as monitored groundwater. In 2003, I came to work for Waste Management. I was hired in as an environmental protection manager. My job at that time was to review permit and operating procedures and verify in the field activities were confirmed at the highest levels. With Waste Management, in 2012, I moved up to northeastern Ohio with the recycling arm of business, and I was proud to operate the Exeter Road single-stream facility for many years. I still have a lot of close ties to the employees that work there, and I'm going to review some of those folks. I've moved on from there. I'm now considered the area disposal manager, and I work on building networks and making sure we're making smart, sustainable decisions for the communities we serve as well as the organization that I work for. I'm not telling you to brag about my resume. It's really not that impressive. I'm telling you that because we sometimes have a tendency to villainize the solid waste industry and the people that work in there. And I want to be clear. I was just a kid that used to follow a garbage truck, and we have a whole host of people in our organization that have done the same thing. They come in at a lower entry-level position, and they grow their careers. And I'm going to give you guys some examples about the folks here in Akron that have done that. With the purchase of this property, WM intends on decommissioning the Fountain Street facility as well as the Exeter Road operation. In addition to that, we plan on building out a 31-truck hauling district, consolidating all of our operations in the city of Akron under one roof. I want to be clear on this. The hauling and recycling operations, by right, are allowed to be at that facility. The only reason why we're in the room today is a result of us wanting to fix the Fountain Street transfer station, decommission it, and open up a state-of-the-art solid waste facility on Exeter. Sorry, thank you. My bad. A little nervous today. It's a big deal. A packed house. So I want to make sure that everybody understands what's going on and how we kind of came to this situation. If we don't receive the conditional use permit here in the city of Akron, we'll have to continue to utilize the Fountain Street operation. Vince Crawford earlier explained to you all the money and opportunities that we put into the Fountain Street facility, but we got a little problem there and we're in a bit of a gridlock. That facility was developed in the 1970s, and as such, there were no siting criteria for the city or the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency. So as a result, that facility shows up 60 feet away from homes. Today, that's not possible. Some cities actually have distance requirements, like Toledo's 2,000 feet, but they have 4 landfills in their city, so it's a different game that we're playing over here. We have to transfer the waste out. So the city of Akron, wisely, has elected to go through this process of conditional use permitting, as well as defer to the Environmental Protection Agency standards. Now, those standards for domicile and distances are 250 feet from the processing floor, the material handling floor, okay? It's really important to understand that, because when I go back to Fountain Street now, you understand that if we were to do a major modification of that facility, like what needs to happen to better service the city of Akron, we would have to apply for an operating permit. And if we apply for the operating permit, we lose that grandfather standard, and we would not get an operating permit. We would displace 75,000 tons of solid waste that's generated by the folks in this room, as well as the surrounding community. So we need a common solution. And we think we found one. So let's talk about our search, right? So over several years, our organization has looked with the city in the land banks and at several different locations. I heard a number 7, more like 17, maybe closer to 30 properties over the years. And unfortunately, we haven't had an opportunity to find the right location through those systems. So 3 years ago, we went ahead and took it upon ourselves to work with private brokers and find property. We dwindled those properties down to try and make the most appropriate decision as we could. And it's terribly difficult to find property in Akron that's in a commercial space that is going to meet all the requirements that I got to talk about, okay? So I think this is kind of important because there's a lot of confusion around us neglecting other properties and not looking fully into this. I can tell you this search was exhausting. Our first focus, obviously, was to remain out of residentially dense areas with multiple residents in the area. That makes sense because, really, they want the trash out of the neighborhood. They don't want to send it, and we recognize that. The location that we had to choose had to meet the conditional use permitting standards. So there's 8 different standards that you are all listening for right now today to make sure that we're harmonious with that area. That has to be done. In addition to that, we wanted to make sure that when we made this move, it was the best decision. So we considered some local items as well. We took a look at the illegal dumping activities in the city. And according to Keep Akron Beautiful, Ward 5 has the highest levels of illegal dumping in the city of Akron. In addition to that, it has the lowest participation rate. So we know that Ward 5 has the biggest need for access, and that's why we're designing this facility with that in mind. That further underpinned ourselves. So now we've gone from clear out here, and we're starting to dwindle our way down to where we can most appropriately serve the city of Akron with their major needs. Additionally, we wanted to plan for common space. So when you look at the print up there, it's kind of hard to see on those screens, but there's a small office building. That allows us to have common space for us to perform outreach and education. Organizations like Reworks, the Solid Waste District of Summit County, as well as Keep Akron Beautiful, can utilize that space for tours and outreach to educate both children and adults. And I think that you're seeing the good work they're doing. Just yesterday or the day before, the press conference that came out reducing that residue rate in recycling down to 12% that's running through our new Oakwood $40 million investment. Again, we also had to take a look at the environmental criterias of these locations, right? And there's a west side property in particular that got a lot of attention recently, some 19 acres. And we had that site, we looked at that site, we thought it was a very interesting site. Unfortunately, the development of that site is going to be next to impossible. First of all, there's a significant amount of wetlands in that area that would have to be mitigated and moved. There's a stream and a tributary that runs through that. Although minor, it would still have to be moved. In addition to that, there's a high-pressure gas line easement that runs through that property that basically makes it undevelopable. And I think it's reflected in the price. Quite honestly, it's a $200,000 price tag on a 19-acre property here in the city of Akron. And as I said, Akron's a pretty significant market. It's really difficult to find property here. Lastly, we looked at the logistics for the city, and we're proud of that. We were concerned with the traffic impacts, and later we've learned that that's really not an issue, and you'll hear more about that later. But we wanted to make sure that we were efficient with the operation. So imagine being en route on the northeast side of Akron, and the final disposal destination is on the southwest side of Akron, only to go back to the east side of Akron to park your truck at night. So we wanted to kind of stay close to that hub in order to alleviate any additional costs to the community. And then, of course, lastly, the build-out costs that had to be considered. We're talking about a $20 million investment, and that's a significant investment. So the idea of us not being willing to spend money to get this right is completely wrong. We're spending a lot of money. Some of these facilities we've developed for under $6 million. I want to talk about a few specifics of our operation when it comes to life over at Archwood. So we'll be operating from 4 a.m. until 8 p.m. Monday through Friday. On Saturdays, we're going to work from 6 until 12, with one exception on holidays. Think of Memorial Day and Labor Day. We got to get the waste out of the city as fast as possible. That's our job, and as safely as possible. So we want to reserve that Saturday following the holiday as a full day so that we can get that materials out of here. We're looking at approximately 145 inbound trucks a day. Our existing volume, 65% of those are the City of Akron trucks that are going to be coming into the Eco Center. There's 12 semis that are going to be loaded with solid waste that's going to be delivered down to Waynesburg, Ohio, in South Canton area. There's 4 additional recycling trucks that are going to head north to that Oakwood facility that many of you folks in the room here have had the opportunity to look at. I want to also indicate one other thing. Our traffic study, the first traffic study that we did, came back and it said, hey, this is not going to be recognizable. And then, of course, as you heard, we had a second, more robust traffic study performed, and it confirmed that information. I want to note the location of this facility was previously utilized as a trucking depot. So trucks would come in with products on it. They would deliver it to that location. The product would be offloaded at that location, and then other trucks would take those products and deliver it elsewhere, similar to what we're proposing to do here. Going back to the careers. So there'll be approximately 45 brand new careers that will be developed as a result of this operation. 13 of those new folks are going to work and remain on site all throughout the day. Their job is going to be to maintain equipment as well as manage the Eco Center's office-type stuff. 33 of those new positions will be en route much of their day. These folks are going to come in the morning at that 4 o'clock time frame. They're going to inspect their truck. They're going to get their tablet that has their routing on it, and then they're going to head out en route. We're going to see them throughout the day as they deliver materials to the facility, and ultimately they should shut their day down around 1 or 2 with their final loads. They return back to the facility, offload. They'll probably do a brief post-inspection of their piece of equipment, their truck, and in this case, maybe check in with a supervisor and off to their personal lives. So we're forecasting that it'll be just like our normal operations. We'll finish their day around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's going to leave another 5 positions that I haven't talked about. Now, these 5 positions, they've already been claimed. These 5 positions are already Akron residents. These 5 positions, quite honestly, have worked for me for 12 years, and they're great individuals. These are the people that are going to handle the material management, and they're doing a great job of it today. Guys like De'Air Pride, right here from Akron, Ohio. He's worked for me forever. He started off as a sorter making minimum wage. That gentleman grew his career, worked really hard, and got himself really well noticed as a go-getter. Ultimately, Dier Pride became a supervisor for our recycling facility and a system operator. He continues at that facility at Exeter to kind of help manage the outbound material. Mason Stormer, another Akron resident. He's currently working over at the Fountain Street facility. Mason has a dear spot in my heart. We're the only company he's ever worked for. He started off also as a sorter. We developed him from sorter to a lead. Ultimately, we ended up taking him to start college here in Akron, Ohio, giving him some additional education on maintenance, hydraulics, and electric, and he's considered a senior tech right now. My point in this is that there's a lot of opportunity, and I get it. We're not an IT company, and that's what's beautiful about it. You don't need to have certain skill traits to come work for us. We'll get you that opportunity, and we'll provide that opportunity for you, along with the education needed for it. And while I'm on that note, those individuals recognize with this company, WM, doing the right thing includes their children having their education paid for up through a master's degree. I'm proud of the company we work for, sorry. Okay, so obviously there's some differences when you compare the two properties. Let's start with the most obvious. As Vince said, 14.5 acres. It's a pretty big property compared to the 2.1 over on Exeter Avenue, or Exeter Street, sorry. Fountain Street. I'm so, God, why do I keep wanting to say that? If you take a look at the surrounding area, it's a commercial and industrial area. And here's what's kind of cool. Those commercial and industrial folks that we work around right now, I'm going to give you some ideas of what they do. It's kind of like we're organically creating the sustainable corridor right there on Archwood Avenue. So we have a chemical plant there, right? GE Chemicals there. They process chemicals, and they're reintroduced, basically recycled. There is a mobile stone crushing operation that is home there. That operation takes concrete from demolition projects, pulverizes it, and reuses it as road base, a recycling operation. LKQ is there as well, and that is probably the cleanest and nicest metal reclamation facility I've ever seen in my life. And what are they doing? Recycling. And what are we proposing here? More on that sustainable front. We also have an electric company that's there. There's several hauling and trucking companies. We're one of the largest trucking companies in northern Ohio, or northern North America. So we understand that. We're moving into a space, and that's, by right, we're allowed to be there with that operation. The one thing that stuck out when you look at the surrounding area that you go, ooh, I don't know, would have to be the neighbor, right? Mr. and Mrs. Ed Sherwood. They're on that, they're on the southwestern portion of our property, right? That family home has been passed down through a couple of estate sales or estate, transfers. Thank you very much. And so I got a chance to talk and develop a neighborly relationship with these folks on several occasions. Ed Sherwood and I spoke after we got past my ears and talked a lot about high school wrestling. I was able to kind of walk him through the development of that project. And as you heard, his letter and his wife's letter of support is included in our packet here. So the other thing, too, about that's really interesting, when we look at the state and the requirements for that conditional use permit, they're actually 534 feet away from our material handling floor. So what that means is that they're more than double the Ohio EPA's, the Environmental Protection Agency's, distance that they mandate for this to actually be close to. If that domicile was within that range, this wouldn't even be on the table today. We also have a very wooded lot. If you notice, there's a whole lot that is not going to be developed on this site. We love these facilities where they have heavily wooded areas. This helps on multiple levels. And I'll go into it several times, unfortunately, for you. But I want to make sure that I give a complete report out. That acts to visibly block things. So you won't be able to see all of our operations or be able to look directly into the backside of that facility. We've purposely positioned that tipping floor on the property to allow for greater retention for successful odor management, along with distancing the noise from the material handling floor and the surrounding community. It's important to understand that the solid waste tipping floor is a large focus of the permitting process in a solid waste facility. as expressed, the design which is being built to meet the city needs, the WM standards, and of course the permitting and expectations of the Ohio EPA. So let's dive into that tip floor a little bit. The purpose of the tipping floor, the proposed tipping floor, as you heard earlier, is going to be designed with 6 fully functional door bays. Compared to Fountain Street, which is only 3.5, we have to kind of use one to help load out, so we kind of kill that doorway in that space. Additionally, the fully enclosed process area is increasing by 40%. What that does is it allows us to quickly get the material back inside the building, out of any dominant wind directions, have the material loaded up on a truck and sent out of the city. It reduces the inline staging, so we don't have the same thing we have going on at Fountain Street, where we're trying to work in like space. We have rules at WM, and most of you guys got a chance to see that when you came up. We do not allow equipment to get within 15 feet, nor do we want people and equipment to get within 15 feet of equipment, because seriously bad things happen when that goes on. So our policy is, and our operators will shut down and stop operation if somebody comes in close. Well, when you deal with a Fountain Street operation, there's a lot of stoppage, and it disrupts the actual flow of the processing. With this facility here, we'll be able to work continuously with these trucks as they make entry into the facility, drastically improving our ability to get the stuff out of the system quickly and fastly. I want to talk about the fire and highlight that. So when we talk about fire prevention, certainly the city is a little sensitive to that right now. We are deploying, obviously, the state, local, and federal standards for fire prevention at this facility, but in addition to that, we're bringing in the Fire Rover system. This is an AI system. It's really cool. It's monitored 24/7 by people. So basically, there's a series of cameras that are actually focusing and scanning the material handling floor 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it's looking for heat detection. And when it identifies a hotter detected point in that waste mass or recycling materials, it locks on and it delivers nozzles to that location. It continues to monitor until the temperature rises. Once that temperature rises, those cannons go off and they surgically exhaust the fire. So last year, about this time, we brought online that $40 million recycling facility we just keep bragging about, right? A lithium battery comes in, it gets caught in an area of that facility that you physically can't get to. Firefighters couldn't get to it. And it was with this system that we were able to exhaust it. Without this system, the plant would have certainly been a total loss. So the key to this is that I have employees in that building. We got to get them out and we got to keep them safe. And we don't want to create a problem for the community that's surrounding us. So we take every step that we can to make sure that we manage that and go a little bit above and beyond what the expectation is. Odors. So the Eco Center is being designed with an odor management system. And keep in mind, this has been done through the entire build. So when we compare this to the Fountain Street facility that came out in 1972, and you're trying to retrofit and do all... It's not there. And honestly, most of you that saw the Oakwood facility, I was telling you, like, yeah, this is a great system. You don't smell the odors, but it's even better what we're bringing to Akron. Because the reality is that on Archwood, this odor management piece has been designed from the very beginning, from the placement of the facility all the way through. So if you note the location, we've situated it so that it's rotated away and out of view from Archwood, as explained earlier. It's like a rear load garage kind of thing. Sorry, I'm hurrying, trust me. So it's like this rear load, and what that does is, by the way we've situated this with that west dominant wind direction, we have a wind break in that fully enclosed facility. So as the trucks back in, they basically, the building itself stops the wind. So we bring the materials in. As they make entry into the facility, we have framed the bay doors with this solution of essential oils, and those oils actually are admitted, and they bond to the sulfur, which is the smell that you have. The sulfur is the part that makes things smelly. So this essential oil is mystified. It touches it, it grabs it, it weights it down, and drops it to the ground. Right? Ultimately, we're removing the odors from the air. Again, 14 acres allows us to have a lot of detention time to further dilute that and prevent that from migrating. When you look at the facility, the one gap that we had to engineer into it would have been the front tunnel that runs along Archwood Avenue. So our tunnels for those semis are going to be over there. They're going to make entry into this tunnel. We've interconnected the odor suppression system. So as the door rises, the odor suppression system goes off. The truck makes entry. The door closes. The suppression goes off. They load. They leave. When they open that other door, the suppression is emitted, and then it turns around, closes the door, and it stops the emission there. So a lot of these things go along with not only with our odor management and the nozzle that we have placed around here, it also acts to help with noise reduction, right? So we know that noise dissipates over distance, 2.1 acres versus 14.5 acres. It's clearly a much more hubbed central type of operation that allows us to kind of participate in the community in a way that minimizes that aspect. I also want to bring up the fact that this facility, unlike Fountain Street, is fully paved. Now, this pave works for us in a couple of ways. One, it reduces that dust. I had a question about particulate matter earlier this week. So by paving these roadways on property, it's going to help reduce that dust. It makes cleaning so much easier. It helps to prevent the odors. And it also helps to manage our surface water. When the rain comes down, we can help direct that into the most appropriate locations. Lastly, I want to highlight that community drop-off. Again, we've raved about it and we're proud of it. This community drop-off is something that the city has never had. They've never had access to it. And this is going to allow us to help combat the needs of the community. Many times what we find is that people, they will do the right thing if they have the opportunity to do the right thing. So imagine, you've replaced your bathroom, you have this debris, you put it on your trailer, you drive to the location and it's closed or you don't have the opportunity to discharge that. Sometimes people find it a vacant field, like the property we're buying that we've cleaned up twice now, right? This is going to give them an opportunity to do the right thing, and I believe that the people in Akron here will do the right thing when they have the right opportunities. So with that, more on the harmonious design. Kurt with Diversified Engineering is going to come up and answer some technical questions, or give us some technical information.
Thank you, everyone. Kurt Hanstein. I'm a professional engineer with Diversified Engineering. We're located in New Philadelphia, Ohio. For the past 6 years, what's that? Okay. For the past 6 years, I've worked with WM, developing over 20-plus sites similar to this one all across the country. I have 17 years of experience in site development design. Talk about the site a little bit. As previously mentioned, it's going to be composed of a truck maintenance facility, transfer station, CNG compliant truck maintenance facility, administrative office space. There'll be 64 personal vehicle parking spaces and 32 CNG fueling stations or positions. The overall property is 14.5 acres. The development's going to occupy about 8 acres of that 14. The remaining 6 acres will remain undeveloped wooded area. This proposed site plan has been designed as a fully enclosed facility with all operations internally facing to aid in the screening from archwood. Landscape and fencing will also be utilized to provide additional screening from archwood. As you can see, as was previously talked about, the doors from the transfer facility will be facing away from archwood. We'll have building renderings that will show that better later. The site entrance will be on the west side of the property. Trucks will come in there. They'll loop around, dump, and then go out the east side exit. The larger transfer trucks will come in, they'll loop around, take the internal loop into the loadout tunnel that Eric mentioned. And then once those full, they'll circle back around and then out the eastern exit. All internal traffic will take place on a hard surface, reducing the any dust issues. Stormwater for the development. As between the development area and Archwood, there's proposed a large retention basin. So all stormwater generated on the site will pass through this stormwater retention. It's going to be a wet stormwater retention pond before being discharged into existing stormwater infrastructure. Sorry. The proposed development will meet all the requirements of OEPA, Summit County Soil and Water Conservation District, and the City of Akron regulations, of course. It will provide a benefit to the existing area stormwater infrastructure, as currently there's no water quality or water quantity BMPs in place in this development. Any drop of water is just going directly into the storm sewer that currently lands on that. That will not be the case after the development. Per the design requirements, the post-development critical peak storm runoff and all more frequent storms will not exceed the current pre-development one-year storm event. Next one. So this slide gives the overall view of the neighboring properties in relation to the proposed site. A little bit hard to see here, but the green sites are the green shaded sites are. I'm sorry, Mr. All the unshaded areas are currently zoned as either commercial or industrial. The green shaded sites are zoned as U4 commercial, but are being used as a residential use. The closest one of those is 534 feet away, the one that's previously mentioned, and we do have a letter of support from this neighbor. The red sites are zoned as residential. The closest residential zone district is located to the northwest and 610 feet away from the transfer station tipping floor. I think this slide demonstrates that this development is compatible with the surrounding properties and uses. Surrounding properties are industrial, commercial. All right, so this is the elevation view of the transfer station. This shows the 6 loading doors on the top image. Again, this will be facing away from Archwood. You won't see this. The overall building is a 20,500 square foot. It'll be a pre-engineered metal building with a stone or a split face wainscoting around the bottom. The eave height will be 32 feet to allow for operations within the building. This building is again going to be equipped with the standard fire suppression system, and the additional use of the state-of-the-art fire rover system, as Eric explained. The bottom image there represents the north face. This is what you'll see from Archwood. So one other thing you'll be able to see is that side there. The next slide here will show the maintenance office building elevations. This slide provides architectural renderings of the maintenance facility and administrative office. This building's 9,800 square feet pre-engineered metal building to match the transfer station. 7,000 square feet of that will be the maintenance facility portion, and then 2,800 square feet will be the office. The top image represents the south-facing view, demonstrating the internal facing design. So the doors, the main operations of the building won't be visible from Archwood. The bottom image represents the north facing, which will be the side facing Archwood Avenue. This is a site rendering showing what the site will look like from Archwood if you were standing at the eastern exit for the site. This is a bird's eye view of the site from the southwest corner of the site, essentially at Austin Avenue, looking north. Let's see, from that location, you can barely see the transfer facility. This site's rendering showing the view of the proposed development from the railroad tracks looking to the south. So basically, you're looking at the back of the building there. Okay, this is a bird's eye view of the transfer facility from Archwood, highlighting the wet retention basin and the fact that operations will not be visible from the site, from Archwood. That's it.
Hello, my name is Andrew Pearson. I'm a traffic engineer employed by TMS Engineers. I've worked in Northeast Ohio for roughly 26 years doing traffic studies similar to the one that my firm was hired to do for this site. We originally did what we call a trip generation letter to look at the number of vehicles we expect to come in and out. We found that there was anticipated to be a very low amount of traffic coming in and out, and we recommended no study was necessary to be conservative, and due to needs of the community, traffic impact study was performed. So how do you do a traffic impact study? You try and determine if there's an impact going to be caused by this site. We do that by doing manual traffic counts at nearby intersections, taking those counts, increasing them based on design factors that ODOT has developed. And all these procedures are approved and mostly developed by ODOT. They're national standards. So we take the volumes, we analyze the site, and in this case, we analyzed it and determined there was no traffic delay issues at this site, at either ends of the roadway and the driveways itself. Once we analyze the driveways itself, we determined that the driveways have low enough traffic volumes on Archwood that trucks and vehicles are expected to easily be able to turn during the different peak hours. We have, from a traffic engineering standpoint, there just is not enough traffic being generated by this site to have an adverse impact to the local roadways, and we expect very little delay increases at the surrounding intersections. I know there was a lot of discussions previously, but in a nutshell, that's what a traffic engineer does, is determines if there is a traffic impact. So I'm happy afterwards, but I will pass it off.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hang in there. Good afternoon, I'm Gina Crawford. I'm the marketing manager for Solution Tech. We are an Ohio-based company offering odor remediation solutions for a variety of commercial applications. In our over 25 years of experience, we've managed odor issues in facilities and industries, including but not limited to solid waste, food processing and manufacturing, municipal and industrial wastewater, biofuels, and petroleum refining. I am a proud graduate of the University of Akron, and I have worked in odor control for over 10 years and have participated in the development and management of odor control programs for a wide variety of applications, but especially solid waste. My mentor and our technical lead is Nick Corvo. He is recognized as an odor control subject matter expert by the Ohio and Michigan EPAs and has been tapped multiple times to speak to the effect and efficacy of odor control chemistry and equipment. So what do? We assess odor challenges at facilities and collaborate with engineering to design and recommend solutions for transient odor management. Additionally, I work with sites in their ongoing review of their odor control programs. Excuse me. We offer input and further evaluate to ensure their programs are operating as needed to address the transient odor concerns of site neighbors. We have successful odor control programs at solid waste facilities across the US and in Canada, including private, corporate, and municipal landfills, eco-centers like this one, and recycling facilities. So when planning an odor control program for a facility, we begin by evaluating the site itself. What are the current odor sources? Is the odor escaping the site? Where is it going? When and how often? We look at the position of the facility in relationship to the neighbors and work to determine who is affected by transient odors. Then we ask, what are the contributing factors when transient odor is reported? What waste was coming in? What was the weather like? And what were the prevailing winds? What did the odor smell like? We also interview site personnel, including the environmental engineer, the landfill manager, operations leads, and even the site personnel working right in and around the potential odor sources. We have even interviewed neighbors around facilities, those who have submitted some concerns and those who seem to be happy, and asked them, what are you experiencing? Oftentimes, we are making recommendations after the fact. The facility's been there, it's been there forever, we have to come in. In the case of this project, we have the benefit of being brought in from the beginning. We reviewed the site planning documents, including the building plans and specs, and satellite and site images. Using these, we visited and assessed the proposal in relationship to the actual location. Nick and I drove the area around the site and also walked as much of the site as we safely could. After evaluating the site plans and the position of the neighbors, considering the materials that are typical to a transfer station, and drawing on past successes, we established recommendations for an odor control program on Archwood. Our program recommendations consider the planned building itself. How does it sit in relationship to the neighbors? What are the potential hot spots given the building plan, the prevailing winds, the closeness of the neighbors, the traffic? What are the operational parameters of the facility? When is it operating? When is it getting trash, waste, materials, and when are those things leaving? First and foremost, we are recommending odor abatement with odor neutralizing chemistry. Odor neutralizing chemistry utilizes components that produce a reaction that negates the odor by non-reactive means. This is very important. Oftentimes when you're hearing something is being atomized into the air, there's a concern that you're creating compounds that could be potentially dangerous. That is not happening here. This is what's called a physical reaction. We're not using perfumes, we're not using masking agents, which act to overwhelm the odor and instead increase the overall intensity. So instead of just odor, you get cherry odor or peach odor. Simply put, odor neutralization affects how you smell the odors. We perceive an odor based on how that compound fits into odor receptors in our noses. The odor receptors communicate to the brain, and the brain interprets the smell. I really wish I had some water. The compounds of baking cookies, for example, they fit receptors a specific way in your brain that says, yum, that's cookies. It's perceived that way because it fits a particular receptor in a specific way. Odor neutralizing chemistry uses the unique properties of odor control agents, in this case, naturally occurring essential oils, to cause a physical attraction between the odor compounds and the essential oils. The attraction changes the size and shape of the original compound. It no longer fits our receptors. Because it doesn't fit, we no longer perceive it. It's there, you can't smell it. The specific product we are recommending was developed with solid waste in mind and addresses the specific odor compounds commonly found in the materials that will be brought into this facility, municipal solid waste. The product is a mixture of essential oils formulated to react with the potential oils by utilizing some ratio, odors, by utilizing some ratio of the oils best for this specific implementation. The science is bulletproof, as it were. The specific application is where the challenge can lie. Oh, thank you. Oy, oy, oy. One moment, please. Thank you. Much better. We are recommending several abatement tools, but the project will start with the doors. In this project, the challenging spots are the doors. This is where odor can escape. Let's neutralize it when it tries. Here we are proposing a high-pressure water vapor odor control system installation. The system will utilize the odor neutralization product I previously spoke about, mixed with water and pumped through high-pressure hoses and nozzles mounted around the doors. The doors themselves, there are, at the unloading doors, so where the community trucks come in, there are 9 treatment nozzles per door, so 3 per side, 3 on top, if you remember the image of the doors. At the loadout doors, where the larger trucks go through, we have 10 treatment nozzles, 3 per side, 4 on the top. The nozzles will atomize a very fine mist of odor control and water at each of the unloading doors, where material comes in, and at the load out doors, where the material leaves. The key is evaporation to facilitate the neutralization. The fine particles created and sprayed will evaporate and act on the odor compounds to create the reaction we discussed. We use water as our carrying agent, as the hydrogen in water wants to bond with those compounds, and it easily bonds when the water evaporates. The bond creates the physical reaction I spoke about. Change the shape, change the perception. Additionally, we are recommending spray wands available for odorous spills in and out of the enclosed facility, so in the space and anything that might come out of the trucks outside the space. Automation to ensure operational excellence when the system is operating, and ensure the system is operating whenever odor could be present. Nozzles inside the facility for use when highly odorous waste is expected or received. Treatment at the site perimeters for additional neutralization before odors leave the site. Obviously, we want to capture them at the building, but just in case. And truck spray down for especially odorous waste. And absolutely key is striving to ensure the program is operated correctly 100% of the time, and continued evaluation of the program by site operational staff and Solution Tech technical representatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Taking this water.
Waste management.
Good afternoon. I'm Justin Valamont, and I work for Acoustical Control, LLC. I'm the manager of environmental intelligence. Have about 7 years experience with noise and vibration consulting. We were hired to do a an ambient or background noise study for the proposed property at Archwood Street, as well as a SIA or sound impact analysis. So basically, from the map you're looking at now, at the property boundaries, you can see TRN, TRW, those are theoretical receivers, northwest, east, and south. I set 4 noise monitors at that location on September 11th of this year, and let those run for 5 days for the study. On the same day, I went over to the Fountain Street facility, and I took measurements of trucks coming in and out of the exits, exit and exit points and entry points, as well as the building itself and the operations that go on in and around. We took that data, put it into a sound software, a modeling software, using the same material, and that gives us levels, sound impact levels that we can predict on the surrounding environment for the proposed location. And if you go to the next slide, I put a chart up here to kind of compare, or a chart and the tables. So at the receiver, at the theoretical receivers or the property boundaries of the proposed site, we got model numbers, DBA 64.6. Let me look at my, sorry. 64.6, 57.9, and 50.2, and 56.0. If you compare it to the chart, you can see, it's under a normal conversation, and this is at the property boundary. Ambient levels are around the same, and then your highest change there is about 5.6 decibels. Now the residential receivers. None of the receivers came close or were over the ambient levels you experience on an everyday at the property boundaries. So you can see, compared to the chart, and I have it kind of color coded as well. Receiver 1, which would be the closest, or actually not the closest, I'm sorry. Receiver 16, which is to the southwest. 33.5 dBA. So, your highest there is a 46.2, which, again, that is well under the ambient levels. So, all in all, the measured background levels from the study reflects typical values of an industrial site. Based on the scenario modeled, the sound impact levels from proposed operations increase at a maximum of 5.6 dB at the property boundary. It has been predicted that the receivers or residences beyond the site property boundary should experience no sound impact that exceeds the ambient levels from the proposed site operations. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rick Buffalini. I'm a professional engineer. I work for Civil and Environmental Consultants. We abbreviate that as CEC. I'll use that as I speak today. We have 34 offices across the country, from Boston, Massachusetts to San Diego, California. We have 5 offices in Ohio, so we do extensive work in this state. And joining me today are Chris McCoskey and Gretchen Addington, who will also be speaking. As Kate mentioned earlier, at the request of the Zoning Commission, WM was requested to conduct an environmental impact study, and CEC was asked to go ahead and perform that environmental impact study for the proposed WM Eco Center at 1400 East Archwood Avenue. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Gotcha. So CEC has over 1,400 employees, including engineers, geologists, scientists of many types. We do extensive work for the solid waste management industry across the United States. We provide site suitability evaluations, conceptual and final engineering design, environmental permitting, site monitoring, regulatory compliance, construction management, and operation support. And I've personally have assisted clients at dozens of landfills and transfer stations in Ohio. So I wouldn't normally, well, you can't read it anyway. I wouldn't normally read this text, but the environmental impact summary was intended to address these 4 items from the conditional use permit ordinance. And if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and read 3 of these because they're pretty important for what we're going to talk about. Number 1 is be designed to be harmonious with and appropriate for the existing or intended character of the general vicinity and not change the essential character of the area. Number 2, not be hazardous or disturbing to existing or future neighboring uses. Number 3, will not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, equipment, and conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any person or property or the general welfare by reason of excessive production of traffic, noise, smoke, fumes, glare, or odors. And number 4, will not result in the destruction, loss, or damage of a natural, scenic, or historic feature of major importance. So specifically, what we address in the environmental impact summary are existing environmental conditions as well as proposed environmental impacts from the Eco Center. So the topics we're going to address in this presentation are atmospheric conditions and air quality, traffic impacts, which was previously reported by TMS engineers, noise impacts, which was previously reported by acoustical controls, environmental site conditions, including ecological site conditions and historical land uses, and finally, land planning. And with that, I'll turn over the presentation to Chris McCoskey.
Thanks, Rick. Afternoon, Council and members of the public. My name is Christian McCoskey. I'm a Vice President with Civil and Environmental Consultants, same company as Mr. Buffalini. I have bachelor and master's degrees in environmental science and 38 years of air quality consulting experience, primarily in industry and primarily in Ohio and Pennsylvania. My role for this particular project was as primary investigator for the atmospheric conditions and air quality evaluation, which, as Rick said, starts with an assessment of existing conditions. Unfortunately, the image you see there on the right is a matrix that's hard to read at that scale, but it's an illustration of existing air quality in Akron from 2023 data for what's called an air quality index. And the green values are good days. There's 7 rows there and 12 columns for each month and 7 rows for the days. Each little cell represents a day. And the green are good, and then the yellow are moderate, and orange are unhealthy. There are a couple very unhealthy, red ones which are unhealthy for certain groups. But in general, the air quality is relatively good in the area, and it ranges from good to very unhealthy. So the second part, there's another component of the background conditions I'll show you on the next slide, but the second part of our evaluation, after assessing the general condition of the air quality in the area, is to evaluate the proposed project and the types of air emission sources that will be produced or generated by the project. And in this case, Really, it boiled down to there being some additional truck traffic, which you've heard a little bit about from the traffic engineer, that would generate particulate matter emissions, which is often called fugitive particulate matter, which is associated with vehicle movement on paved surfaces in this case. We're not talking about regulated emissions associated with mobile sources. Those aren't regulated by Ohio EPA. We're just looking at the dust that's generated when a vehicle moves over a surface. And that is subject to Ohio EPA permitting requirements. But really, that's the only component of the proposed project that we identified that would be subject to any kind of regulatory permitting obligation. We did look at other components, but didn't, such as there are a couple mobile sources of material handling equipment, but again, those are mobile and not subject to air permitting requirements. So based on those existing conditions and the project-related emission sources, we didn't identify any significant impacts to regional air quality expected from the project. As shown here, one of the elements of our overall environmental impact assessment, we cross-referenced the traffic report and the noise report that you've already heard about, and the odor evaluation that Solutech has already spoken about. We acknowledge that that's a voluntary initiative that Waste Management is proposing. It's not something that's forced on them by the Ohio EPA. And based on our understanding of the Solutech process, we understand that it's well designed and based on the proposed operation would manage emissions if any were to escape. The graphic that you see there on the screen is called a windrose, and that is a visual depiction of wind patterns in the Akron area. That's 25 years worth of data. Each of the bars in concentric rings indicates the primary direction from which the wind is blowing. And so predominantly you see winds blow from the southwest. And there's an indication in the center of 19% of the time winds are calm. So that's just a general indication, and it is consistent with what you've already heard about how the site was designed to protect dispersion or off-site transport if it were to occur and get past the Solutech system by being blocked by the building in most cases, because the winds would be coming from the southwest, like as indicated there. So based on our assessment, the focus of our the traffic, odor, noise, and air quality assessment is the third item there that we considered to be met, that Mr. Buffalini already read through, that the project would not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, equipment, and conditions or of operation that would be detrimental to persons or property or the general welfare by reason of excessive production of any of those characteristics. So that concludes my piece on air quality, and I'll hand it over to my colleague, Gretchen.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Gretchen Addington. I'm a certified ecologist, project manager, and plant biologist at CEC. I've been doing some aspect of all of this for about 20 years now. I'm going to just briefly discuss the ecological impacts or lack thereof associated with this project. I looked at a variety of desktop available data sources to look for any wetlands, waterways, or ecological areas of major importance, and conveniently found none. That isn't to say that a wetland delineation done on site wouldn't find some small pockets that would have to be permitted appropriately, but as far as major areas, there are none associated with this, which fulfills the final aspect of the conditional use permit requirements that we're addressing with our environmental impact study, which is specifically will not result in the destruction, loss, or damage of a natural, scenic, or historic feature of major importance. Also, I looked at historical aerial photographs of developments at this site dating back to the 1950s, and I'll run through these somewhat quickly. So the first development we see at the site started in the 1950s with a trucking facility that continued on into the 70s, where we see an expansion of this facility and the beginning of development of the site directly to the east, which is currently used as a salvage yard. This development continued until the early 80s, when the majority of the vehicles associated with the facility at the subject property were removed. Between 1994 and 2001, there is no additional activity seen, and it appears as though the activities at the subject property have ceased. And then moving on until 2006, until our most recent photograph in 2019, the site remains unchanged. The building is removed at one point in time, and the salvage yard directly to the east has developed to its current status. Additionally, we did quick research into the previous environmental site conditions, especially those that are listed by the databases that monitor industrial activity in the state of Ohio. And while you can't see a lot of detail on this map, each of those hits are industrial developments that are listed on one or several of the state of Ohio databases that monitor industrial development. This is to say that this is evidence that the site has historically been used for industrial uses, is currently used for industrial uses, and will most likely continue on in that line. Excuse me. So we're able to state that we believe that the project has been designed to be harmonious and appropriate with the existing and intended character of the directly surrounding area, and also that because of the history of the site and the expected future use of the site, it will not be hazardous or disturbing to the existing or future neighboring uses. Excuse me. And to finish this off, I will let Kate take over.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Soltis, and I am a planner that works at RDL Architects in Cleveland. We do work all over Northeastern Ohio and actually nationally, work on neighborhood plans, design guidelines, zoning for various municipalities. I also teach urban design and urban planning at Cleveland State University, and I serve on the design review committee for the vice chair on downtown design review for Cleveland. So I'm here today to talk to you about this site with reference to land use and planning. And in the report that you may have read, I started out with the zoning code and then went to the history. But I thought it would be better today to start out with history. And I went and found on your website the 1919 plan for Akron that was done. And this is very, very early on, before planning was really starting to kick in. It was just starting to kick in at the time that cities were doing plans. And from the very beginning, there's over a 100-year history of industrial and even heavy industrial and commercial uses on this site. Akron, the name derived from Greek, means high point. And the canals that came through, there were so many locks that had to be in one place originally that the city formed. And later on, when rails came through, the rails tried to find lower areas that were kind of even that they could locate. And before the city even incorporated this land, and the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad went through there. And John Nolan, who did the initial plan for the city of Akron, mentions the topography, which is one of the big conditions that determines what land uses are and how a city grows. Part of the whole point of this is that a city is intentional. Like Akron as it exists today is so for a reason, because people like you and people who sat in the seats before you, residents, industry, so there's this public-private relationship that occurs over time, and modifications are made, but the overall structure of the city remains intact. And so when you look at the railroads that went through, John Nolan in his plan said, this is a good place for industry. There's already industry there, so the industry was already taking advantage of the physiography of the site. And so we should keep that sort of land use here because it makes sense. And when the city enacted its first zoning code, they did zone for industrial uses nearby. As the city took this land on, they put the airport near there, the Goodyear testing grounds. Obviously, Goodyear, one of the many industries that are very recognizable as an important part of Akron. And this site, it had some residential uses nearby. That was likely because back then people had to walk to work, and industry was a big, employer for most residents. And so it did suggest worker cottages be nearby. But very shortly thereafter, in 1945, after World War II, when the adoption of the automobile started, they rezoned that to heavy industrial and commercial uses, and it stayed that way ever since. And there's that continuity shows from 1945 all the way to this day. So then referring back to the zoning code, which again, the private sector in the beginning kind of took advantage of the land, the things that were nearby, the industries, like there was coal nearby, made rubber, steel, and up in Cleveland. But very shortly after that, the city itself put forth its plan, put forth its zoning code, and codified that to say this is a good place for this to happen. And when looking at the proposed use for this site and looking at the zoning code, in the existing zoning code for proposed uses, it states that trash hauling and recycling processing indoor facilities are allowed by right on this site. And I would note that it is important for a city to update its zoning code pretty regularly because things change, especially in the day and age we live in when technology changes everything so quickly. And as was pointed out by many of the people that spoke before me, the recycling business, which didn't even probably exist the way it does now, many, many decades ago, has evolved over time to mitigate, odor, sound, as it be, as part of the process. And what Waste Management is doing, or WM is doing on this site, is really more a part of the trash hauling and recycling process, and that happens in an indoor facility. In the conditional use, refuse transfer station is listed right next to and on the same line as refuse dump and landfill, which, and scrap yards, which is the use next door, are also listed as a conditional use, because right next door there's, all those automobiles that are scrapped there. And really almost, it's kind of like a trash, not a trash dump, but it's kept there over a long period of time. And I would point out that there's a huge difference between refuse dump and landfill and a refuse transfer station. And that major difference is that no trash ever stays on this site. The refuse comes to the site, it's sorted, the recycling goes to where it's supposed to go, the trash goes to the landfill. And as they mentioned before, there are no landfills nearby, so the city requires this essential service. And so getting into the zoning code a little bit more, there are three major things that are considered when you're looking at land use. You're looking at the use type itself, you're looking at the intensity of the use, and then you're looking at what effects does that use have. And when you actually create a zone, you have to put a bunch of uses together that are not all exactly the same, but they're related. And they exist in a range, some with more intense use, and more that produce more effects on the surrounding environment, and then some produce less. And when looking at the list of uses that are allowed for this land, there's I would say a majority of them would be more intense on this site, would generate more traffic, would create more noise, things that would be needed to be mitigated for the surrounding neighborhood than the proposed use. And that also, most of those other uses would want to maximize the site. When you look at all the uses that surround this area, all the uses maximize their site with the exception of the immediate use right next door. There's a little commercial use next door that there's trees on the back of the lot. But all the other uses maximize their site, and that just makes sense for any business that's operating to want to maximize, the use of the site. The proposed use actually keeps the trees that have been there in place for many, many years. We know going back to 1952, at the very least, since then this use was used for shipping and trucking And the new proposed use respects the spatial relationships that have existed there all along. And in addition, the trucks that come and go also respect the use that had been there all along. And I would also argue that going back to zoning and that private partner relationship that has occurred, over 100 years worth of history, that the city and the private industry have invested a lot of infrastructure in this part of Akron in order to serve the Akron economy and make sure that there is industry here so that the residents of Akron can have jobs. So there are roads that lead to the freeways. There's very few, on some streets, no residential uses on those roads that lead to the freeways. There's the Innovation Way and Seberling Drive, for example. It's all industrial uses up along there. So there are routes that can be taken to access the site that minimize the effect on the residential uses. And then finally, just to go over the conditional uses that are listed there, there's a list of 7 uses, and the first one is will be harmonious with and in accordance with the general objectives of the city's comprehensive plan. In addition to the city's zoning code, the original plan that started it all off, there are also special districts that the city puts out there. One of them is an industrial park, which there is one, a big one, associated with the airport located immediately adjacent to this site. And it's a large area, so the city has already targeted this area for industrial uses. The second one is will be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained so as to be harmonious and appropriate in appearance with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity and will not change the essential character of the same area. When looking at the drawings that you've seen for the site plan, which keeps those trees, respects the existing use that's been there for almost like 70, 80 years at least for now, and also looking at the other uses around, I would argue that not only does it respect the intended character of the general vicinity, but it is an improvement in many ways to the character of the vicinity. There's a chemical plant nearby. There's all kinds of pipes that go over the street. I mean, it's a heavy industrial looking place, which there's nothing wrong with that. Akron's an industrial city. Cleveland's an industrial city. It's part of our heritage. So this fits right in, and if anything, I think that they beautify the area a little bit with the way they're proposing things and also hiding the activity on the other side of the building. It says, will it not be hazardous or disturbing to existing or future neighboring uses? The neighboring uses are all industrial and commercial uses. It does not disturb them. If anything, in many ways, the use that's proposed is an essential service to those facilities and to the residents of Akron as it provides trash collection. Also, the next one says, will be served adequately by essential public facilities such as highway, streets, police and fire protection, drainage structures, refuse disposal, water and sewers in schools, or that the person or agency responsible for the establishment of the proposed use shall be able to provide adequately any such services. Again, I would point out that the proposed use there is an essential service for the city of Akron. But besides that, there's a fire department literally like 2 blocks down the street, and the Akron Bureau's 6 divisions, the Akron Public Works Bureau, which includes 6 divisions, engineering, public works, water reclamation, water supply, street maintenance, and waste management, are located very nearby adjacent to the airport as well. There's the airport that's there also. So there's this collection of city services and function that exist in this part of town also. And with regards to traffic and the infrastructure, again, the city has made a large investment in infrastructure designed to actually serve industrial uses. Industrial uses are important to Akron and many northeastern Ohio communities because they provide jobs. It's part of our identity, like I mentioned before. So the city's already invested in the road infrastructure, that rail infrastructure is there, and industry is attracted to that infrastructure. That place is perfect for this type of use because of the infrastructure that's provided there, the investment that the city's made. And J is will not create excessive additional requirements at public cost for public facilities and services and will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. As was mentioned before, they benefit the economic welfare. They provide careers for Akron residents. And as I had mentioned before, they are an essential city service. And the city has already put all the infrastructure in place there to handle this type of use. K will not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, equipment, and conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any person or property or the general welfare by reason of excessive production of traffic noise, smoke, fumes, glare, or odors. As was mentioned, by many of the people that spoke before, there are tremendous mitigation technologies that are being applied to this site to make sure that it has little to no impact on surrounding areas. The nearest residences are there's like a minimum of 3 parcels away until you get to the nearest residence. All of this area is zoned for commercial and industrial, including some of the residences that exist there. And actually, when I did a lot of the research, even though the city zoned residential kind of nearby originally, like east of Kelly, there were only a couple homes that were ever built in this area to begin with. So those houses, there's 3 of them that are very old, from like 1914, 1912. There's only one that's on Kelly that was newer. And besides those mitigation factors that are being employed because of the technology, the site itself, they're being very respectful in the way they design the site. All the activity is in the northeastern side of the site where it historically has always been. They're letting the trees stay there. They're keeping the trees, which are a buffer. The railroad is on one side of them with Kelly on the other. On the other side, or not Kelly, East or Archwood. On the other side of Archwood is another trucking facility, so it's a similar use. And the prevailing winds in our part of the world are west to east. So if there is any odor, which Gretchen says there's not going to be any, it's going to blow over to the chemical plant, the scrap yard that's next door, not going to be blowing towards the residences. And the last one is will not result in the destruction, loss, or damage of natural, scenic, or historic feature of major importance. In this area, if we were going to look at it just with in an ecological way, the trees that are there are going to stay there. And then I would also argue that the industrial legacy that is part of Akron's history is important, and this continues on in that legacy. So to summarize, I think this land use makes sense, and not only does it make sense by everything that I just talked about, but it makes sense as part of the history. The city and the industry and the city together have been directing this area of town for these uses for well over 100 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I do believe we have one more speaker from Waste Management. Is that correct? Because we've been going for about 3 hours now. Council members need a break. So if we could just have our last speaker, and then we'll do a short break here.
I have some good news. I'll be pretty brief because everybody pretty much identified a lot of these. My name is Doug Sloan. I'm with Integra Realty Resources Cleveland. We're a commercial real estate appraisal company. I'm born and raised in Akron, went to the University of Akron. So I've been working this Northeast Ohio for 39 years since I graduated Akron U. We cover Northeast Ohio, so primarily Akron, Cleveland, Canton, Youngstown, Warren, Lorain. That's most of our assignments are in this area. What I'm going to say is that this has always been an industrial area, or maybe not always, but for, as they said, about the past 70, for decades. Several decades, it's been an industrial area. The subject site one time had a truck terminal facility and a service facility on it. I understand that the 2 main concerns are really with the solid waste disposal, how that impacts both traffic and odor, and how that would impact property values. Now, when I say economic, I'm not getting into the, how it impacts the city of Akron with the tax base and all that. That's a numbers thing that I'm a real estate expert. I will say that going into it, my initial intuition, and we always have, as appraisers, we always have an initial intuition, but we also have to keep our mind open. Initial intuition is right more times than it's wrong, but sometimes it's wrong as we get into the facts, and we have to let the facts, speak to us as to what happens. So I'm trying to think, if I were appraising a property near there, how would I appraise it differently with the subject in place or not in place? And this has always been an industrial area, so it's not like we're changing the entire use or character of the area outside of what's normally been there. But so if I were appraising a property across the street or next door, would I apply what we call location adjustments. And location adjustments are when there's a comparable sale and it's from a neighborhood different than the subject. Sometimes the subject neighborhood is overall superior, in which case we would make an upward adjustment, or the subject neighborhood might be inferior, in which case we would make a downward adjustment to that comparable. And I can say that I would see no reason to apply adjustments any differently to one of the properties in the subject neighborhood if the subject were in place or if it were not. And some of the evidence behind what led to that reasoning are, like, with respect to traffic, there's always, historically there was a truck facility in there. At some point, it's a vacant lot now, but it's industrially zoned. So if a typical industrial property went in there, they're going to bring in some more traffic, some more than others. Some might develop the entire subject site, including where they're keeping all the trees. For instance, maybe a larger machine shop. And they certainly would have people coming in and out and trucks coming in and out, or another truck terminal type facility. I don't think this would make a dramatic enough impact on the amount of traffic already on that street. And then upon reviewing the traffic experts, their study, it showed less than 100, which really they don't even need to do a traffic study unless there's more than 100. And they concluded quite a few less than 100 additional vehicles at peak hours. They recommended stop signs at the exit points from the subject property, but they recommended no other traffic, whether it be a stop sign or a traffic light, anywhere else. So it's just not that much of an impact beyond what would normally go there. And not only that, but their study is relative to zero traffic on the subject today, and I know full well that anything ever gets built on the subject, it's going to have some traffic. So whatever the impact of the subject from what they said, starting with zero, would be even less. Then with respect to odor, there's always, they've already explained the systems they're going to have. But I did do a visit to the Oakwood facility that they talked about earlier. The Oakwood facility is 66% larger capacity, which means it has 5 doors for recycling material and 5 doors for what we residents commonly call trash. Goes in the trash, and then there's recycling. The subject's only going to have 3 of each, so it's approximately 66% larger capacity. I visited the Oakwood facility, and I will say that I did notice some minor odor on the facility. And I guess the way I would describe it in layman's terms, it reminds me sometimes if you are near the back of a restaurant, I don't mean right over the dumpster or something like that, but the back of a restaurant, you sometimes notice a little something. It was not terrible, but I did notice something. When I visited the properties next to, on each side of this and behind it, I did not notice the odor. Not only that, I did notice that the facility to the north of the Oakwood facility was built after the subject, and it actually includes their headquarters. The facility to the south is involved with food distribution, and they've been there, and they've even expanded since the Oakwood facility went there. So I don't think they felt it was impacting what they were doing there. Not only that, but the subject, it's well, it would be 60% of the capacity of the Oakwood facility, so it's smaller. And it also has superior, the odor suppression system, because those doors up there, they had 3 overhead of these, they're not spray, but that's kind of in layman's terms where they were putting it on there. The subject now is going to have not only the 3 above each door, but it's going to have 3 at each side of it, so it's going to have a total of 9 instead of 3. And not only that, it was pointed out to me that the subject, being a more modern design, is a little bit deeper, because one thing I did notice, the layman's terms, trash trucks that were backing in at the Oakwood facility, they weren't backing in all the way. The subject's going to have a greater depth so they can back in all the way. So between a greater depth to really bring the trucks further in and have more work to work with what's deposited there, and having well, 3 times as much of the odor suppressants at each door, I conclude that I would expect the odor generation, which again was already very minor at the Oakwood facility, to be even less. So I don't see how I could possibly, if I were appraising one of the properties around the subject, how I could possibly have a different location adjustment to a comparable with the subject or without. So hopefully, I think a lot of the background explanation on the facility was already given, and I know we were rushed for time too. But
No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. At this time, we're just going to take a 15-minute break. We'll resume in 15 minutes. If we can get your attention, we're going to continue with our public hearing at this time. And so I'm going to ask, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of this proposal? If you'll do so, please approach the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jackie Ricciuti, and I am the Executive Director and CEO of Keep Akron Beautiful. We are a nonprofit organization in the city that's mission is to improve Akron's quality of life through beautification and responsible environmental management. We are a trusted partner of the city of Akron for the last 43 years. Every single day, my team works to remediate litter and dumping in our city. I am in support of this project to build a new state-of-the-art eco-center on Archwood Avenue in Akron. I have seen the renderings and visited the Oakwood facility mentioned in Waste Management's presentation. I have also spoken at length with the Waste Management team members, and I am confident that this new site will be much cleaner than the current residential Fountain Street transfer station. One of the major reasons we are in support of this is that Keep America Beautiful research tells us that if transfer stations or MRFs that offer community drop-offs, which allow small business owners and residents to dispose of items during business hours, helps to prevent illegal dumping. There has never been a facility where residents can drop off items to in our city. As the director of Keep Akron Beautiful, we hear this request from residents over and over. We truly believe when given the opportunity, residents will do what's right. My operations manager and litter coordinator spend 40 hours a week picking up litter and dumping in our city. The number of illegal dumping reports just this year is astounding. If something as simple as a drop-off facility in our community can help curb this legal dumping, this is a win-win for all. To speak more to my credibility, I have been with Keep Akron Beautiful for 12 years, 10 years as a CEO, and during that time, I have spent thousands of hours myself on Akron streets picking up litter with my team and with my family. I have spent time on Akron's waste trucks and recycling trucks. I have personally spent 5 years on the street encouraging Akron residents to recycle the right way on our Recycle Right, Feet on the Street program. Throughout these last 12 years, I have visited many MRFs and transfer stations, even those around the country through Keep America Beautiful. The proposed facility in Akron is top-notch. I care about Akron. It's in my blood, it's in my heart, it's in what I do every day. You have to be passionate to be doing what I'm doing every day. Waste Management is building this facility to do the right thing for the next generation of environmental stewards, and I truly believe that. And that's something we all should be behind. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm a little bit shorter than everyone else. But my name is Megan DeLong. I'm a lifelong Akron city resident. I love it here. I love all of this, even though we've been here for quite a long time. But I am really just here to not only give my support for the movement of the waste transfer facility that's on Fountain Street, I also have met the countless neighbors on Fountain and Gage Street and Betty Street, most of whom are here today that are some really great friends of mine, and I just want to make sure that they are represented and you know their names. So Fountain Street has 60 plus households on it. That's right east of the current Fountain Street station. In the residents of Betty Street, there's about 40 plus people who I'm going to say some of their names, and of course I'm going to miss some, but we'll hear from some soon, and I'm sure they would be with us if they could, but they're picking up kids and they're at work, and it's just kind of hard. So I will start naming them. Melinda Mace, she was here earlier, but had to go. Ronnie Mace, Aiden Matney, Tim Matney, Margaret Heath, Cora McNeil, Judy Cox, Reverend Ron Schultz, Cindy Ha and her family, Michelle Harding, Gary Robinson, Jen Robinson, Louise Bennett, Sean Terry Thorpe, Jimmy Martin, Gail Martin, Mary Ann Frazier, Lester McIntyre, Judy Hankerson, Janet Stoberman, and quite a few other folks that I wasn't able to get their names of. But that's just a few of the people that support and approve this move from Fountain Street to Archwood. And we've been really working a long time to get here. And it's been nice to be in communication. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll open the floor to a really good friend of mine.
Hello, my name is Vincent Cox. I lived at 430 Betty Street, and our neighborhood pretty much abuts the Fountain Street Waste Transfer Station. And I stand today as a spokesman of the Middlebury residents organization known as FACTS. It's Families Against City Transfer Stations. For half of my life, all of my daughter's life and my granddaughter's life, garbage garbage from every household in Akron and surrounding areas has been trucked daily into the inadequately small 3-bay building that was never built for that purpose and is barely over 100 feet away from the nearest home. 50 years later, sadly outdated. The first thing that one sees when entering Akron from the south on the way to the university, hospitals, Lock 3, or just the heart of the city is this small building circled by struggling trucks trying to navigate the residential brick streets around it. WM, along with so many other organizations here in Akron, have risen to the challenge of making the way we manage trash and recycling better. Years of research into new materials, processes, better patterns of reuse and intelligent facility designs, all to protect residents, while also reducing the impact of our waste on Earth. There has been a genuine communication among civil leaders, including Director of Sustainability, residents of the resident associations like ours, organizations, and corporations regarding Akron's needs. FACTS submitted a long list of questions, concerns to waste management, well, WM now. After their touring of Oakwood facility that was built in 1990. Early September, they sat down with us for hours, going over point by point of our concerns that we asked them. They were very thorough. They gave specific and clear answers backed up by blueprints and results from third-party studies of environmental impact, traffic impact, noise impact, which they've done for you today. As a group, our primary concern is to find a relief for our plight, not by building another Fountain Street into another neighborhood, causing them our disgrief or our grief. The waste transfer facility in Archwood, it is a good move. We've looked for over 20 years for a place, for a site that would be a good placement for this place. They found one. So a new waste transfer facility at Archwood, in my opinion, and in our group's opinion, is a smart move. And we would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zach Cole, resident of Middlebury, Executive Director of the Well Community Development Corporation. I've been trying to cut things out that have already been said, but I think the most important thing that I want to stand here and just communicate is that the group of neighbors you're hearing from right now, it's not just a group of people who have been activated over the last 5 to 6 months. It's a group of people that have been working at this for decades. I got involved in organizing in Middlebury in 2009, and it has always been a conversation of how do we have the right move and the right conversation for our community and get this facility to a place that makes more sense for Akron. I think everyone in this room would agree that we all wish Akron didn't need a waste transfer facility, but that's not the reality of 2024 urban living. The weight of that reality is one that the facts groups and the residents of East Akron and Middlebury have been carrying alone for decades. This facility has to go somewhere, and so for the last few decades, and more specifically the last 3+ years, the guiding question that has been directing a group of people is how do we find a location that isn't just repeating the issue for another group of Akronites? After research, studies, hundreds of conversations, and thousands of hours of work, and that's not hyperbole, it's the reality of the amount of time. I believe that a move to Archwood is not only important for the immediate neighbors, but best for Akron. What we have done over the last several months is missed an opportunity to build unity and instead used power and fear to pit Akronites against each other rather than communicate the history of the issue at hand and use it to bring people together to make a collective decision for a better Akron. I believe I stand here and can confidently say that as a Middlebury and East Akron neighbor, we're not simply trying to pass this problem to someone else, but we believe that after working with waste management, providing hours of feedback and questions, seeing drawings, giving feedback on drawings, hearing about the dozens and dozens of health and smell technology upgrades that will be automatically included in this 14-acre, $20 million new facility, that the Archwood move and the decommissioning of the Fountain Street facility is what's best for our community. So I do hope, and I ask that as a resident, as someone who's been a part of this conversation for decades, that we would consider the best move for all of Akron. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Tara Mosley Weems, here as a resident of Ward 5 in East Akron. I'm here to express my strong support for the proposed relocation of WM facility to the East Archwood Avenue area. As the former Ward 5 councilperson, it was one of the biggest issues I dealt with as the councilperson. And it was an uncomfortable issue. But sometimes you got to go to uncomfortable places to get a solution. So I met with those residents in my 10 years on council and talked about how we could find a better suited location for WM that would not affect another community. I have lived in East Akron my entire life. My family's history in that neighborhood spans back over 100 years. I grew up on Kelly Avenue when it was a dirt road and didn't even go all the way through. I lived on Kelly Avenue when they transformed Joy Park Community Center into what it is today. I live there. My family lives there, so I'm very protective of East Akron, especially that part of East Akron. So I don't stand here lightly saying that I support this move just because. I support it because it's the right location and it's the right thing to do. Not only to move the current location off of Fountain Street, which sits in the middle of a neighborhood, and everybody keeps saying Middlebury, Middlebury, East Akron. It's like you're trying to pit two neighborhoods against each other. Middlebury is still East Akron. We just want to move it to a location that makes sense. This makes sense for everyone. I know that there were some concerns that came up at a meeting that they had at Joy Park that I didn't know anything about, which I find concerning, seeing that I live right there in the neighborhood. So I called some of the residents in the neighborhood to see if they knew about the meeting. I called some of the precinct committee members to see if they knew. None of them knew. I think we should have all been given an opportunity to have a conversation about it, but the biggest person who should have been in that room was WM, because the questions that they have, that the residents had, could have been answered on that day. All of these renderings that were up here could have been presented on that day, and it would have probably given them a lot of ease as to what this will do to that community. Some of the things that came up was this would be across the street from Joy Park. Not true. That it would be on the corner of Archwood and Kelly Avenue. Not true. That it's going to create rodents and smells through the neighborhood. Not true. And I can say that because I still visit those residents on Betty Street. I don't smell anything. I have family on Corley. I don't smell anything. I visit the Central Raiders football and cheerleaders at Mason Park on a weekly basis. I don't smell anything. And I've not seen any rodents creeping across the field. So I think a lot of those misconceptions have to be debunked because sometimes people are being misinformed for ulterior motives. And I think it's important for us to understand a neighborhood that most of us have lived in our entire lives. We hold it near and dear, we want to protect it, but we got to be honest about what's going on here. Things that I think that would have been addressed if WM would have been at that meeting, that this is our trash being hauled, our trash, not hazardous waste. This site will be out of sight. This site will not be, again, located across the street from Joy Park Community Center. This site will not be on the corner of Kelly and Archwood. This site will be eco-friendly. The traffic will be very minimal, but for many of us who live on Kelly Avenue or around Kelly Avenue, people travel down Kelly Avenue to go to and from work. You're going to have traffic. You're going to have trash trucks. I know people were saying that the trash guy is going to be coming at 4 o'clock in the morning. Our trash comes on Wednesday, and he comes about 5:20 in the morning. That's what they do. That's their job. That's okay. We're not saying 80 trucks are going to be coming down one street. 80 trucks aren't going to be coming down Milton. 80 trucks aren't going to be coming down Ardella. They're going to be going and dumping, sorting, and on their way. And I think a lot of residents didn't even realize that we already have a recycle location right off of Kelly Avenue on Exeter. And a lot of people didn't even know that. They're already there doing the work. Now they want to do it in a way that makes sense for everyone. And so for those residents who haven't visited the location and you see the pictures, I think it's important that they go and actually see it for themselves. I think it's important that you do the research because sometimes we get in these rooms and, I give the example of when you're going to a fight, you call your friends that's going to come to the fight with you. You're not going to call the ones that might be on the fence. So you get a room full of people who are singing the same song, you're going to get the same result. The song sounds the same. So why not invite people who may be bringing a different message so you can actually get some feedback and some clarity and find some truth in all of that. I think all of this could have been avoided if people would have just sat down and had a conversation with those people who are actually being affected, and they would have known that the first thing they said was, let's not take our problem and make it somebody else's problem. And they meant that, and they were true to that. And so this takes away a problem from everyone. There's not going to be any smells. There's not. There's not going to be any heavy traffic. They're not going to be across the street from Joey Park. There's not going to be any of that. So when we talk about being invested in this community, be invested in it. The one thing that bothers me on my way out the door is this room is full of people. I wish it would have been this full of people caring about that community on June 2nd. Where were those stakeholders on June the 2nd when we had a mass shooting? They were nowhere to be found. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Baker. I run the LKQ location that is directly east of this. I have no interest with WM. I haven't been in any contact with them. I'm simply here because I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't. Over the past 2 years, I've worked with the Planning Commission, zoning, city council for us to do our own expansion, which I'm glad to say officially started 2 weeks ago. We got possession of the former Plant 5, so where everybody sees our location depicted as a thin strip, we're actually encompassing now the entire 45 acres that's east of this all the way up to Haley's Run. We have every bit of property between the tracks and Haley's Run. I have all the faith in the world in Ms. Connor and her doing what's best for the city, as well as the Planning Commission, and we support this and look forward to seeing you guys as a neighbor. Good luck.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Council President, it's really good to see you. It's good to see you all. My name's Emily Collins. I own property at 859 Bloomfield Ave, and was certainly involved in some of the process that led to this point. And I wanted to offer my insight in my personal capacity as to why I personally am supportive of this move. And I want to be honest with you. If I've done anything for you all, I hope I've been honest. And I want to be clear that waste management is no saint. I think in my long experience in having dealt with waste management and environmental issues, I don't know that I could point to any industry that I would call a saint. So it's right to be concerned anytime there's a move as big as this one, when you're thinking through how exactly, as a community, we should be serving the greatest good. And in this case, I think this is the greatest good. And I think that because I'm proud of the process we went through to get here. There are three main reasons that I would ask you to be supportive. And the first is that it's necessary infrastructure improvement for basic modern waste handling and processes. Right now, we don't have that. We don't have a modern facility. We don't have the basic safety protocols for waste handling at a site that makes sense. So that's just a basic truth in the current scenario. Second, this is a long time coming. It's a long time coming course correction for the city because of environmental justice and a poor past of treating the residents who have been dealing with the existing facility as less than. And that's not a good thing for us to be owning up to, but I think it's true. We have treated the residents in Middlebury as less than because of the proximity of this facility to residences. And they've suffered through it, and they've been really, really thoughtful about how they would ask the city to consider a move that wouldn't burden others with the same burdens that they have had. And I'm proud of them for that. Third, this is an infrastructure investment that provides an opportunity for good living wage jobs when poverty and homelessness are a collective responsibility to address. And I don't say that lightly. The jobs that are available in this industry are jobs that are entry points to wealth. And we have to have those jobs in our neighborhoods. We're in the midst of an affordability crisis as a nation, as a city. And when we're considering what's best for the greatest good, I believe strongly we have to find comfort with moving beyond progressive proceduralism and not stall the very projects that could lead us to those jobs. So I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you and say these words. I know that especially for people who are thinking about living in some level of proximity to a facility like this, it is a weighty consideration. But given the size of the site, and given the modernization of a facility that's long overdue for that modernization, I think it's the right move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Jordan Burns. I am one of the attorneys here on behalf of WM, and I just wanted to take a moment at the end of the proponent's presentation to sort of bring us back to where we started. What are we asking you to do? We are asking you to approve a conditional use permit for a refuse transfer station. Again, there are other uses that are going to be made of this property as part of what's been proposed. There's a hauling business. There's a recycling business. Those are permitted uses. So the question is, can we also use the property for a transfer station, a refuse transfer station. And again, as you've heard during the course of our presentation, there are 8 criteria for you to consider under your zoning code, under section 153.474, in evaluating whether to approve the conditional use permit that we're seeking. I want to be clear. Those standards are not, is this the very best place in Akron for this facility to be located? We think it is. But that's not the test here. It's simply the 8 criteria that are set out in your code, which largely go to whether this is a harmonious use with the neighboring uses, whether it's consistent with your zoning code and your comprehensive plan, and whether it's going to in any way disturb the surrounding areas. And you've heard testimony and you've received reports from 12.5 experts in their fields that go to those subjects. Please base your decision on the testimony that you've heard, on the facts that you've been presented with. I know that this is a very controversial issue. We know that from news reports, radio broadcasts, some of you may have come into this meeting with your minds already made up. Please, base your decisions on the evidence before you. Don't base it on fears. Don't base it on misinformation. We've seen flyers that show an open landfill, as if that's what's being proposed here. And as you've heard, nothing of the sort is proposed for this site. Please base your decision on the evidence that's been presented to you, and we think if you do that, you'll agree with us that this is an appropriate location under your zoning code and that the conditional use permit we're seeking should be granted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there is no one else wishing, one more? Okay, absolutely, come on.
One more, I'll try to keep it brief. Hi, my name's Carolyn Behrman, and I live at 130 Castle Boulevard in Akron, and I'm a professor emerita at the University of Akron with 25 years of research experience on local community health and well-being. And I actually have to tell you that first of all, it's freezing in here. Second of all, my very first presentation ever in front of a large group of people was about NVP, which stands for nausea and vomiting in pregnancy. And I'm going to be finishing up my career as an academic type talking about trash. I'm not sure what that says, but actually what this is really about is community. I have lived in Akron for a long time. I've raised my children here, and I have worked for a very long time with the Middlebury neighborhood. And in that time, I have seen hard things. And among them, if you've been around where the foundry's gone down, if you've seen what it looks like along Exchange Street, you know this is an area that has had industry and residents and struggles. And the deindustrialization process has ravaged that area in very specific ways since the 1970s. But I've been in Middlebury, and I'll try not to repeat, but I want to echo what a few other people have just said. I have seen, especially in recent years, organizations and individuals working together in vertically integrated coalitions focused on helping us manage past and emerging social and environmental challenges here in Akron. They include waste and recycling. The best parts of the proceedings today, in my opinion, are examples of that vertical integration and conversation that crosses all of the different constituents' voices. It's messy, it's real, and it's good. I want to venture that this is actually the way we get to better. So first of all, just a brief statement, a little repeat on Fountain Street site. The social and environmental injustice at Fountain Street is not debatable. It has at long last, however, today been read into the public record, and we as a city should soberly acknowledge and recognize the harms that were done. The proposal before you today is not about moving the Fountain Street site. It is about building a new facility. It is not about transferring what is at Fountain Street and the troubles over the years that have existed there, and I will talk just briefly about the ways that they have actually been dealt with and managed and improved. It's not that. This is about building a new site. It's not about building Oakwood. Oakwood is also better as it is, an old site. It is about 2024 technology, and it's about building something that is appropriate to Akron's needs. So having said that, I think it's vital that we each take responsibility, individually and collectively, to build trust and to build toward a better Akron, and we do that by listening. Alert council members, resident groups, business people, and others are looking at real data and data that will make real change. It takes time to look at that kind of data, to look at the facts that we have before us, but I think you can acknowledge that a lot of smart people have taken a lot of time and really contemplated what this change is about and what Akron needs. Stalling the creation of an up-to-date 21st century waste management system for the city of Akron would cause harm. Please do not stall this process. We don't need to wait to make this change because we've already done that. We've already done due diligence. Once upon a time, we had cesspools, then we had septic, and now we have a city sewer system. Are we done? No, that has to be monitored. It has to be kept up and improved. Observant planners, engineers, and scientists are focused on enhancing public health and the well-being of our city. That's how those systems work. Likewise, once upon a time, trash haulers, before waste management, trash haulers dragged all of your and my trash from the Devil Strip to the Fountain Street facility. And sometimes it waited for days in a metal building with a narrow tipping floor and open doors to be shoveled into open-topped semis and taken away. Now, we don't have that anymore. Now we have closed-topped vehicles that collect that garbage, and they take it away every day. There's been improvement. That's changed the issues at Fountain Street. That doesn't mean that Fountain Street is sufficient anymore. It is still outdated. But there's change, and change happens. We need to pay attention to process. This isn't a static situation of moving a bad old thing to a new place. This is process. I've done my due diligence. I have listened. I've been at the meetings with Waste Management. I have visited the neighborhoods. I have actually driven other people around those neighborhoods. I am comfortable with my conclusion that this is a wise choice. I have also sat closely and listened to the residents and the facts group as they have discussed the ethics of neighborhood, the need to treat each other as we would like to be treated. This group is not taking this issue lightly, and they are not shoving their problems off onto another neighborhood. This is your best example of good neighbors in Akron, and you need to know it. And know them. But that doesn't mean there aren't other people just as great as they are. And honestly, the more we can get the neighbors in this vertically integrated communication system that Akron is developing in this new era, we are better than we were. And we can keep getting better if we keep this kind of communication going. I'm proud to be a citizen of Akron. I'm impressed by the people that I've met here today. And the people who don't agree with me are civilly discussing what they don't agree with me about. And this process is wonderful. I'll finish off, however, by saying I believe, based on my analysis, that Akron needs to not stall at this point. We need to continue this process because the right due diligence has been done on the part of the players, both corporate and civic. And I hope that you will approve this proposal.
Thank you so much. It has been brought to my attention we have one last person that is going to be joining us virtually who wishes to speak. Jason Crawford, can you hear us? Jason Crawford, are you online with us? We're going to try one more time. Jason, we want to give you an opportunity to speak. Can you hear us? So at this time, we are going to move to those individuals who want to speak against. I'm just going to ask those who have come into the room, have not had an opportunity to be sworn in, if you'll stand at this time just so that you can be sworn in, all those who didn't get an opportunity to be sworn in.
I'm both.
Yes, if you have not been sworn in yet, could you please stand and raise your right hand?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth? If so, please say, I do. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll begin with those who wish to speak against.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Chapman, and I have taken vacation time to be here today. I am in favor of a move away from the current location. These are my former neighbors, my family member. Carolyn and I will have coffee soon to continue this debate. And I am also opposed to the current location. And both of these things can be true. I am opposed because no hazardous waste, no toxic waste. I certainly hope that that would be true. Because in 1996, I moved into the neighborhood near the current WM site. In 2001, my daughter was diagnosed with a condition, polymyositis, which we were told was an ailment, a disease, a condition affecting 1 in 4 million people, and not usually affecting 12-year-old children. We accepted the condition and all that came with its treatment, which included high-dose steroids, infusions, methotrexate injections, and various other medicines for a 12-year-old. I was a half-mile away from the WM site. I accepted everything that came with this autoimmune condition until we learned of a person who lived on Betty Street or near Betty Street with the same condition. The same condition. That's when I started to believe that there was something else going on with this issue. How could two persons living within a quarter mile of each other and me a half mile away from the site be diagnosed with the same ailment affecting 1 in 4 million people? And I am sure when that site was selected, however many years ago, that there was no thought or maybe consideration or even belief that something like this would occur, just as we don't believe it could occur today. I still tear up when I talk about my 12-year-old child being affected with a disease that she now has to deal with for the rest of her life. So 1,000 hours of research, and I love Zach Cole wherever he's gone, that's great. But she is 35, and she's got to deal with this for the rest of her life, requiring ongoing monitoring and preventive care. And so the truth is, I still don't know if this is related, connected, adjacent to where I lived. What I do know is she was diagnosed with a condition that 1 in 4 million people have. And there was someone else less than a quarter mile away from me whom I could throw a rock up to who also had the same diagnosis. I still don't have the answers. I don't know. But I am confident enough in what I believe to be unsure about the current location. Unsure about what else might be out there that we are not aware of, that we don't know what might occur in the future. So there is absolutely no scenario where I would feel comfortable about WM being in, near, adjacent to, 0.5 miles away from a residential community. Because when I see those green trucks or whatever color they are going to be, I see my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Slater. My address is 13
950 Main Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio, Suite 1100. I'm the attorney for several property owners. I'm going to actually let a few people speak, but one of my clients has to leave right away, and I think it's important to understand some statements that were made earlier that we believe are incorrect. So I would ask, all right, you'll need to state your name and address. My client has difficulty hearing, so.
Hi, my name is Joanne Ellis, and I live at 1345 Austin Avenue. I've been there for about 25 years. I really don't want this thing back in my backyard. It's going to be right on my backyard. I have animals that I leave out all the time, and I don't want this here. And also, we have a lot of deers. It's a dead-end street, so we have a lot of deers and animals in backyard. And if this comes through, it's going to lose their homes, and I don't want that. So I'm totally against this.
And you are the sister-in-law to the
Yes.
owner of the property, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And who is the owner of the property?
Joyce Kephart.
Okay, you had heard earlier there were representations made to this body that the owner actually supports the move of Waste Management,
Yes.
correct? And there was a name, Edward Sherwood. Do you
Yes.
know who that is?
Yes, it's my daughter's boyfriend.
Okay.
And they live at the house.
Does he own the property?
No.
Okay. And you understand that I also represent the owner?
Yes, yes.
We had a conversation over this,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And the owner also objects to this, correct?
Right.
All right, thank you for your time.
All
I
right.
know-
Thank you.
Pastor Greg Harrison. I live in Ward 5. I skipped because Carla said I can't stay long, so I got to go. So I wanted to bring up a couple things. I did not know about this move of the transfer station, not the move, but the new location. And I got a message a couple of weeks ago. I text Tara. Tara sent me the location. I went out there. Last Friday, I got a message that a meeting was being held at Joy Park, so I attended the meeting. In the meantime, I did a lot of research. And I did research because I knew that the Fountain Street facility was a problem. I knew that Raina, Carla's daughter, had this rare disease that someone else within 3 blocks had the same rare disease. I had a son who had special needs. And so to look and to do some research, and I just want to lay a foundation for some of the research I have done, and this is from Will and Mary School of Law on environmental justice. Environmental justice is a critical component of environmental law, addressing the disproportionate impact of environmental hazards on vulnerable communities. Often low-income and minority populations are more likely to be exposed to pollutions and other environmental risks due to the factors such as housing location, lack of resources to mitigate the threats. I want to talk about lack of resources. We've heard almost an hour and a half presentation from WM. 2 hours? Okay. So we've heard that presentation, and we've seen attorneys come up, we've seen people come up that said they're going to put perfume on the smell, we've seen people that come up that did sound studies, we've seen all of that come up, and that represents money. That represents that you have the ability to come and plead a case, and you have the ability to litigate a case, and you have the ability to impose your will. And I think we have to look at the history here. What happened at Fountain Street should have never happened because that was not a permanent solution. That was supposed to be a temporary fix. And then that became a 30-year battle and journey. So when you start out in one place and you have the intent of doing one thing, but over time, it evolves into something else. And the only thing that prevents it from evolving is people who have the resources to take it to court. Take it to court. People who have the resources to take it to court. WM has been in court a lot. They've been in court in New York. They've been in court in Dayton. Facilities, medical waste washing up on the beach in Hawaii. I mean, there's the research. This is the research that I've done in the last week. They've locked Teamsters out. They have been sued by the Security Exchange Commission for fraudulent statements to investors. And I'm not here to knock the company. I'm sitting here to say all of the promises that they make are not always kept. And so the best way to prevent a problem is to prevent the problem from coming. And I would ask, where is an appropriate location for garbage? The problem with trash is it's trash and everybody's throwing it away. But WM has found a way to turn that into a $30 billion business. And with all of the resources that we've seen today, there has to be a better solution. There has to be a place that's not 0.5 miles away from David Hill. There has to be a place where the average lawsuit is in the teen years, 12 years to settle something, 13 years to settle something. Dayton just settled something in 2002. So now let's make this about the color. Where are trash dumpsters? Where are transfer stations located? You heard them talk about a location in southern Stark County. Who lives there? Would we put this high-tech facility, would we put this out on the inner belt? It's a lot of land there. Would we put it on the inner belt? And I don't think we would, because we don't want the sight, we don't want the smells, and garbage is garbage. It's going to smell like garbage. I think they say essential oils, and you're going to smell the garbage. If you don't take the trash out of your house, you're going to smell the garbage. But why the east side? Why do you have Fountain Street, Ward 5? Why do you have Joy Park that has a dump that was sitting on there, and they can't even use the land? Why there? And now we're putting another dump in Ward 5? Why Ward 5? And it has to be it has to be some type of environmental justice here. They say the trash has to go somewhere. I got to go, but I want to say this too. It's not just our trash. Other people are bringing trash into Akron. Not just our trash. And so other people's trash makes it profitable. There's nowhere on 303 that this place could go in an unincorporated area. So I just ask you to look at that, and the presentations were great, but all I seen was money. I heard them talk about people who worked there like it was property. Didn't see much diversity. 45 jobs, 100 jobs. What happens to the land? That's where the wealth, we heard someone talk about wealth. The wealth is in the land. So what happens to the Fountain Street area? What happens to that land now? How long will it take to clean that up? So I think there's a better avenue, and I think the council can help in this endeavor to find a better location away from people, period. The trash has to go somewhere. I want them to pick up my trash on Tuesday. Every Tuesday, I want my trash picked up, and I know it has to go somewhere, so I want to be realistic in saying that the trash has to go somewhere. That's a reality, but not here. And the same 2-hour presentation, I would have just appreciated living in Ward 5 if someone would have just knocked on my door and put something on my door or made a call or something and said, hey, we're going to put something out here. We don't want to talk to you about it. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is the Reverend Dr. Mark Anthony Ward, and I live at 489 Ardella Avenue, and I pastor Zion Temple Baptist Church at 515 Ardella Avenue on the east side of Akron. I'm a Barbertonian. I graduated from Barberton, played on the state championship teams, went to college, and God called me to preach in college. Psalms 133 says, how good and how pleasant it is we please God when we work together in unity. Our country, our nation is divided as it is. I'm upset because I've just found out from Marco Somerville a couple weeks ago about this going on. Then I met Gary Donato. Okay, I live at 489, Ardella Avenue. I'm invested. I was coming from a conference, and my wife said someone from Habitat, the president, wanted to talk to me, and they said opportunity that I want to have a house built. We lived out what I thought would be our retirement home in Rootstown in Harvest Hills. Had a beautiful home there. And I pleaded with God, could I retire there? So I moved into the neighborhood about 12 years now. I have 4 clinical units of pastoral education. I'm a chaplain at Cleveland Clinic, Akron General. So I just yesterday was fitted for a mass. So we don't know, do they know that if it's going to be any airborne from this? I'm open, like Dr. Carla Chapman said, I'm open for dialogue, but I never got any information. It never hit my desk at the church about some dialogue. And that's why I'm angry, because I'm open to hear from both sides. But Mr. Donato, he and I have been conversing and talking with Mr. Somerville. I would like to know the whole side, but all I've got was one side, so hey, I'm open. But again, we had a meeting at Joy Park, but we never had any conversation. I didn't know about WM because I never received anything. I would have been at the meetings because I'm a researcher like Pastor Harrison. I want to research for myself. I'm my own man. I don't let nobody make my mind up for me. I make my own mind up. And I listen to both sides. But I'm upset because I don't know the other side. I know Mr. Donato's side. All it would take is to knock on the church door, leave some material there, then I can make up my own mind, because I'm going to make my own mind up. But all I hear is this, and I know about being airborne. Okay, we're on Ardella. If that's over on Austin, don't you know, I was just fitted at the hospital yesterday, airborne come, and I have prostate cancer. But I think that if we just stall it for a minute and let's have some more dialogue, and I'd like to come, and I like to hear both sides, but I hear my friend's side. He's a budding friend. I want to hear both sides, but all I hear is that. And then I have to hear from other congregations, their members, because I am a pastor that live in the neighborhood. I don't live in Macedonia. I don't live in Green. I don't live in Uniontown. I live at 489 Ardella Avenue. I'm invested in that neighborhood for 12 years. And this is my 32nd year at Zion Temple. I have 2 earned master's degrees. I have an earned doctorate with a defense-approved dissertation. But I can only get a call when we want a photo app for Dr. Ward. You can only use me for a photo app? I'm better than a second hand. I'm nobody's second hand. But I can only get a call? No, I'm better than that. Give me information beforehand so I can research it for myself. And I'm just saying, at any time, we can get 150 people together. But I'm just saying, I want to come together. I want to know the whole story. So all I seen the picture was Mr. Donato showed me that picture. No, I would be against it. Because I know from a chaplain point of view, when I have to go in COVID, patients, I have to have a special mask put on, and it's airborne. And you can't tell me from Austin area it's not going to be airborne. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, to the rest of our esteemed dais and various others that are here, I'm Apostle Jimmy K. Rogers, 301 Kelly Avenue. I serve as the pastor and the shepherd of Good Hope Ministries. We are located a few blocks away from the proposed site. They have shared with us that the smell will not take place and no odors and all, but something stinks. Something stinks. Why do the Fountain residents want it to be moved? Why are there people explaining to us that people are receiving diseases and incurable cancer? Something stinks. I don't care how much odor, perfume, or droplets fall from the air. There's some things you just cannot wipe away. And why does it have to be on the 5th ward? Something stinks. Why isn't it put outside of the 5th ward? 5th ward has already had its share of trash. It's already been there. It was removed. Why was it removed? 1 John 4:20 says, how can you love God, whom you've never seen, and hate your brother who you see every day? Yeah, something stinks. My grandfather, the late Reverend Dr. William K. Hawkins, pastor of the Greater Bethel Baptist Church, 404 South Arlington Street, he championed so that Robinson School would not be closed way back in the day. And I guess I'm the torchbearer now. I get to pick up what he left off. I'm telling you right now, I pastor a few blocks away from that great place, but something stinks. What are we going to do about it? Did you all see the wonderful pictures that WM put up? Weren't they beautiful? They were awesome. Bird's eye view this and landscape that and the lake in the front, beautiful. What does Fountain Street look like right now? We didn't see any of those pictures. Why are they going through what? You have some? Good. Maybe you can share them after I leave. Very good. I wonder what they talk about, the smells and what they're going through. Why are they at an urgency to get them out of Fountain Street? And to my counterpart who lives on Castle, on the west side of Akron, beautiful. Thank you for bringing us together, and thank you for allowing us to have dialogue. But until we see Castle come over to Kelly, something stinks. Until we see Castle come over to Kelly and Joy Park Homes, something stinks. Something got to be done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam President, and to the council and those who've gathered here, let me just say I'm Pastor Booker Person of the Greater Bethel Church on Arlington. And we've been replete with what we've heard today. I came here, first of all, as a concerned pastor for the people that I am privileged to shepherd. I was born and raised in this city and had been away for a number of years and have returned, and I know that the East Side is often a forgotten side. It is a marginalized community, and certainly across this city, I love Akron. I want to see Akron be the city that is set on the hill. However, I am well aware that deception is when you want to move quick. And what I'm hearing today is we can't stall with all of the presentations. Yes, it is a necessity that we have this site for trash removal. But as we heard earlier, garbage is garbage. Garbage stinks. I have a hard time some days getting the garbage from my house to the trash can. And to minimize that, there is, what do you want to call it, solid waste, toxic waste, it stinks. And so with that being said, I think often we don't get the kind of information that we need so that we can make a more intelligent decision. I just got informed a few days ago concerning this, and I've talked to a number of our parishioners, and they are not for it. They don't feel that this is something good for the betterment of their health, number one. We have every health challenge as African Americans that you can think of. And so with that being said, I want more information before you move out on it, as it has been laid out so eloquently by all of these speakers that are for it. I would like more information. I join in with other of my fellow clergy in saying that I am against it.
To Madam President, my name is Pastor Terry McKenzie, pastor of Saints Temple Ministries. And my concern today is also the same as everyone else. I've been on Joy Avenue since the 60s. I remember when the dump used to be down there, and when we were little boys used to play at Blue Pond. But we've grown since then, and I think we deserve a little respect. I thought I felt disrespected when I heard about this was happening. I've been on the street all my life, been in the neighborhood, been at Goodyear for 50 years, been in the neighborhood since the 60s. And I said, I didn't hear anything about this. Nobody in my neighborhood, if he received a flyer about, hey, we want to get this to happen. And listen, I believe that it needs to be done. It's a good idea when you have to have that done, but how is going about putting it in the neighborhood where I was raised in? I just felt disrespected with that. And I thought about it. I said, when I heard about it, I said, I hear big money talking. I heard a lot of big speeches and different plans, but at the same time, was it money? Is it all about money? Then I thought about, if it's in my neighborhood, how will it affect my neighborhood? My taxes are at a all-time high as it is. Will my taxes go down because they're coming in? Will it go up? What's it worth? What's it worth to me? I think it needs to be done, but I think it's a better way. We need to sit down, like you said, hold on the brakes for a while, and let's get together and talk about it. The ones that stay in the neighborhood, I want to know about that. Amen. Even the people working at the facility. That's all I hear about them. What about that people outside that are not working in the facility? What do they have to say about it? It sounds like they already got everybody hired already. And then I'm looking at the people that even did the surveying. A lot of people don't even work in Akron. There's some people that are certified to do what they done already. And so we say we're going to be inclusive. Let's do that. You can easily say, it's not going to impact you. You can easily say that because you don't stay where we at. If you stay in the same place, you'll be thinking twice about what's impacting you. So that's all I have to say. But I thank you for your time, because if not, we're just talking apples and oranges.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm a preacher. I like feedback and talk back. Wow. I'm Reverend Pamela Pinckney Butts. My dad used to own property here in Akron. I'm an apostolate. I'm doing something new. I am a plaintiff in the United States courts addressing crimes against humanity, which this is one of them. I am a presidential candidate for the United States of America in this 2024 election. I have been a candidate in this election since August 1st of 2021, and Because I am concerned about the people, the media, I noticed they left when the people who were against this came up to speak. There's no media coverage for that. I also noticed that the mayor is not here and is never here for anything since he's been elected. I also noticed that the mayor does not come out now to see what the community has to say, how it's being treated, how it's being affected. See, the Cleveland Plain Dealer has identified me as the political preacher because it's time for the church to not just rhythm and rhyme, but it's time for the church to be facing this type of an issue. One crime of humanity that you are committing to even consider this is the United States Code of 18, Section 2441. See, you're deceiving the people as leaders to make the people believe that you're not preparing us for war, because you are. 18 U.S. Constitution Code 1091, genocide. You're setting these people up to murder them in their own community. Let me give you one more. Section 1346, Crimes of Humanity, Acts 2010-111. See, the word of God says, I would not have you to be ignorant, and my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. The word of God says that when you oppress the poor and you kill the people in the name of the law, then the blood is on your hands. And I stand here today to tell even Reverend Beatty, there's no blood on my hands, there's not going to be any. I'm standing here today to tell you that a good man a man and woman leave an inheritance to his and her children, and the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just. Much food is in the tillage of the poor, but there is that which is destroyed because of poor judgment. I'm against this idea, and I'm against any decision that would lead to this. Because I echo a few of the people, because I was already thinking the same thing. If there's nothing wrong with it, then why isn't it in their community, the people who present it? If there's nothing wrong with it, why isn't it in West Park? Why isn't it in the Ward 5? 5 biblically represents grace, and it's time for grace in Ward 5. It's time for people to start doing things in Ward 5 that build up that community. I would witness the explosion and the fire that just took place because there was a plant over there that was not cared for. So if you didn't care for that, you're definitely not going to care about the garbage in this community. Why? Is it not put in green if there's nothing wrong with it? Why? Is it put in any residential area if there's nothing wrong with it? See, it's time out for targeting people of color, black people specifically, because I noticed that when things are experiments or things are detrimental, they go into black communities, poor communities, the middle class community, and the wealthy white communities come in with their attorneys, with their agendas, with their ideas, with their bullying, because if you notice, they left. If you notice, they were allowed to speak before the people who are against this were allowed to speak. If you notice, the people in the community did not even know anything about this. It's time out to be blinding the people in the community. You don't blind them when you go to the polls. When it's time for election, everybody's knocking on doors. So it's time out to try stop blaming the church, stop blaming the parents. We have to make some decisions now that are going to affect Ward 5, Ward 3, these black communities, these poor communities, these communities. I'm a mother. I wouldn't want to live somewhere where there's an element of pollution where I live. It's time out for this racial profiling in politics and in religion. I don't know what the problem is. Like I said, my dad used to own property on Easter Avenue and East Avenue. I'm the daughter of attorney Dr. Betty K. Butts Pinckney, who ran the congressional office for Congresswoman Stephanie Tubbs Jones. I'm the daughter of Charles Jackson Pinckney, who was the first person of color to run for mayor in Warrensville Heights, Ohio, who was responsible for housing. So I don't come in here to be flamboyant and to flex who I am. I come in here to do something. What I come in here to do is tell you to rethink this, because do you want the garbage dumped in your backyard? Do you want the garbage dumped by your church? Do you want the garbage dumped by your school? Do you want the garbage dumped to be an experiment on your life? Time out. See, we have a new councilman in that ward, so let's not try to play like he's blind or stupid or crazy, because he's far from it, because he welcome to take the seat because he knows something must be done. See, it's time to change guard, you all. I'm a ninth cousin to George Washington, the first inaugurated president of the United States of America. I'm a woman of color, and I'm standing here today. I could have put on a suit. I could have put on a dress. I could have put my hair down. I could have put on a wig, put some blonde in my hair. I could have done all kinds of things. But see, I came to be down here with the people. You all got to remember, you're the people too. You got to remember what you're going to make a decision for today is what they could be doing to you. If they were on this side of that lectern, over there where you are, would you want them to make the same decision and allow these bureaucratic bullies to come in here and try to bully their neighborhood? I noticed I know how to dress up and put on my little skirt and all that kind of thing, but I noticed that the wealthy, racist, white people that came through here took their children and like it was a done deal already. We got senior citizens in here. Are you fighting for them, or are you just going to let them do what they want to do? See, it's time out for the exception because it's white, it's right. It's time out for the exception of because a man said it, it's just going to get done. I'm a pastor of many churches. I'm licensed and ordained in all 6 positions of leadership in the church. But what does that mean if the church isn't doing the work? Council President Somerville, I have seen them come in here and attack your character. When you have a business, you wear many hats, literally and figuratively. And they attack you because you're a woman of color. Those bullies who came in here today expect you to take sides with them against this community. And I hope you don't do that, because it's time. I'm not going to be hypocritical like Barack Obama and call change. It's time to do something new around here. I'm not here to play. I was supposed to leave here at 2:15 this afternoon because I have to go take care of my parents and my children. This is not acceptable. The Bible says that we have a responsibility to till the land, so God does not have to heal the land. I don't care who likes me and who doesn't like me. I'm not here to be liked or disliked. I could care less what you think about me. I don't want to hear anybody else coming up here talking about how wonderful this is, because if it was wonderful, it would be in your backyard.
Thank you.
Madam President and City Council and all of you who have found it profitable to come down here to this marathon. We've been here quite a while today. I first got wind of this in my living room watching actually 19.
Pastor Glenn, before you begin, can you just give your name and address for the record?
Oh, I should know the rules by now. My name is Lorenzo Glenn. I pastor the Macedonia Baptist Church at 940 McKinley Avenue and on the east side of Akron. I pastored there for 36 years, and this new site is contiguous to where I pastor and very closer to a lot of members that attend my church. I got wind of it. Nobody came and told me anything about it. I was watching the news, and I saw one of our white neighbors sitting on the porch being interviewed with her little girl, her daughter, and she was talking about how bad it was to take her daughter outside of her front door because she lived right near the Fountain Street facility. And I guess I am most disappointed in the fact that I was not made aware of this. It's an insult, and it's condescending for me that we have to come in at the 11th hour to share how we feel about it. I've been pastoring a long time when council members and judges and different individuals running for city leadership jobs, they come and visit my church and want to speak at 11 o'clock, making sure that I'm abreast on what's coming next. But this somehow got around me, and I'm wondering, did we matter? Did we matter? I know big business were contacted. J.W. Dotto was contacted because they make an impact, but I feel like we were not significant enough for someone to come out and share it with us. It's okay. They're not going to show up. We'll just push it down their throat and they can have it. And I think that's very disappointing that we could have known it. If it were not for, again, Marco Somerville, I still wouldn't know about this thing happening. And generally, there are individuals in this room that always somehow keep me in the know in relationship to what's happening next, but I didn't get a call this time. I didn't get a call from anybody. And I've been around and I've been helpful to help different initiatives in the city as pastor at Macedonia Baptist Church. But we conclude this, and it's very clear. Garbage is garbage. Now, I don't want to negate the fact, we're not here negating the fact that the garbage has got to go somewhere. But it seems like you could spread it out a little better than always Ward 5. Why? We move it from one area in Ward 5, Fountain Street, and listen, I'm sensitive to everybody in that area that had to suffer for 30 years, that stench and the problems with rodents and everything. I'm thankful they don't have to deal with it anymore. But why push it over to somebody else? And again, we heard about all the things they do to try to mitigate the smell and mitigate the scent. You know, I shouldn't have had to hear that tonight. What was wrong with, how long have you been dealing with this situation? Why do we, the neighbors and the community that's going to impact, why are we just hearing about it? And then we rush down here with numbers at the 11th hour and get indicted for that. It's sad that they would do this to us, and I'm here to say I oppose it simply because it seems like it could go somewhere else. What is your vetting process? There's no other land, no other remote land in the city of Akron that could have went other than another neighborhood. Look like the vetting of where this thing could go is so minute. Well, it's over here in Fifth Ward. We can scoot it this way in the Fifth Ward. I don't understand your vetting process when it comes to topography in an area to do it. I don't understand it. It just seems like there's nowhere else in Akron to put it in the same ward again. I oppose it, and I want to thank you for my time.
Where? Oh. Hello, family. Hello, family. Well, I guess y'all wonder who I am. My name is Quintella Strickland Walters. I stay at 625 Elbon. I am a proud citizen of Ward 5, and I played a part as a precinct person and still asking to be another precinct person. And it'd be hard for me to get there. But that's okay, because I'm going to speak the way I feel. I am a proud citizen, and I'm a proud voter. And I vote for what is right. I just want you to know we moved here to Akron. My father was Reverend E.L. Strickland. My father played a big part in the community. He got the first stop sign at Bittaker and Chittenden. He fought for that stop sign because there was a lot of traffic going through there. During the time we came here to Akron, Reverend Glenn, I remember him when he stayed over there by Joy Park, and the other pastor stayed on Joe Avenue. I don't know if they remember Miss Kristen. Miss Kristen and my father, Reverend E.L. Strickland, and I'm just going to let you know again, fought what was there, where Zion Temple Baptist Church, 515 Ardella, my proud pastor, Reverend Mark Tony Ward, and right there where Joy Park is at. That was a dump. And you can come and dump anything you want. Ardella Holmes was there, and my aunt lived right there on Milton Streets where rats, not mice, rats, was coming from that dumpster. And it was dumped deep, and you can smell it. Kelly Avenue was blocked off, as Tara Mosley Wings had said, and they built that. They built back on to, I lived to see that before I lost my sight, when they said it was something that caused me to lose my sight of fumes or anything in the area. I say today, I am a proud visual challenge. I lost my leg. I work hard in this community. I graduated from Akron U. I love my pastor. I love my church members. And guess what? I love you too, family. For those who's going to oppose for this, because I had the cab driver, I paid the other day, which I didn't even know anything about this. There's a lot of things that goes on in Ward 5 that the residents don't know nothing about. You have to be in a clique to be able to know to tell somebody else about it. And I'm being honest about it, because if you don't get the information and don't know, I can say that James Shealy made sure that we had Ward 5 meetings. Tara made sure they put signs out. We got to get this out in the community. It's sad that we got 7 pastors here, what stands for completion, that they have to come here, and they didn't, each one did not know anything about this to pass out to their members. This is sad. I do not want to see that. I'm sorry, Tara. I just don't want to see it. I know what we had to go through to dig that dump up to build Zion Temple Baptist Church and the Joy Park. The ones that lived there, they lived it. They smelt it. And I don't want to live it and smell it again. That's too much toilet paper. that's just too much toilet paper. And then we're going to see it again. I'm just saying, the young chaplain, I'm sorry about your child for 35 years that your child have to go through this. I'm sad that I have to go through this because I'm visual challenged. I don't want to see it. And the ones that oppose it, you're blind. You don't see it. You don't see it. So when you see me walking with this, I'm not blind because I see more than what you see. I see it. I see what's getting ready to happen. So I love Ward 5. I want Ward 5 to stay clean and be clean because we have to love each other. And the future councilman, you got to help us also to get more information out. We got to pass out this information to give it out to the community. Because when I told my neighbors about it, they said they didn't even know nothing about it. A whole block did not one person in my block knew anything about this waste. It's sad. And I'm around the corner from where Reverend Glenn's church at. So if he didn't know and the community didn't know, this is sad. This is sad. I guess what, family? I love y'all.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Edward Hayes, and I've never lived further than a mile from Fountain Street facility. I went to school at Mason, right up the hill from there, and they moved Mason down to Exchange. They built a new school. Then they tore the old school down, tore the old Mason down up on the top of Beaver Street Hill, and they was going to build apartments for grandmas. The city was going to build apartments for grandmas or granddads that had their grandbabies. Something kind of pretty novel idea, I thought, you know. I was talking to the workers when I was walking by, because that's my neighborhood. And they said, oh, yeah, I said, that's going to be nice. And then I walked by there about 3 months after that, after they broke ground. And they said, we can't build nothing here, they was telling me, because the soil was contaminated. I guess there was a dump there on that site where they built Mason School on top of it, and then the trash company moved down the hill a little bit. Okay. And I started thinking, I said, oh, okay. And I knew I had some kids that I grew up with, because we all went to that neighborhood, to that school, and they had like lupus. I know I had 3 or 4 friends like that, and a niece that had lupus. But I don't know. You know, I don't know if that's why or not, but the ground school contaminated to build on, and that's a bad thing. And I worked at waste management, and I worked at the city of Akron on the trash trucks. What they do down there on Fountain Street is they wave the trucks in. Trucks come in and dump all the stuff on the ground, concrete floor, okay? They get up with the stuff on the floor. And I got this little bucket truck with a big blade on it. Bucket truck comes by and scrapes it on a conveyor belt. And it goes down the conveyor belt. You know, back then I was recycling cardboard. I was just up there picking cardboard out of the stuff. But they go in another truck outside the door. That's it. Now where's that other truck go? Where does that other truck go? It must go somewhere. So we want to build all this elaborate thing to transfer from one truck to another. Now, where are they going to take it to? And don't tell me that they don't have ideas to bring other companies in here dumping their trash. Believe me. I know how this ball game's played. They're going to have, you know, plus you got a little school up there. What's the name of that, David Hill or Bellis or something? David Hill with the little kids. They closed in Robinson, so that's even going to be more kids crossing the street there in Archwood. And they tried to tell you we done traffic and there ain't no traffic there. Anybody that's been in Akron for any amount of time is going to tell you Arlington Street's about the busiest street there is in Akron. Unless you want to get across East Market at 5 o'clock. But I forgot what I was going to say. But, I probably said enough, though. I think everybody got my drift. Okay. Have a good night.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sherry Nelius, and I'm on the other side of the bridge. I'm actually in Firestone Park. Up until 2 years ago, I lived on Canadian, which is, 2 streets away from Archwood. I have friends that live there still. And I inquired, while I didn't work for solid waste or the Division of Surface Water, I did retire from the Ohio EPA 3 years ago. I worked there for 31 years, so I've seen both sides. And even as early or as late as this morning at 8:30, I had a message on my phone from a fellow coworker. He knows absolutely nothing about this plan, and I was floored. They have put all this money, all this research, all these experts, and yet the EPA knows nothing about what they're planning to do. I find that a little upsetting. So I am opposed. Like I said, I've seen both sides. But I think it's sad to be blindsided. And I think that they need to go through the proper channels. And if it's notifying everybody way in advance, that obviously wasn't done. So I'm not going to drag this on. I just wanted to say I think it's a shame that the EPA knows absolutely nothing about their plan, and that frightens me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sam Sharapa, and this really affects us. And I'm at 1340 East Archwood. I'm right next door. And not one city official's come down and knocked on my door and asked me for anything. It really upsets me. You know, if it wasn't for, we started this maybe 4 weeks ago, maybe 5 weeks ago, I get a little postcard about the size of that. And they said they're going to put a trash facility next to us. So I said, okay. And I think Dan and Gary got a hold of me and said, hey, you going to go to the meeting? I said, absolutely. I said, this is the first I knew about it. No one stopped by, no one said anything. So we came to the meeting, and luckily we came and we kind of stopped it. So this has been going on for a while, almost like underneath everybody's eyes. I'll tell you right now, underneath everybody's eyes. And it's not a white-black issue. I mean, this should be a people issue. You know, we've been there. I've been in Akron business for 42 years. I've lived in Akron, grew up in Akron, and, you know, I don't want to go anywhere else. But I think Akron needs to help people like everybody, like regular people. Employee-wise, we have about 30 employees, and we are there a long time. We open at 6:30 in the morning, and we don't leave till sometime around, we used to be 5:30. So we're there a long time. And, you know, and I actually think we need to table this. This has been too much, too long, too much. I was told, I couldn't make it the last time, I was told that there was going to be another meeting. Okay, I couldn't make it. My son came. And I was told that, hey, not a big deal, they're not going to do anything, we should be fine. Come to find out, no, it was a big deal. They could have tabled this, be done with this. There is other spots. You know, I even had Waste Management come to my office. Finally, from Waste Management comes in. And, yeah, that's the perfect spot. It's not the perfect spot. We're going to have 30 trucks coming down that road. An hour. Not just a little bit of trucks. And from City of Cuyahoga Falls. Did you guys know that? No one told us until I started asking questions. So we find out that we have more people coming in. I made also the comment, are we going to have Greene, Springfield, Mogador, are they going to dump? Well, we don't think so. Then we have, what, another 6 more containers out front for everybody to dump their trash. They can pay to dump. Well, guess what happens? My parking lot becomes a trash dumpster because they can't go in there, so they decide to dump on my property. And that's what happens. They also said that they're going to go down through the roads and they're going to wash the roads. Well, if it's so clean, why are we washing the roads? You need to ask yourself that. Why? So I'm just trying to think some other things that has come out. I don't know if, I just think that as this point right now, you know, this keeps getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. I think it should stop. There is other spots. I listened to actually WAKR because Gary told me to take a listen to it, and Councilwoman Margot said something about up there by Amazon. Sounds like a good idea. I also asked at the Waste Management, I says, well, how about Hardy Road? I said, it was a dump, put it there. I said, there's nothing around there. Put it at Hardy Road. I remember as a kid at Hardy Road, we'd go out there and dump stuff. And boy, it stunk. So, and that was, the comment was to me was, well, it's too far. Well, I think it's too close to us, and I think it's too close to residents. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jerry Lorkowski. I live on Canadian, a couple blocks from Archwood and Cyberlane, and they spoke about doing a noise and traffic analysis. Well, I've been there all these years, and let me tell you, it's noisy now. You've got the Coke plants, you have LKQ, you hear the beepers from LKQ, you hear the alarms on the weekends that blare all weekend, and now you want to add all this traffic to our neighborhood. What's it going to do to our streets? What's it going to do to our real estate values? They say nothing. I'm very skeptical of that. So I am totally opposed to this.
Thank you.
It's almost evening. Good evening. 6 o'clock is evening time. My name is Terry Latson. I stay on McKinley Avenue. I found out about this Sunday, and that was from a member of Macedonia Baptist Church. The question that I have for you is, where else can this go? Have you looked into land? And reason why I'm asking where else this can go. On Schweitzer Avenue, South Street, Miami, and Crozier, and then you go further back on Miller Avenue. All that is basically, I know it's McNeil have it, it's McNeil Company. There's the railway, the railroad tracks are right there. Why couldn't it go over there? The city have negotiated before with buildings and stuff like that to purchase, and it's a swap thing or what have you. That was done with Brown and Graves with Summit County. It was Brown and Graves, the city brought it, then they gave it back to Summit County. Same way with the Firestone. Why can't that be put over there? Or was it ever looked into? And if it wasn't, why wasn't it? I would say before you really give this to Waste Management, that you look at all the scenarios that you have and all of the vacant land that the city have, when I say 5 acres, 10 acres, which I know you do have it. Look at that and give them an okay on that before you just say, here, Ward 5, you're gonna get another dump again. I just say consider that. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shelley Steele, and I live on Ardella Avenue, and discovered that Joy Park used to be a dump because originally I'm from Middletown, Ohio. I recently had a new shower installed in my bathroom. The plumbers mentioned to me that I would have to pay extra funds due to the fact that Akron has the worst water. All the pipes had been worn down with the lime and the rest and replaced with new fixtures. After reading the paper, I saw that the city has decided to tear down 10 to 15 buildings. My question is, why does the mayor want to place a hazardous waste facility in East Akron when we are already dealing with horrible water? Why doesn't the mayor build a waste facility in one of those areas where those buildings are being torn down? Or why does he not build one in his own area? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Lesnick, and I live at 1249 East Archwood Avenue. I'm right there at the corner of Kelly Avenue and Archwood. I've lived there now for, about 13 years, raised my granddaughter over there, and seen a lot of accidents on that corner. Really bad accidents. Due to the traffic and due to the lousy drivers, I'm sure. We've got the truck driving school up the road. We had a truck get wedged between two telephone poles one day, right there by the fire station. And I said, it's probably a student driver. We have tons and tons of accidents there. You say that it won't affect the traffic, but it will affect the traffic. Have you ever driven behind some of these trash trucks and see all the trash fly off of it all over the place, you know? Well, let me tell you, I got a trash bag stuck up in my maple tree. It's been there for 3 years. We had warnings, you know, with the weather and the wind, batten down the hatches, but that trash bag is still up there. And it's from all the trash in the area to begin with. Now, what's going to happen when these trash trucks are bringing this stuff down to dump it off down there? All that trash is going to be blowing around, too. We just got our road paved. What's those trash trucks going to do to our road? And who has to pay to have those roads repaved? We do. I'd like to thank everyone over there. You covered everything I wanted to know about. You covered the smells. You know, and you covered the traffic. You covered all that. Thank you for covering it. But I have trust issues. I grew up in Akron, Ohio. You know, I've been told a lot of things, and then it turned out to be the other way. I grew up smelling the rubber companies. I grew up in Akron, Ohio. I remember that rubber smell. I really don't want to smell trash. I've had enough nasty smells in my life. My granddaughter is looking forward to taking over our house when we pass. And she don't want that trash down there either. We have a lot in our neighborhood that's going on. We don't need any extra issues. And like somebody said, why does it have to stay in our ward? Why can't we rotate it to another ward? Put it somewhere else. I know Akron's a big enough city. You can find another place to put it. But all I ask is don't put it down there. Like somebody said, we have the noise of the fire trucks. We have the other trucking company up the road. And, oh my God, the noise. There's times where I can't even hear my TV because of the traffic going down that way. And that's now. So what's it going to be like when those trucks are going by? Please, please don't put this in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Deanna Main, and I live at 1245 East Archwood Avenue. I know it's evening, and many of you, councilmen, councilwomen, I left messages on your phones. I also sent emails, so I won't go into a lot of the facts that have already been brought up, but it was disturbing when I'm sitting on my noisy front porch, as my neighbor said, and can see the fence and the driveway. Footage-wise, perhaps it meets the parameters and the expectations. Once again, I agree, lovely presentation, can appreciate all the work and time put into it, but I have concerns about how well are we going to regulate this? Are we absolutely going to make sure those trucks are cleaned every day? Is that facility going to get washed out? I wasn't even aware that this was already in Ward 5. So, point well taken. Why is it Ward 5 again? Why is it Ward 5 again? I just ask that we, consider things. I didn't receive any information, and no one today assured me that my property value won't go down. I want to stay in the city. I've been there for over 30 years. I could tell all my credentials too, and I'm a retired career woman, but once again, I know many people have valued messages to give. So I just ask that you reconsider things, and let's find a better place. I don't want it to be that I'm combating with my neighbors in Ward 5 who want this facility to be removed. It's upsetting to me when I come here today and I meet a woman and she's telling me she can't sit on her porch and drink coffee because of the smell. She can't open her windows. That's not why I made my home here in Akron. So I just ask that you consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Stover, and I was raised on 1094 Georgia Avenue. I currently reside on Clifford Avenue. I just think that this was all shoved in everybody. I never knew anything till 5 days ago. 5 days. All this information I could have had way before today. Anything I found out was today, sitting here listening. And to me, that's not fair to us and anybody else in the community that did not receive any information on this. And I think that it should be put on hold till other people are notified and really know what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, before our attorney speaks, council members are just asking for one last break here.
Sure.
Thank you so much. So we'll just recess for just 15 minutes and we'll be right back.
If I may, real quick, I know that there were some experts that spoke for waste management. I do have questions for them.
Okay, yes.
So I would ask that they not leave.
We'll be back, and I'm
Sure.
hoping that our experts will remain, because I'm sure council members have questions as well.
I'm gonna stay for a little while, Gary.
At this time, we are going to resume our public hearing. And again, we are hearing from those who are against.
Good evening. My name is John Slater. My address is 950 Main Avenue, Suite 1100, Cleveland, Ohio, 44114. I represent Austin Avenue LLC with its address at 1276 Austin Avenue, Akron, Ohio, Kelly Avenue Property LLC, and JW Didato Electric LLC at 1033 Kelly Avenue. Also, Traffic Solutions LLC and M&M Safety Solutions LLC at 1051 Kelly Avenue. And Joanna Ellis, who you met earlier, who resides at 1345 Austin Avenue, and the owner of the property, which is Ms. Kephart. So I wanted to, first of all, begin by thanking Council President, Council, the audience for the time. I know some people have left. We wanted to give an opportunity to let people speak and give you their thoughts on this because they are passionate about it, and this is an important issue for both the current residents that have to deal with the Fountain Street facility, which is a waste transfer facility, and also the proposed waste transfer facility on Archwood Avenue. So, and I do appreciate the comments that have been made about it isn't an issue and shouldn't be an issue of black or white, shouldn't be an issue of neighbors against each other. It should be an issue that should be properly vetted. It should be an issue where you do proper due diligence and that the right decision is made. But as the legal counsel for Waste Management stated, there is a particular issue that you're here for. This is not a legislative decision. This is an administrative decision, and you need to follow the standards that exist. And the standards are set forth in your code, as you know. Hopefully everyone can see. So I pulled a few of these out here just so you understand what are we here for. Under Chapter 153.474, these are the general standards applicable to all conditional uses in the city of Akron. So when you're reviewing this, you're to determine whether there's appropriate, reliable, probative, and substantial evidence to support this request for conditional use permit. And again, the applicant, Waste Management, has the right to ask for this. They have a right to be heard and present their case, and the residents or otherwise, or interested property owners, businesses, otherwise, have a right to be heard. But it is an administrative decision, so it's important to stick with the actual facts and look at what the standards are and what your code says. First of all, your code says that planning staff, the City Planning Commission, and council, when studying a petition for a conditional use, shall review the particular facts and circumstances of such proposed use in terms of the following standards, and if taking a favorable action of proposal, shall find adequate evidence that the use, and there's a whole listing of them, but some I wanted to point out, will not be hazardous or disturbing to existing or future neighborhood uses. Will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. Will not involve uses, activities, processes, equipment, conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any person or property or the general welfare by reason of excessive production of traffic, noise, smoke, glare, or odors. will have a vehicular approach to the property which shall be so designed as not to create an interference with traffic on surrounding public streets or roads. These are just a few, but the standards are there. And I've been doing this now for over 33 years, and I usually represent developers and companies like Waste Management who do have the money to afford attorneys like myself that handle these matters. When I first got engaged, it was on July 8th. It's because my clients received on July 3rd, the day before the 4th of July, a postcard in the mail that there is a hearing before the Planning Commission for this use. And it was J.W. Didato and Gary Didato also, the previous owner, but who really built that company, and was concerned about what's going on. And in my communication with the city of Akron, it was indicated, well, don't worry, there's going to be more hearings. We have a Planning Commission hearing on July 12th, just a few days later. But you'll be able to go to council, there's going to be other hearings, nothing's going to happen right away. Now, I've been doing this for a long time, and I know this process is like dominoes falling. And I know that actions speak louder than words, and I know that you can't always trust what you read or what you see. I've been doing this a long time, and I know it. I've been on the other side, but I've also represented residents and groups of over 400 people that fought asphalt plants and other types of facilities. And again, the one word that they love to use is state-of-the-art. So we'll get into that a little bit. So on July 8th, I immediately did a public records request to find out what is going on. What's happening here in this area? What's the plan? And so I pull a public records request. I see from planning staff a recommendation, a lot of information about this, statements that the closest residence was about 400 some feet away, and started to really try to dig into it. I saw the fact that the mayor made comments, this is going to be a lot farther away from any residential property, or even today, I think I heard him on the radio saying it's 1,000 feet away from any residential property. And again, you can listen to his comments, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what I heard. And so I went out to meet the client just to take a look around. And I drove down Austin Avenue, and all of a sudden, it kind of looked like it dead-ended, but I drove down back there, and I saw a residential home. And so when we came to the Planning Commission, I obviously exposed the fact that this due diligence that they spent for years, and all this analysis that they did, they missed the fact that there was someone directly next door. And then today, they represent, oh, that person next door is in support of it. We just found out, by the way, they're my clients now, but they didn't even do the due diligence to figure out who the owner was. Okay? Words can be very cheap, and you know what we're dealing with here. You look at the history of what we're dealing with. And so I'm going to do my job. I have questions for the experts that spoke, because I want you to understand where there's issues here. But I'm just going to run through some additional history here. So when I looked at the public records requests and I started to look through this and try to understand what was going on, I became very concerned for a couple reasons. First of all, there was an indication that, well, if you go where this property is and you head to the east, there are 24 residential properties, and they measured 1,500 feet away. I don't know why they did or anything like that, but they did. And I said, okay, there's, within 1,500 feet, there's 24 residential properties. And if you could go to the next slide. Then when they measured to the west, they only went 1,000 feet. Okay, well, I'm not sure why. except I noticed that that cut off Kelly Avenue. And when you look here, I went approximately 1,600 feet, and I'll admit this red circle isn't exact, but these drawings I use from your county website. But when you go over, when you do that, you go way farther past Kelly Avenue, 1,500 feet, the same distance they went the other direction. And even at 1,000 feet, if you go back one, by the way, they were at 74 residential homes. Okay? But they didn't go that extra 500 feet, and you would have picked up this entire neighborhood. And then there's these comments that you heard, this is not a residential neighborhood, this is not a residential area. It's an industrial area. The property is zoned industrial and commercial, but there's a directly adjacent residential property owner, there's other residential property owners clearly within 500 feet, and there's no denying, everyone knows the history of the Fountain Street site. You look at the Akron Beacon Journal, you look at the comments that were made, the testimony at the Planning Commission, and they know that clearly within 500-600 feet or so. There's people that said they couldn't even go outside because of smell of odor. And it's been like that for 30 years. And then today we hear there's some solution they can spray, that they've had this technology allegedly, I think they have 25, 26 years of doing it. Why hasn't it been going where it's currently located? Why hasn't you been dealing with it there? And that's something that I want to understand. But what I found interesting is, again, it just seemed odd what was going on here. Then I heard about community meetings that they had. But when we started to ask people, my client never heard about it. The other businesses in the area heard about it, and then all of a sudden the residents didn't hear about it. I was at Joy Park, a breakfast meeting. No one in that room, and there were a bunch of them, heard about it, and you heard today, no one heard about it, about the outreach that Akron had. And they were here, they got to listen to the testimony, and arguably, you hear great information that was presented. But it's their duty and their burden. They have the obligation. They don't have a right to this. They have a burden and obligation to present evidence to support their case. So I looked for the evidence back on July 8th. Nothing. Zero. The Planning Commission made a recommendation, or the planning staff made a recommendation to the Planning Commission. But there was, again, they have the duty to support with expert reports. So I called them out. I asked for that. You know, where is this? Where is this information? I got it yesterday at 1:10 in the afternoon. And I've had outstanding public records requests for some time. I did 2 series of them. So yesterday, I stayed up all night going through this. I got all of these expert reports that your planning staff didn't have back when they wrote their report. Planning Commission didn't have, but it was Waste Management's duty to present it then. Why didn't they? Why didn't you have it? And we're going to go through these expert reports. And remember, I've had this for a little more than 24 hours. But I've had a chance to go through the couple thousand of pages, and I think you'll see the concerns I have. But they didn't do their job back then, and again, they do a great presentation, they do a great job. I read the articles. All I heard was the same mantra. And I know the meetings that they had, I have the slides from the meetings. When they met with some residents, apparently not the right ones, and they would talk about this. This is what we're going to do. You're not going to have this odor issue. It's state-of-the-art facility. All these things that they tell you. Well, what I know is that based on the operational activity at Fountain Street, no one can deny the type of impacts that a trash refuse facility can have. So I continued to look through the public records that I had, found no expert reports, except one traffic report, and I've seen a ton of traffic reports before. And basically the traffic engineer, the same one that wrote the new report, because they commented, oh, we wanted to do more due diligence for you. Well, during the planning commission meeting, I said, I've seen this report, it's 3 pages. I think it's 3 or 4 pages. It's the only report I've ever seen in my career that doesn't have any of the data behind it, no study. So they wrote a report, said this is not gonna be a traffic problem, and they never even did a study until the one I received yesterday. Again, you're looking at whether there is credible evidence before you. Not just the words on the paper, but is it reliable, substantial, is it credible evidence? And they have a duty to present their case. By the way, they keep telling you that a refuse facility, or the recycling facility, this one's permitted. Their expert planner said it. A recycling facility is permitted. This kind of recycling facility would be permitted. It's permitted there. They say it over and over and over. I submit to you, if they would have read the code, they would have seen what I see. Not hard to do. Recycling processing facilities where activities are conducted indoors. And they left this out when they told you this today, and they testified, and does not include any listed in section 153.464. By the way, those are the conditional use provisions. So they're permitted as long as they don't have this part of it. So they're not permitted. They would be conditionally permitted, but they're not permitted. But that's what they're trying to tell you. Once you couple these two together, then it becomes a different type of use. If you don't believe me, just read your code. But their experts didn't say that, and they haven't said that. Also, if you read the definition of a refuse processing facility, just read the definitions, which, by the way, aren't even in their expert's report. Their expert planner tried to say the transfer facility is more like a permitted use. His opinion is actually it's a permitted use. The refuse facility. Again, read his report. And I said, did I miss something? I had to go back and look at the zoning code. It's not a permitted use. It's clear. It's a conditional use. If you just read the definitions in your code, you'd understand that. And again, and I feel for the people on Fountain Street that have had to deal with this. But the fact is, the Archwood residents are going to have to deal with it, and Archwood businesses. Definition of recycling process facility in your Akron code. An indoor recycling facility that receives district and recognizable solid waste items such as newspapers, magazines, books, and other paper products, glass, metal, cans, and other products, except refuse. They are to be recycled, reprocessed, and treated in order to retain such products to a condition where they may again be used in new products. Recycling processing facility does not include any use listed as a conditional use under 153.464. So they're receiving solid waste and the recyclables. So the fact is, this is a different type of facility. They try to say, well, we're allowed to haul trash, we're allowed recycling, and by the way, so therefore we can, this just seems like it would be permitted. It's not, and thank goodness. You've got the protections built in the code to determine whether this is going to have an impact, and we're going to run through that. But I want to set the stage because a lot's been said, and a lot of groundwork was done, and a lot of due diligence was done. But in fact, these expert reports and the real analysis didn't come out until, at least to me, till yesterday. And I have the dates of them. They were a week ago. That's when they did the work. That's when they spent the money to try to do it. It calls into question what's going on here. Next. So we, yeah. Yeah, so. So while we're waiting for that to come up, I can actually run through, I've got some copies here. I was able to find in my public records request, there were some different analysis points. When they were looking at, and I think Archwood, by the way, based on my records request, was more recently identified. There were some previous ones they did, there were ones that were preferred. There were a short list of 7, and there were longer ones that they were doing. What's unique here is because Akron has a contract with Waste Management, and there was that lawsuit with Waste Management back in 2002, and they've been working together on some level, at least administration has, to find an appropriate site. And they actually created standards that they were supposed to follow. When they talked about Archwood Avenue, they said it's 1,100 feet from any residential on the east side, 400 feet from any residential on the west side. You know, again, my research, which took me one day and driving about 50 feet, found there was one directly next door. It was 13 acres of property, and the parcel allows more modern facility, building setback, transportation, combined waste recycling operations. So that was, and they had a bunch of different sites. When they measured the site, it was interesting, I noticed that they kind of measured from the center of the property and not the outer edge of the property. And you can even see by the development, and again, the property is about 400 or 500 feet wide, so it adds a little bit. It just seemed, why aren't you measuring it from the edge of the property as opposed to the center of the property? And in fairness to your planning staff, they noticed it during the meeting and said, yep, we're sorry, we didn't mean to do that. But again, in looking at it, I was concerned. They completely missed the adjacent property, but there were some others that were 394 away, 391 away. But then I looked at the site selection process when they were determining where to go. And again, I understand Waste Management has a right to apply, but there's a whole history here of what happened. And as they were going through, they set some standards of whether or not this would be an appropriate site. So they indicated proximity to residential is one of the standards. Eliminate sites that have well under 500 feet. Ours 1. It shouldn't even qualify under their standards. Again, they didn't even know about it. They mention it now because we pointed it out to them, but they talk about the due diligence. They didn't even know at the time about that. Again, calls into question the study that's required by your planning staff before, as part of this process. And I tell you that is flawed. There also eliminate sites where a waste transfer station would be disruptive to neighboring business or the area. And you heard from the one businessman who's right next door, and my clients who also have property that's directly adjacent or within close proximity knew nothing about this. I don't know whose doors they knocked on, but they definitely didn't knock on any businesses, and they admit, I believe that they admit that they did not, even though that was one of the criteria. They also had, it was interesting, there are some standards here that they talk about. You know, Akron doesn't have a specific distance requirement. That's not necessarily a bad thing because you have standards, because you're supposed to look at the particular facts of the case. And sometimes, you know, just a certain distance, 200 feet or otherwise, may not tell the whole story. But other communities do. We found out that Toledo requires these kind of facilities to be 2,000 feet away from residences, schools, and I believe churches. And again, this is what was in, the materials I got from my public records request. Cleveland, 500 feet away, apparently, from residences. Cincinnati's 250. Atlanta, 250. Akron, no minimum. I checked Youngstown, and I included the code section in my materials. They're not even permitted there. They're absolutely prohibited. I'm sure some other surrounding communities, but I looked at Youngstown because it's more industrial. Also, Euclid, Ohio, requires 1,000 feet. So, and obviously, dealing with nuisances, the farther the distance, the less impact you have. And having an appropriate distance is a fail-safe that your zoning code provides. Now, you've heard a lot about, well, the Ohio EPA requires 250 feet. They even said that this would, I don't believe they've gone through permitting yet. They may or may not have. But they have to go through the Ohio EPA. But the Ohio EPA permitting is a minimum of 250. It's not just 250. It's a minimum of 250. There has been discussions about the Environmental Justice Advisory Issues or Council, and you've heard about it today a little bit. It's mentioned here. This talks about being a minimum of 1,000 feet away from residential. What the Environmental Justice Advisory deals with, I did some research and analysis of it. It really is a policy that tries to look at whether there is a disproportionate impact on disadvantaged communities by certain environmental uses or activities that are there. And so the people that were here talking about why Ward 5, why our neighborhood, there is some, there is something to that and some meaning as it relates to it. And it ties into general welfare of the community, economic impacts or otherwise. But again, so asking for 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet, or even 2,000 feet is not unreasonable, especially when you have so many residential properties around. Specifically, I know they say this is a 14-acre site, but Fountain Street was 2 acres. This is 8 of it's going to be developed for this waste transfer facility. 8 acres is. And by the way, if you look at the distance of where it is located to the property line, it's a very small distance within, I don't know the exact amount, you can look at the actual plan, but it's not hundreds of feet away. It's right directly adjacent to the property lines. So the fact that it's 14 acres on some level is misleading because it's also a long, narrow, it's not a big square, and it's not in the center of it. It's going to take up more than 50% of it's going to be developed for this facility. So even when you think about Fountain Street, only 2 acres of activity, and they don't park the garbage trucks there. They don't park the garbage, they take the garbage trucks and we believe leave them about 45 minutes out. Here, they're going to park the garbage trucks. They do park the transfer trucks, and we're going to go through the activities at that Fountain Street, but this is much more intense. And again, I have for you the Euclid zoning that I've included and make part of the record. I have the Youngstown zoning. But I'd also ask you to look at some of the photographs because I want you to get a sense, because they did not show any of these photographs. And I know it's easy to say, here's this wonderful, beautiful facility we're going to build, but let's look at the operational history. Let's look at what this looks like. What is the activity of trash in these types of facilities, hauling facilities look like? Specifically, you can see you've got, this is a little bit farther away. By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, I went through the reports, even the Oakwood facility, the new one, those doors are always open, okay? The activity is supposed to be indoor. And if you think about logically indoor, you'd think, okay, surrounded by 4 walls and a roof, inside the activity. This is always open. These doors are always open. I've driven by and been by the Fountain Street facility. I've never seen the doors closed. All the photos I've seen have them, and even our own photos have the doors open. Now the plans have them closed, but it's not an operational facility. It hasn't been built yet. And so you've got multiple types of trucks, not just Waste Management is testified to, and they represent it before. They get their trash from outside of Akron also and bring it here. They have all different types of garbage, not just Waste Management trucks, but others that come to the facility. And you see the different type of activity here. Again, a portion of this, as you can see, is paved, but you can see right here in the photo, trash on the ground, the slime type of spillage out of these trucks. If we go to the next slide. Right here, you can see what's going on inside. They basically take the trash trucks and dump everything in it, and it's refuse. It's from residential individuals in a neighborhood that have the trash, and they dump it in here onto their floor, whatever gets thrown out. And I know that, they indicated that there's no toxic or hazardous thrown out in that. I find that highly unlikely. When you think of Roundup and other types of weed killers and other things like that, and all the dangerous chemicals are out there, paint or otherwise, I know we try to get people to recycle appropriately, but they could also throw it right in their thing. It goes in the trash truck and it gets dumped. But either way, you see multiple types of trucks here, large, and they go in. And if we go to the next photo, and you can see the trash in the back there. Here, this shows the trash dumping. You've got a Waste Management truck and I believe another one. Okay, next one. Same thing here, but look at all the garbage coming out, look at the ground, look at the facility, look at how it looks, doors wide open. And I can understand why the Fountain Street people want this gone. Next. Again, you see Waste Management, then there's some other pickup truck with some kind of trash that they have there. Okay, next. And I'm not going to run through them all, but I'm just giving you a flavor of what we saw and what we presented to the Planning Commission when we were presented and they reviewed the application. Okay. I looked through again, the planning staff report was very concerned because there were no standards that were provided. I looked through the Planning Commission's report. When I looked through the planning staff's report, I found errors in it. Also, I found there was no reports to support these representations that were being made. And so we objected to that and we raised issues about it. And, on behalf of my clients, we do object to this proposal. And if it's approved, we're going to have no other choice but to protect our clients' business and rights and to take legal action. We don't want to do that, but the fact of the matter is this is an important issue for my clients. I do want to run through, I don't know if the odor expert is here still, or the person we heard from? Okay, sure. If you could just come up, I have a few questions for you. You could just state your name for the record.
My name is Gina Crawford, and
I'm Nick Corvo.
And you recall testifying today?
I do, yes. I mean, it was a while ago, but I'll do my best.
Okay. And I just have a few questions.
Sure.
Did you author the report that's in the materials here?
I did not.
Okay. But you're the one who testified?
Yes, well, I spoke, but we were both available to testify, yes.
Okay. Well, again,
I can speak to it.
You were the one under oath that spoke today.
Yes, sir, yes.
And made representations about odor, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, is it true that,
I'm just going to pause you for 1 second. If we can get our experts maybe to come inside and operate on that mic, because we can't hear you at the same time. That's becoming an issue.
Do you want me to come over there?
Yes, please, would you?
Okay, sure.
Thank
you know
you,
what?
and all of you can come.
Let me grab my.
All right, I'll go up there.
And then our attorney, you could stay right where you were at. Yes, that's.
It's a bit of- Is that good? Am I on? Thank you.
and is it your last name again, just so I get it correctly?
Crawford,
Crawford, thank you very much.
you're welcome.
And is it correct to say that, other than the odor mitigation proposal that you have, that there another way to deal with odors is to move the source away from individuals or others that could be perceiving it? Let's say 1,000 or 2,000 feet. Does that improve the condition of odor?
Well, of course.
Okay.
Well, wait,
Well, I'm actually asking the individual that spoke today under oath and made representations to you.
Okay.
They were both under oath today. I know Gina spoke today, but Mr. Corvo was also under oath today, and he is one of the experts that's involved in this and prepared. Gina and Nick both prepared these reports.
Okay.
So I think Nick is appropriate to answer these questions as well.
Well, the individual that made statements to you is now here, and she's the one who spoke, and I'm just trying to inquire as to her expertise and background. What is your engineering, do you have any engineering background?
Do not.
Okay.
He does.
Oh, I understand that. I can imagine why he's standing next to you, but I'm just trying to find out, you made certain comments under oath here, and I'm just trying to find out the basis of the statements and your expertise, because you made representations to this council and to the residents here. And I understand your background, you're actually in marketing, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I say, though, that I spoke because only one person can kind of speak at a time. Nick and I developed this material together. So anything that was presented by us was presented with the technical lead involved. So that's important to stress as well.
Okay, but you didn't clarify that for council or the public when you were stating it, did you?
I believe I did, actually.
Okay. And second, you talked about you developed this together. Do you have any training in chemical engineering or any particular training?
I'm a certified chemist.
Well, I know I'm actually talking to Ms. Crawford. And this is not a joke.
No,
this is an administrative hearing.
No, absolutely.
And the individuals that testify under oath and make statements to you are supposed to have a certain level of expertise. And I'm finding out here that your job is marketing, is that correct?
That's my title, yeah.
Okay. And I did look at what's called a report for us. Did you, and you know what, I probably will just ask, you didn't do any study or analysis personally, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you study Fountain Street and the odor levels there?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And what?
Not in relationship to this, but yes, I have.
Okay. And what distance were you perceiving or were perceived odors being received at that site?
I didn't.
Okay, so what exactly did you do to study the Fountain Street site?
We were at the Fountain Street site. Oh, again, I didn't do it in relationship to this. I am as part of my responsibilities, I continue evaluation of the sites that we're responsible for. And that was part of my role, was to go to Fountain Street, make sure everything was functioning, make sure everything was up to operational standards, as far as odor control.
Okay. And do you have any particular training or expertise in that?
Sure, yeah, I've been doing this for a long time.
Excuse me?
I've been doing this for a long time,
And that's your training and expertise?
yeah.
Okay.
And I think after, as many years as I've been doing this, and as many sites as I've worked on, and as many operators and engineers that I've worked with, I think there's a pretty good education there, yeah.
Is it true that weather can impact the effectiveness of this odor fogging system you talked about? If you know.
Yes, it can, but it can also be a helper to it as well.
Okay, but
So weather does-
it can help, but it could also hurt.
Sure.
Correct. In fact, your report says that. If it's hot, it actually can work better. Is that correct? And not so hot, not as well.
Well, it's about, like we said, it's about evaporation. And heat promotes evaporation, so yes.
Okay, and you also indicated that, one, you said the science is bulletproof as to the chemical part of it. Do you recall saying that?
The chemistry, yeah.
And how do you know that?
It's chemistry. It's science. I mean, you can't fight the science, right? You can't say that, well, in this case, the bonds don't happen, or you can't say in this case, it's not going to happen. The chemistry is the chemistry.
Okay, and are you a chemist? Do you have any training as a chemist?
As I said, I've been at this for a lot of years. Our technical lead has been involved in this project and other projects with me. I was the one who was tapped to speak, but you can talk to Nick, and he can tell you as well.
And then you indicated that, but then you said the challenge is the application.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah, sure.
So there are challenges with this odor reduction system. That's not necessarily bulletproof, correct?
And I said that, yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's risk and failure that can happen. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you can't guarantee that there's not going to be odor detectable by businesses or residents in this area, can you?
I can guarantee that if the system is operated as we recommend, with 100% operational excellence, and the facility itself continues to operate with 100% operational excellence, which I'm sure they will, then yes.
Now, how are you sure they will?
Because they've stated it, they've testified to it.
Okay, but would you say that the Fountain Street property is operated with 100% excellence?
The Fountain Street property, in my experience, has been I don't want to say victim, but has been, it's an old facility. We weren't in there from the start.
Has it operated with a...
I can't speak to Waste Management's operation of it, no.
Okay.
But what I've seen, I
But,
think so.
and that's fine. But operational, the people operating it, it's important. You have to do it the right way, correct?
Yep.
And also, I noticed your report talked about by the way, when did you first get hired by Waste Management to do this report?
We've not been hired to do this report.
Who did the report?
We did the report because they asked us to. We are not being paid to do this work.
Okay. But you're hoping to get the business?
Of course.
Okay. But they haven't hired you yet?
No.
Okay. But they've represented in their materials that they're going to use your company to do this system, correct? Do you know that?
I get that sense,
Okay.
yeah.
And when did when did they first talk to you about we got an August 7th report or something here. It does look a little like it's a marketing piece too, but we do have this August 7th letter. Is that when you got contacted by Amanda and Kurt?
No, we were contacted, Nick was contacted by Eric. Oh gosh, June, I want to say, or July?
Okay.
Yeah.
June of this year?
Yes, sorry, 2024, yeah.
And we had, were you at the Planning Commission on July 12th?
No. I know I was here for a meeting, but no, I guess I wasn't at that one.
So, but I know they talk about all this due diligence that's gone on for years. You haven't been working on this for years, have you?
This particular project?
Yes. And as reading through the materials that I have, it says things that can impact this are the quality of water, correct?
Quality of water, yes. Can.
Do you know anything? I know people testified earlier about quality of water in Akron or otherwise. Do you know anything about the quality of water that this system would be connected to?
We have made recommendations about the water that should be used.
But have you tested the water that would be at Archwood?
I don't think, is there water available at Archwood? I don't think they've pulled any fountains or fixtures.
Okay, so you don't know anything about the water that would be put into this system at Archwood?
It would probably be Akron city water, and there would be testing then of that water. Softened water is best, so depending on the hardness of the water, we would recommend.
But the water can affect the system and its operation, correct?
Yes.
Also, the heat and temperature can affect it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Also, the wind can affect its efficiency, correct?
Yep.
And definitely user error can affect it also, correct?
That's why we're recommending the automation, yeah.
Okay.
To be 100% certain.
But even then, it's not 100%, is it? I mean, it's automated.
I'm not trying to be smart, but is anything 100%? I mean, I'm really
Well, you
trying
just
not
said
to
it
be
was
smart.
100%.
Well, again, if you meet these particular parameters, you can see 100% operational excellence.
These lines can freeze, is that correct?
That is true. But we have spoken with the staff about winterizing the equipment when appropriate.
How much does this system cost, by the way?
I don't know. We have to do more serious measurements. We have to look at the water, operational parameters of the facility. Are they going to accept all of the recommendations that we've put on the table? When do they want to put it into place? So I can't say with any certainty what the cost is going to be at this point.
In some types of odorings, there's some types of systems, you indicate yours doesn't do this, but others could actually make the situation worse. Is that correct?
No, chemistry can make it worse. Masking agents, and I think somebody mentioned perfume, and I think I made a point of saying this isn't a perfume. This is not a masking agent.
But so masking agents tend to exacerbate the issue. That's what you're speaking of there.
That's
correct?
that's been our experience. Yeah.
And that the chemistry is only half the battle, but the other is choice of equipment and the operational issues we've talked about, correct?
Sure, yeah.
And then I noticed in the materials here under the product bulletin, it says that because many factors affect the product application and performance, each customer must determine for itself by conducting appropriate tests or other methods, whether Solutech products,
Solutiotech?
sorry, are suitable for the customer's specific needs. Information concerning human and environmental exposure may be reviewed on the safety data sheets. So it's indicating that, again, many factors can impact the performance, correct?
As I've said, yes.
And then in the materials, it also says, we really can't control the air temperature, so we settle for what we get, but we know that the warmer airstream, the better evaporation we get, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And wind, speed, airspeed, there too we get what we get in any given application, correct?
Yes.
And then it says, as your supplier, we have no control over management practices or manufacturing process of parties handling or using the material. Well, what does that mean?
That means if they don't follow our recommendations, if they don't use the material as we've outlined, if they don't follow the guidelines of the EPA, what the SDS says, what Ohio law says, that's on them. As it would be with kind of any material that you
So there can be risks with this material?
No. I mean, if you, these are essential oils. These are naturally occurring essential oils. If you consume it, if you stick it in your eye, you're going to be uncomfortable. But considering that the raw material is not going to be what is atomized into the air, the raw material is not what, and raw material is maybe not the best, but the neat material, the concentrated material, isn't going to be what these folks are exposed to at all, then there is no risk.
And these come in big 55-gallon drums, is that right?
It depends on how they order it, but yeah, we can do it that way.
And also the materials say disclaimer, and I know the lawyers love this, no warranties of any kind, either express or implied, include fitness for a particular purpose are made regarding the product described. We assume no responsibility for any injuries resulting from misuse and misapplication of the product, or that might be sustained because of inhalation, ingestion, absorption, or any other contact with the product. In no case shall the descriptions, information, or data provided considered a part of our terms and conditions of sale. Further, the description, data, and information furnished hereunder are given gratis. No obligation or liability for the description, data, and information given are assumed, and such being given and accepted at your risk. That was included in your materials here?
Yes. But I think you're going to find language very similar on a bottle of Febreze, on dish detergent, on makeup you put on your face, shampoo. You're going to find, like you said, it's legalese.
All right, thank you very much. Next, I'd like the planner.
We'd like to redirect the witness if we could.
And at this time, I'm going to refer to our law department because this is very different and not our common practice. So if law can direct us in terms of how we proceed with his request.
We would advise that you allow them to redirect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll step over. Again, Jordan Burns. Gina, just a few questions.
Sure.
You were asked about the preparation of the report in connection with your earlier testimony and the cross-examination just now.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the gentleman standing behind you in connection with the preparation. Could you explain that a little bit more?
So Nick is our technical lead. Nick, as he mentioned, he's a chemist. He's an American Chemical Society certified chemist. He's been doing this for 50-some years. I am the communicator. And Nick prepared the technical documents. Nick looked over the facility. He looked over the building plans, all of the things I said in my presentation. Together, we worked up the report. He wrote it. I made sure it was spelled correctly. And we submitted. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. So when you were asked about whether you have an engineering background, the answer is you don't, but Nick does, and you worked on the report together.
Correct, that is correct.
You were also asked about, I think the comment was that in addition to the material, the essential oils, which by the way, we keep hearing about essential oils. Could you describe what you're referring to?
Sure.
Are these like the essential oils that you see in the drugstore or in grocery stores sometimes?
At the very simplest of definitions, absolutely. They are completely naturally derived. They are from fruits and vegetables and plants, and they're purified. And these are essential oils that we have found are particularly attracted to odor compounds. They are no different than the essential oils you're going to find in any home product that you use. These essential oils are I use them in my house. I use these products in my house, around my dogs, around my kids. So I have no concerns at all about the health and safety of the essential oils, yeah.
You were also asked about the choice of equipment and operational issues playing a role in the effectiveness of the odor abatement recommendations that you made.
Yes.
You recall that?
I do.
It sounds like you're saying that that's as true as the notion that driving your car can be done safely or it can be done hazardously, right?
Yes, I mean, that's actually very similar to the analogy I was going to use, in that a police officer is absolutely trained to operate his cruiser better than anybody else on the road, but there are always circumstances that can affect how that officer and his cruiser are on the road. And does that make sense, what I'm...
Sure it does. And you were also questioned about the notion that nothing is 100% certain with regard to what the recommendations you're making, or for all that matter, anything in life, right?
Well, I hate to be trite. I mean, it is death and taxes. I mean, that's really what it's about. And
sure.
And it's about following the recommendations, following the prescribed operational guidelines, and making sure that you're dotting the I's right, crossing the T's.
So if generally speaking, not 100% of the time, because only death and taxes are certainties, generally speaking, the operational recommendations and the equipment recommendations included in your materials are followed, and the essential oils and other materials that you recommend to be used in odor abatement are followed.
Yes.
Can you say with any certainty that your odor abatement system will be effective?
I can say with a great deal of certainty, yes.
Thank you.
But you're not the one actually operating it, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And so it would be true that the use, which is a trash transfer facility, the equipment that's used in it, this fogging system, and conditions of operation, how you're operating that fogging system, can have a detrimental impact on people or property and general welfare by reason of excessive production of odor. If they're not operating it right, or the wind's not right or otherwise, there can be excessive odors from this type of facility.
I'm not going to 100% guarantee, I'm not going to 100% agree with that, because there are circumstances, there are always circumstances where you are operating 100% according to, everything you're supposed to be doing. And there are circumstances that could influence what happens. I mean,
Right, so when those circumstances happen, so it may not even be operation, it's just that the type of use you have and the activity, the dumping trash, can create excessive odor.
can create excessive odor?
Yes.
Excessive to what degree? I mean, what do you
Excuse
mean
me?
by excessive? Can you define excessive?
Do you have a definition of excessive?
Well, no, I want to answer your question. So what is your definition of excessive?
Well, I'm looking at the code here, and there's not a specific definition of it, so I don't want to misspeak.
So,
But I would say an odor that would be either a nuisance or offensive. I think that's typically a typical standard when you have an odor. I mean, would you agree with me that the smell of refuse or waste can produce an excessive odor, as we define, like a nuisance type of odor or otherwise? Is that true?
if you're comparing the odor that you might experience while you're, I don't know, in the backyard of your house versus what you might experience while you're standing in the transfer station, then yes, you're going to experience excessive if that's your comparison.
So it's only excessive if I'm standing in a transfer station? What about all these people on Fountain Street for years that have been complaining they couldn't even go outside their house?
We're talking about this project.
No, I'm talking about a transfer station, transfer facility, the type of use that's being proposed.
If you're standing inside of a transfer station, some would say that there was excessive odor, yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Just to be clear, are you testifying today that without the use of your recommended odor abatement system, the transfer station that's proposed here would create odors that are excessive beyond the property boundaries or anywhere on the site? Is that your testimony?
I can't say. I can't say.
Okay, yeah, that's not your position, correct?
No, I mean, the facility is unique, the environment is unique, the trees being on there are unique. It's a unique facility.
Thank you.
I understand this facility is unique, but it is a refuse waste transfer facility, correct?
Yes.
And you've dealt with these before?
Yes.
And your entire product is to try to get rid of the odor from them, correct?
Our entire operation, yeah.
Right. So without your system, is there an odor that is produced by waste transfer facilities?
Yes.
Okay. And that can be perceived off the property line?
The potential is there, yes.
And do you know how far away it can be perceived?
It depends on the property. I'm really not trying to be combative. I mean, we have a facility in Kentucky that the neighbors can stand right up against the fence. They don't smell anything ever. And that's not necessarily because of odor abatement. It's because of the way the facility is positioned on the property in relationship to the neighbors and the surrounding territory. So there are unique circumstances, or unique facilities have their own unique picadillos, if you will.
But you haven't studied what the odor impacts would be without this system on the property, have you?
We can assume, I don't want to use
That's
that
a yes
word.
or no. Have you studied it and analyzed it, yes or no?
There's no, I mean, the odors that are currently there? I don't understand your question, sorry.
Yeah, what the potential odor impacts could be from this facility if it didn't have your system. Did you do any analysis of that?
Yes, we did.
And what did you determine?
We determined that operationally, the best thing they can do to ensure that they're being the best neighbors they can be is odor control.
And why is that?
In case there are transient odors.
Which can come from these kind of facilities.
If you're trying to gotcha me, yeah, they can.
Right, of course. I'm
I
not
mean,
trying to gotcha you. I'm just trying to get you to answer the question.
Yes, they're,
I mean, we know these facilities create odors, correct?
yes,
And you believe your technology and system works,
I do.
correct?
I've seen it, yep.
But we know that there's risks if it's not operated right, wind's not right, water's not right, that there's risks that are involved.
We took into.
That's yes or no. Do we know that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next is Mr. Solkis, the planner. Is it pronounced Solkis?
Yes.
Okay, and you're a planner?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever worked with waste management before?
No.
Okay. Have you ever worked on any waste transfer facilities before?
No.
Do you have any expertise as it relates to odor?
No.
I read your report, and it seems that you are of the opinion that the waste transfer facility is actually a permitted use.
I did make that argument.
Well,
but you
that's your,
but you
actually, it's your
mischaracterized
opinion.
what I said.
Excuse
What
me?
I said was that zoning codes need to be consistently updated. And if you look at the Akron zoning code, there are many small updates that have been made to it over time. That doesn't mean that a city has the resources or can always keep up with changing technologies. It was even said earlier that Akron doesn't smell like rubber anymore. Cleveland doesn't really smell like sulfur anymore. The cities are way cleaner than they were even when I was young. So that is due to a lot of changing technologies. Therefore, the use, as it's stated, seems to me to fit more under the other related uses that are in the permitted section of the code. In the conditional section of the code, it's listed with a landfill and a dump, which I guess technically, according to the Ohio EPA, are not even allowed in Summit County, Cuyahoga County, or almost all the surrounding suburban counties. So the trash has to be transferred somewhere, and then we ship our trash to somebody else's neighborhood. So that's the point that I was trying to make in my argument.
Okay, and I know you teach planning, correct?
Yes.
You're not an attorney, correct?
No, I'm not.
And again, when I read your report, your opinion was that the trash transfer facility was a permitted use. Is that correct?
I said, I feel that with the new technologies and under the condition that the zoning code should be updated, that yes, it could be considered a permitted use. But if it wasn't considered a permitted use, then I addressed it as a conditional use.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get a sense of your opinion that was given in this written document, which, by the way, is dated September 25th. So did you just recently put this report together?
I updated it, but I put it together, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, 7 weeks ago. It was a while ago.
Did you have it before the Planning Commission meeting on July 12th?
No, because I believe it was stated that the information was requested with only a 3-week window.
Okay, but it wasn't part of the original planning application or anything along those lines, correct?
No, but I brought it with me to the Planning Commission that day.
That would have been in August, correct?
I can't remember the date, but I believe so.
That would have been the Planning Commission meeting where they denied
Yes.
this or recommended denial, correct?
Yes, we didn't even get to speak.
Okay. So, and I appreciate the history about the zoning, but when you actually I mean, we're here for the existing zoning code. We're not here for a rezoning hearing. Do you understand that?
I completely understand that.
Okay, we're here for a conditional use application, correct?
Yes.
And under it, is it your understanding that you're supposed to follow the Akron zoning as written?
Yes, which is why I also created a whole section that went with it as a conditional use and addressed those issues.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a flavor for what your report had covered.
The reason why I did that originally is because when you look at the permitted uses, there are many, many uses in the permitted use section that are more intense and would have greater effects on the surrounding areas than the proposed use.
So because some of the conditional uses you believe, although you're not an expert in odor, could, in your opinion, be more impactful, then somehow this moves into a conditional use, correct?
No.
Or to a permitted use.
Some of the permitted uses, many of the permitted uses would be, but that's not the reason that I said. The reason I said is because as the technologies change and we do things differently, the zoning code should be updated to reflect that.
So your opinion is they should update the zoning code?
They are in the process of it right now.
Okay. But again, we're not here for that.
No, which is why I also addressed it under the conditional use section.
Yeah, and you spoke and you testified substantially about the history of the property and all that. You spent most of your time talking about that, correct?
I don't know how many minutes I spent speaking about that, but I did spend some time on that, yes.
Okay. Okay, and I appreciate the history, but did you actually, when you came up with the opinion, at least partial opinion, that this was a conditional use, that this is a permitted use, did you actually read the definitions in the zoning code?
I did.
Okay. And you still came up with that opinion?
With the caveat that...
Understood. I'm just saying yes or no. I understand the caveat, but
with
you still
the
did.
caveat, yes.
Okay. And also, you've heard the testimony you yourself said, because I actually have the quote here, that recycling, this type of recycling facility would be a permitted use.
It states that a recycling facility is a permitted use.
Right. But when you say it states, what does the rest of that definition of a recycling facility say?
Indoor recycling facility.
Right. But did you go on and read the rest of the definition?
Yes.
Which says that unless it's part of a conditional use, and a conditional use would be the waste transfer station. So the fact that it's part of it, it's not a permitted use anymore.
Which is why I addressed the use as a conditional use.
But again, there were representations made to this council that this type of recycling facility is permitted under your zoning. But if you read the definition specifically, and I read it, do you disagree with what I stated? It specifically says it's a recycling facility is permitted unless with it is a waste transfer facility. So if you read it, that means by definition, this is not a recycling facility.
Part of the
You
reasoning
indicated
behind
that this was, when you talked about you talked about this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, I heard that. Have you read the city's comprehensive plan?
I've reviewed it, yes.
In the plans from 1987, correct?
I don't remember the year.
There's goals for the plan. One of them is to, with regard to housing, is to preserve and protect single-family residential neighborhoods, which includes the objective to eliminate present and future conflicts of land use, which are detrimental to residential neighborhoods. Do you feel like this waste transfer facility is furthering that objective and goal?
I feel like in reading that and looking at the history of the site, most of the housing that was built near there was built after all of that was already zoned industrial. And not only was it zoned industrial and was it industrial use for 100 years or more, but that industrial and commercial use was expanded under the zoning code in 1945. And so I believe that the city would, in other areas, want to preserve the single-family nature and make it better, especially considering that Akron was an industrial city. And back then, we didn't have the controls we do now to mitigate pollution, right? People had to live closer to work. We didn't even know all the harmful effects. So I believe that at that time, especially in the 1980s, the city was starting to address those issues more. But I would not say that just because a single-family home exists somewhere, that everything else around it has to go away to preserve that single-family home. There's a balance to be found where industry is, which it has always been in this area, and where residences are, and then you have to look at the context.
And you didn't, I looked through your report, you didn't cite to this section of the goal plan, did you? That I just read?
No.
Okay. What about the goal plan with regard to commercial industrial development to improve the appearance of industrial development areas, which includes the objective to appropriately landscape and maintain open space buffers between noxious industries and sound residential neighborhoods?
Well, I think that the plan that's proposed does that by preserving the trees. And also, they did do landscaping and put the retention basin along Archwood, which would be a buffer from Archwood.
Okay. So, and again, you're not an expert in the potential impacts on, we talked about odor, but also you have no environmental background or anything like that, do you?
No.
And you're not, you don't have any expertise in real estate valuations or otherwise?
I've studied that when I got my master's degree. I mean,
Are you an appraiser, or have you been practicing in
not.
that area? Okay, you're a planner, correct?
I'm a planner, yes.
And as a planner, one of the goals is to properly locate, with zoning or otherwise, uses next to each other that are not necessarily inconsistent. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And, but we talk about, there's the buffering, you said, that's being provided here, right? But the 14 acres of buffering, that's all to the south of the property, correct?
Yes.
And apparently the wind comes from the south to the north and towards the east, correct?
From west to east generally. And then it can come northwest, southeast.
But the facility is up front here, and is there any tree buffering on the side? Or any open space on the side of where this facility is going to be, on either side?
There's open space on the north and east side.
Right, what about the east and west? Where the residents are over here and residents over here?
So there's a couple issues that I would look at here, and a lot of this then goes back to, again, the advancement in technology. So when we talk about a buffer zone for a facility like this, or, you know, some other kind of industrial plant or whatever, in 1950 would have needed to be different than it did in 1980, than it does in 2024, because of the technology's advancement and the ability to mitigate a lot of the effects of, you know, the bad effects from whatever industry. So that's one thing. The other thing is, in this instance, the houses that are to the west are the overwhelming majority of the time going to be upwind from the facility. And the immediate land uses to the east are heavy industrial uses. And after those, there are residential uses. So taking everything into consideration, I don't think that this is going to have an effect. I mean, I think everything is being done to mitigate any negative effects that it would have on the neighborhood, considering that it is an essential use of the city. It's an essential city service that has to go somewhere.
Now, typically, like, let's say Toledo, which requires you to be 2,000 feet away, or Euclid, which I'm sure you're familiar in Cleveland, correct?
Yes.
Area. That's 1,000 feet away. So would you say from a planning perspective, another appropriate method to deal with odor is to locate the source of the odor a certain distance away?
It can be. I mean, it
Okay.
depends.
Is that a common tool used by communities or otherwise?
I mean, distance is a common tool, but as you've cited with the examples that you've given, it's not, there is no common, distance. I mean, it varies by city. And again, there are so many factors that go into determining how far away it would need to be. Like which way does the wind blow? Is it uphill? Is it downhill? What is the building made out of? What technologies are being employed? There's so many things that come into play. So when many cities state a distance, I don't know that they, unless it's stated in the code, that they have very good objectively measurable reasons for doing so. And again, this goes back to the technology issue, where those objectively measurable things, change as the technology changes.
But again, you're not an expert in any of that, are you? In terms of the odor technology or environmental impacts?
I am not, but as a planner, I have to know the basics about many different things. And so I have to take these sort of things into account when I'm making decisions about land use planning.
And so one way that we would agree to try to deal with odor or a nuisance type of activity is to provide sufficient distance from that point source to adjacent uses that could be impacted from it. Is that correct?
That would be one.
Okay. And also, I know I read that second comprehensive goal plan I read you. I didn't see that in your report either. Is it in there?
No, I dealt with the conditional uses specifically. I didn't.
Okay, you didn't look at the comprehensive plan and kind of incorporate that in?
I looked at it and incorporated it in my answer, and I referenced it, but besides that, no. I mean, my report was already 70 pages. I mean, it would have been, I don't know that anyone would have read it.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sure.
Professor Soltis, thank you very much, and I know it's late into the evening, so I'll try to be very brief for the sake of everybody. But quickly, can you, I know we went through your history and your work on zoning codes, but can you briefly describe some of the work that you've done for municipalities in terms of zoning planning and code language?
We've done mostly updating of codes, which is, again, why I referenced it before. So do you want specific examples or just general?
Just the type of work that you do.
So in dealing with changing conditions in the city, we've often recommended zoning overlays and written that code for cities so that the underlying code can still be in effect, but then you put an overlay on top of it and it helps you deal with an issue that may not have been there before. We've also updated codes to make them more form-based code friendly. Form-based code being a type of code where the actual feel of being on the street is more important than the specific use. And so it's a little more design-oriented, intended to make places more human. And we've also done a number of different design guidelines for cities, whether it be in a historic district to help make it clear about how, when developers come into that place, the type of development they do is consistent with the character of the neighborhood, and done design guidelines for, new places. So,
is it a fair statement to say that mostly land use codes are drafted by planners, not usually by lawyers, correct?
Oh, yes.
And that's part of the purview of what you usually do?
Yes.
Thank you. Is the proposed use a noxious use?
I don't believe so. I mean, it doesn't, the way that it's handled, no. I mean, if they were dumping the trash on the site and it was kept there, then yes, of course, it's a noxious use.
Can you actually elaborate on that a little bit? Because you went through the uses that are permitted on the, as a conditional use, being one of which being the transfer station and the landfill, and just elaborate a little bit more what you mean by the outdoors versus indoor, and why you compare this more to the permitted uses as opposed to the uses that are listed as a conditional use.
Well, this particular use is part of the trash hauling and the recycling business. It's like one step in the chain of the entire business. And so seeing it as an entire use, all of those steps are required for that use to happen. So that was part of the thinking behind that. And then the fact that everything is handled indoors and everything that can be done is done to mitigate any negative effect, any impact on the surrounding areas, and the fact that it's an essential city use, all of that went into that thinking. And then I contrasted that with where in the zoning code it puts it right next to landfill and trash dump. That's not the exact word, but basically uses where you are permitted to just leave trash there, that is its final destination. And the proposed use, not only it doesn't keep trash there, I mean, it sends the trash away, but it doesn't even keep it there overnight. It's just a temporary thing that happens so that the trash can be sent out from the city and doesn't exist anywhere in the city where people live.
And that's why you say it's more akin to the uses that are permitted as of right. It's more similar to those uses than the uses that are listed as a conditional use?
Like, way more, yes.
Thank you. Is it typical for land use planners to collaborate with other experts, like odor experts, other types of experts?
We have to.
Thank you. By the way, in Ohio, who adopts zoning codes?
Municipalities do.
And I guess the question that I have is, you were not here for Mr. Slater's testimony in the beginning, but during his cross-examination of you, he made a big deal about Euclid Code and the Toledo Code. Does the Akron City Code has minimum distance requirements? For a transfer station?
I did not see any.
Thank you. And if one were to exist, that would be adoption of a new zoning code or an amendment to the zoning code, correct?
Yes.
So he's asking you more about the zoning code that he wants to be in place as opposed to the zoning code under which this council is bound to assess the conditional use permit application.
Yes, it seems so.
Thank you. Well.
Okay.
During your analysis, do you care what ward this property is in within the city?
It's not usually part of the analysis. I think of the city as a whole.
Exactly. You're more, let me ask it this way, are you more concerned about political boundaries or are you more concerned about land use boundaries?
Yes, land use. The only political boundary that really matters in this instance is the border of the city, because the zoning code is only effective within that border.
Thank you.
Have you ever heard about environmental justice?
Yes, I've heard it.
What is that concept?
I don't know that I could do it justice if I tried to define it. But the idea is that in order to seek justice for all people, that we should have clean air, clean water, so on and so forth.
Does it have anything to do with concerns about locating noxious uses in disadvantaged areas?
The definition most likely does. In this instance, if you look at the city's land use history and you look at the zoning code as it has been since 1922, I think, when it was first issued, this area has always been an industrial and commercial area. And in fact, it was expanded in 1945. So putting the use here is more because that is how the city decided to use its land and has continued to decide to use its land for over 100 years.
So I know Attorney Majid Maklouf was just asking you about what he thought I was thinking about this, when I talked about Euclid and Toledo. I did, during my statement, indicate that this information was part of the public records request, at least Toledo was. And I do recognize that, we're dealing with Akron zoning code. But as I stated, the benefit of the code is, and I know you're not 100% sure, but I don't believe there is a minimum distance requirement. But it does have an obligation to meet these conditional use standards, correct?
Yes.
So if this body finds that the use, activities, equipment, or otherwise, the operations of it will be detrimental to any person, property, general welfare by reason of excessive production of traffic, noise, smoke, fumes, glare, odors, you wouldn't disagree with me that this body has a right to deny this, correct?
Yes, that's what they're there for. That's why everything's set up the way it is.
So even if it's 10 feet away, they'd have the right to deny it, correct?
Even if,
It's 10 feet away,
you mean if it was,
the point source, right? If they determined that there was going to be an issue, the distance doesn't matter, correct?
oh,
In Akron,
correct.
because the conditional use. So if they find that it will, they have to find that it's not hazardous or disturbing to the existing or future neighborhood uses, correct?
Correct. Using all the objectively measurable data that's presented to them.
Right, and all the standards are here, and they have to, your understanding is they look at the objective data that's presented to him, your expert reports, the testimony or otherwise, correct?
That, and also usually the history of use is also considered.
Okay, and where is the history use located here?
The history of use is just something that's generally considered when making zoning decisions. It's part of the decision. Okay. But these objectively measured, or these, what's the word? Conditional use criteria, yes, that's what they should use based on, that's why I stated before, it is something that you have to look at how things change over time. And what objectively measurable data do we have today with regards to how whatever use is being considered operates and its effect on the surrounding areas?
How much communication have you had with the odor consultant that we had testified today?
I read their report a couple days ago. I believe that they asked us all to do our reports individually, so we did not influence each other. So I focused on my portion as a land use planner, and then incorporated the other experts' information in afterwards.
Okay. So in terms of collaboration that Mr. Maklouf was asking you, you had no communication with them?
I had communication with them before, but it was important that I did my report without any any information that would sway me one way or the other. I had to address what my portion of the report was and then fold in their information afterwards.
Okay, and what does general welfare mean as a planner?
General welfare, and planners and zoning code are supposed to consider the general welfare of the population. So that's the health, whether it be physical health, economic health of the residents. That's my understanding of the general welfare.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just very briefly, you have reviewed all the criteria for the conditional use under the Akron City Code, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony here today that it's your professional opinion based on all your expertise, and you're a professor of land use planning, that this application meets the criteria for the conditional use to be granted?
I would make that call, yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Andrew Pearson.
If you could please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Andrew Pearson.
And Mr. Pearson, you authored, first of all, you a traffic engineer?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You authored a report back on May 31st, 2024, with the conclusion that this opinion is based upon the fact that traffic impact studies are recommended to be performed by the Institute of Transportation Engineers whenever an increase in trips in any peak hour is greater than 100. This recommendation is made because it's the point where a change in roadway capacity may be found and mitigation may or may not be needed. The anticipated generated volumes from the transfer station hauling site are less than the daily variation volumes on the local roadway network and should not be perceived by the traveling public. Is that correct?
That sounds verbatim from the...
Okay. And you heard the planning staff basically said that verbatim also when they were giving their report. Were you here for that?
I was here for that.
Okay. But the assumptions on trip generations, how many trucks were going to be expected to come to this site, where did you get that from?
The data in the trip generation study, which is different than the study that was produced in September 19, the trip generation letter was done using data that was obtained from my client. They provided the amount of employees that were projected, the amount of trucks that were expected, and to be very conservative, I used almost 100% coming in 2 different peak hours.
But did you separately verify that when you did this report back in May? What they were telling you? How many trucks there would be?
You're asking, did I verify it?
Yeah, did you verify it did you go to the Fountain Street to count how many trucks they would get?
That was done later on. For the
Okay,
tip
but at the
generation
time you
letter,
gave this original opinion, you didn't do any of that work, did you?
No, I assumed 100%.
Okay, in fact, you gave a report, and I believe it's Mr. Schweikert might have been here. Is he with your firm also?
He is the president of the firm, yes.
Okay, he testified at the Planning Commission and gave this opinion, but you hadn't at that time done any of the actual analysis of Archwood. You did no trip generation studies, did you?
That document is a trip generation study. It is at the lowest level in traffic. It is an attempt to find out how many trips are going to be generated for that site. We've done hundreds of them. They are basically your lowest level, and they are in an attempt to find out if a certain site will hit a certain threshold. If that threshold is met, then more analysis is necessary.
But that determination was done without actually doing any traffic counts, actual traffic counts on Archwood, correct?
That report does not need them. It is just looking for trip generation numbers. It is not looking at traffic volumes. It is an attempt to be able to hit that threshold, and if it hits that threshold, then additional analysis.
And that threshold, though, deals with what ODOT would require for access to their sites. Is that typically what we're dealing with?
ODOT is the prime determinant in terms of what that threshold is.
Okay, so just so I understand it, though, am I correct in saying you didn't check what the traffic counts were like on Kelly Avenue, Archwood, or otherwise? You didn't have those numbers at the time this report was provided?
That is 100% correct.
Okay, thank you.
Am I free to go? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like...
Andrew, you subsequently did a different traffic study, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, could you describe that study in a little more detail?
That is actually what I was describing at the previous testimony, was this study that was done dated September 19th, and we then looked at the details that was being requested of me in terms of if it was in that original trip generation letter. So traffic volumes were collected. Analysis was done. We looked at using any information to be able to redefine the number of trips that we expect to come during the 2 different peak hours. The analysis that was done was performed in accordance with our ODOT experience and doing, like I said in my presentation earlier, close to 1,000 of these. You look at what is it going to be without it and what is it going to happen if you do it. And in this case, there was no significant increase in delay once you build this site. Yes.
So for that subsequent report, you did collect trip generation data?
Trip generation data was collected, yes,
Okay,
using the existing sites in the city, and we obtained actual traffic counts coming in and out, and then use a very conservative approach to be able to take that data and say, well, the highest internal and external trips is on a Wednesday. And instead of averaging them throughout the week, I used that highest number. So the attempt was to be able to have the highest possible based on the existing facilities that are out there.
Thank you.
Next is a representative from CEC.
Chris and Gretchen and Rick. Chris, Gretchen, and Rick.
Whoever steps back first wins.
And I know the 3 of you testified, so whoever's appropriate can identify yourselves based on a question, and so you can go up as necessary. Your company provided the environmental impact study, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that study utilizes and incorporates the other expert reports we've been talking about here. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We use those as well as desktop assessed sources for the various topics.
Okay, and what does that mean, the desktop study?
Well, so I'm the ecologist, so I use things like USDA mapping, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service information, and also National Wildlife, or
So you
National
do
Wetland Inventory.
searches on your computer?
Exactly.
As opposed to
mapping.
on-site?
Correct.
And you haven't done wetland study or anything like that
That's
on this
correct.
site?
Wetland delineation has not been completed.
Okay. Have you done any type of environmental impact analysis of the Fountain Street property?
No.
And your report is dated September of 2024, so you just recently did it, correct?
That's correct.
Is it true that one of the ways to protect against odor is to have the source create an odor farther distance away from who may be perceiving it?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I was fiddling with
Sure.
the light switch here.
Okay, all right. So is it true that one way to control odor or to avoid perception of it is to locate the source of odor farther away from, let's say, a residential home or a business or otherwise that you're concerned might perceive it?
If one had a source of odor and they repositioned it and everything else was constant, same wind conditions and so on, then yes, the farther away.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. In your report, it says on page 9, potential odors from the facility will be minimized by operational procedures and engineering controls. Is that your opinion?
Well, the facility hasn't been built, so yes, that would be an opinion based on best operating practices for a professional operation like waste.
Okay. Is that based on the Solutech odor control system?
Well, yeah, our understanding was that this system would be used to manage odor, and that it would be, the assumption being that it would be operated in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendations.
Can waste transfer facilities produce odor?
I think that, yes, and anything can produce an odor. I can produce odor.
Well, we're talking about waste and refuse here. Do you have any experience dealing with?
Everything can produce an odor.
Sure, understand that. Probably some good, some bad, right?
Right, right.
But in terms of waste transfer facilities, does your company have experience with them?
I don't. This is our waste expert, and he does.
Okay, so I'll probably ask him. If I may, if he could introduce himself.
Rick Buffalini.
Yes. Can waste transfer facilities produce odor?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what distance that odor can be perceived?
Many factors come into play.
Is there a general, is it possible to smell it a mile away?
In my experience, no.
Okay. 1,000 feet?
Probably not. Again, this is just my opinion, but not that there couldn't be a specific situation, but I would say generally speaking, in my opinion and my experience, maybe 100 feet, 200 feet would be my guess.
What about the people at the Foundation Street facility that indicated they can't even go outside 600 feet away and that they live there? How can you explain that?
I couldn't explain that.
Okay. All right, I'm talking, in your report it talks about the neighboring property uses. I don't know who worked on that part. But there's a bunch listed here. I don't see any residential properties. I don't see J.W. Didato listed.
Which list are you looking at?
Excuse me?
Which page are you looking at?
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at page 16.
Okay, yep,
Actu-
so page 16 lists database hits that are the result of a previously, or an otherwise scoped Phase 1 environmental site assessment.
Okay, so these are environmental
Doesn't
sites.
have an underground storage tank, he's not going to be listed, and the average household also would not be.
Okay, got it. And then later on, under land planning, there's a list of, industrial developments kind of within the area. What was the purpose for listing those?
To understand the current uses of the surrounding area.
Okay, so it was to kind of define what the surrounding area was like, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did 0.25 of an acre, correct?
We did
Or, sorry,
0.25 mile radius.
Yeah,
and 1
0.25
radius.
mile, I apologize. 0.25 mile radius, which, if my math is correct, is about 1,320 feet, is that right? I took 5,280 feet, which is a mile,
Yeah.
and did it. And then you also did up to half of a mile, which is 26,040 feet. 2,640 feet. It's getting late.
It is.
So when you were defining the neighborhood here, you were going as far out as 2,600 feet, correct?
1/2 of a mile, correct.
Okay. But when it talks about, you only listed industrial uses within that, quote, neighborhood, correct?
Yes. Well, business uses. They happen to be industrial.
Okay. And do you know anything about any of the residential properties within 1,500 feet of this proposed site?
I know that they exist, and I've taken a look at them.
Okay. Would you agree that there are residential neighborhoods within 1,500 feet of this proposed site?
Yes.
Okay, so if we define a neighborhood by a radius, and even, I didn't go the full 2,600, there are residential neighborhoods that are part of this industrial neighborhood, is that correct?
Well, we related it more to the zoning of the subject property, which is industrial.
Okay.
Mhm. Thank you.
No, they're done.
Is it pronounced Velbin? I probably got to get that wrong.
Valamont.
Okay. I got Valmont?
Valamont, yes.
Okay, all right. You testified as it relates to noise impacts, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you know what the typical decibel level for a front-end loader is?
I don't.
Okay. I looked it up online. I saw like 95 decibels. Does that sound right, or you just don't know?
Okay.
I mean, oh, if you know, I don't want you to guess.
I don't know.
Okay.
No.
Do you know, as part of this operation, is there you looked at Fountain Street site, correct?
Yes.
And there was a front-end loader there, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the decibel level of a garbage truck is?
If I looked on my notes, I could have, I could probably tell you, but no.
And then what about the semi-trucks, the ones that are hauling the trash?
Transfer trucks?
Yes, transfer trucks.
Yeah, I recorded those too. Those were all in the data that we put in the modeling.
Okay. And it talked about, I think your decibel levels, you talked about assuming that these trucks are moving 6 miles an hour?
It's an approximate, yeah. I took these readings, at Fountain Street, there was 3 entry or exit points, stood there. I was about, I don't know even if I put a distance in, stood there and took the measurements in cycles, which would be 2 trucks coming in and 1 truck coming out in threes. And I did that at every entry or exit point and made sure I got, definitely route trucks, garbage trucks, and transfer trucks. And in that process, I got, a couple different types of garbage trucks, whether they're WM or local.
Okay, you saw a bunch of different garbage trucks, not just WM there?
Correct.
Do you know how many trucks you would see in an hour?
No, but we modeled, I believe, 18 an hour.
Okay. Do you know, is it 18 an hour, is that what you told would be going there?
No, I used the information of the 145 trucks, and then the stuff used in the model calculated 18 trucks in 1 hour. This number came from the information we received. So we did 145 times 2 divided by 16 equals 18. So we did a 16-hour working day, 4 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay, what about the 4 a.m.? Do you have readings to show what the ambient noise is at 4 a.m.?
At the
Archwood site?
Do you have the report?
I do.
Is there a particular location? Because we did 4 along the property line.
Along the, where the trucks exit and enter.
At the proposed site,
Yes.
we did it along the property boundary, so that would probably be, what, the north location you're kind of asking?
Okay. And at 4 in the morning, what was the, what would you expect the ambient, well, what was the ambient sound at 4 in the morning on the north side of the property?
Let me see. You'd have to look at the graph. Doesn't matter which day?
It doesn't matter, unless there's a significant change that you saw. You did study it for 5 days, correct?
I did.
Okay.
It looks like this graph doesn't show that.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. That's why I was asking. Okay.
It just, because it couldn't get it up on the page, but all the data was in there.
Okay.
See what you did there?
Is it in the report that we saw, or that we got? The data, is it in the report that was provided?
In the SIA or the ambient?
The document I received, I see a noise September 26th.
Yes.
Which is?
Well, not on the graph. You'd have to zoom out on the graph.
But there's data somewhere?
All of the data that was collected from there is in the final output. So the final output being for ambient is in attachment 5 on the results tables. The ambient levels in that table under theoretical receivers at property boundaries. That's the final output, and that will have your 4 a.m. Those have the hourly levels.
It does have hourly or does not?
That's the total. That's the average.
So it's an average over how many hours?
So
24?
What's that?
24 hours, like all day long?
Yes, for
Okay,
5. So this
I
is.
just want to understand your report. So it basically, what's here, you take all the noises during the day and basically say the ambient noise for this area that you measured, when you look at the entire day, is X, which...
Yeah, and then and it's over the 5 days, though, 24 hours, it's taken all day, it's over that 5 days. So TRN 65.6, that ambient, that dBA level, that's the average over the 5 days.
So what about backup beepers? Did you take that in consideration?
I measured them, when I was taking measurements at the Fountain Street. So again, everything that we captured, we used those trucks, 18 an hour is what I said, I think, and we used that an average, and over 16 hours there. So that's your worst case scenario.
And do you know what the backup beepers are typically required by OSHA, correct?
I believe so.
Do the garbage trucks have them, and do you know?
I couldn't even remember, to be honest with you. If there was, I'm sure I was trying to pay attention to what I was doing because
do you know what decibel levels of backup beepers are?
I don't.
Okay. And do you know what the speed is on Archwood Avenue, speed limit?
I don't, because none of my measurements were off-site. It's pulling into the site.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, thank you. I've had an opportunity to review and the expert reports or otherwise. Again, I received these yesterday at 1:10. Your planning staff, when they wrote your report, never received them. Clearly didn't study them. And so, that's a concern. I know the traffic study, the first one they gave, I objected to because there was no data behind it, and then they created another one. But from our standpoint, the concern is there's been a lot of representations about the level of due diligence, the level of analysis, and we get these reports at the last second. And as you can see, there's risk involved in this type of activity. There's no denying this type of activity can cause an odor. There's a lot of everything has to go right for things to work right, and we know based on the Fountain Street facility, it hasn't gone right, and there's some real risk here. And that's what I want you to consider. I've got my clients that are going to testify specifically about their some of the research and analysis that they did, but I just want to run through the standards for you here. And I provided an objection letter to Planning Commission. I'd incorporate that here. One, whether this will be harmonious with and in accordance with the general objectives of the city's comprehensive plan. I actually took a look at the plan, went through and identified other factors that were not identified by their expert. And I believe based on the testimony you've heard, you can come to the conclusion that the goal plan of preserving and protecting single-family residential neighborhoods and eliminate present and present future conflicts of land use that are detrimental to residential neighborhoods is not being furthered by this proposal. Let's look at all the residential neighborhoods that exist right here. This is the wrong location. You know what Fountain Street had to put up with, and I clearly feel horrible for what they've gone through, and I know they want to see this moved. They don't want to fight with their neighbors, but the fact of the matter is this is the wrong location because we know this type of operation can have this type of impact. And it's not consistent with your comprehensive plan. Because you look at the facts and circumstances and all the residential neighborhoods that are here. Next, C. It will be operated, maintained so as to be harmonious and appropriate in appearance with the existing intended character of the general vicinity, will not change the essential character of the same area. When our own expert was looking at the neighborhood and defining it, they were going out a half mile, some 3,000 feet. I only went out 1,500 feet, which was the original analysis. It goes here, by the way. And you could see this, just take a look at all the residential homes, not just single residential homes, but apartments, schools, churches within close proximity. Definitely if you go out 3,000 or a half mile, you're going to hit that. So again, there are concerns as it relates to that, and it will change it. It's happened at the previous site. Will not be hazardous to the existing or future neighborhood uses. And by the way, also disturbing, to the neighbors, this operation starts at 4 in the morning, okay? We've got this, and so early in the morning, you're now adding this additional sound. We don't know specifically what the sound is like at that time, but the fact is that's when operations pick up and all these activities occur. Will not be hazardous or disturbing to existing future or neighborhood uses. Again, we have truck traffic, the fumes from the truck, the noise, the hours of operation, 4 in the morning. The claim that somehow the facility is state-of-the-art. The fact that it's larger, the fact that it has doors that are on it. The only item that's really different is the size of it and the odor suppression system, but you heard about that system and how many risks there are associated with it. It's got to be, the key is how it's operated, allegedly. But there is a risk there. And again, there's no denying that these types of facilities can have a negative impact and can produce an odor. We do know that by the history of this site. Also the businesses in the area, that's another factor to be considered. They didn't go out and talk to the businesses, but as my clients will talk, there's a real risk that, and we heard from the adjacent business owner who's no longer here, that this can have an impact on the business, where they locate, their potential property values or otherwise. It will be served adequately by public facilities. Again, we don't know what the water is, level, where they're going to get it from. We're assuming City of Akron, but there's been no real analysis of that. Whether the essential additional requirements or public cost of the facility and will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. And again, you're going to hear from my clients, but you also heard from many people that were concerned about impact on them, their home values or otherwise. And we did not have an appraisal done. I looked in the materials. There was no analysis of diminution in property value. The appraiser came up here and said, well, I wouldn't make an adjustment for it based on what I saw in Oakwood. But there was no study of Fountain Street or other residential properties or even businesses of did they actually have a lower value. He says, I wouldn't have changed it, but there was no study to determine whether it actually would or not. But they made that representation. Yeah, again, will not be detrimental to any person, property, or otherwise, and we ran through it. The Archwood property is directly adjacent to my client's property. Joanna Ellis also is a resident there. It's also directly adjacent to some of the JW Didato property and my other client's property, and they have a significant concern. They have developed the property. You see they're located right, their site goes right off of Austin Avenue. So I represent this residential owner here. They actually own property right here, which is directly on the corner in the back. Over here's their main company, and you see they have a entire stormwater basin, pond area, they have a walkway, picnic tables that they use. My client has an entertainment center. They use it, and they may not live there, but it's their business's home. And on the vehicular traffic issue, it talks about interference. The study focused on really whether there's warrants for adding additional lanes or if there's other issues, but it really didn't focus on the potential interference that could be from adding all these trucks or otherwise. And again, destruction of natural features, we don't know whether there's a wetland study or not. So I think based on the evidence before you, what you've heard, and I'd ask my clients now to come up to walk through. Mr. Didato, you could come through, talk about your background, your concerns.
If I may, I'd like to do a couple of questions of Mr. Slater. I believe he swore at the beginning, and his statement was more in the nature of testimony. Thank you very much. Mr. Slater, can you please just identify the clients that you represent here?
Yeah, I did at the beginning.
Yeah, without looking at your paper, just sort of the names of them.
Without looking at my paper?
Yeah.
I don't want to get it inaccurate.
What are the names of your clients?
The names of my clients are JW Didato.
Yep.
The M&M Traffic Solutions, Traffic Safety Solutions, Joanna Ellis, and then it's, I think Joanne, it escapes me, the name. I actually recently found out when I did the property search and found out through my property search who the correct owner was able to reach out through the resident there and was engaged, so.
What's the name of that owner?
Excuse me?
What's the name of that owner?
Well, I'm gonna have to look, because I can't tell you.
You don't know that?
After, give me a break. If the point is I may not know him, I represent him.
Understood. Who is paying your fees tonight?
Who's paying my fees tonight?
Who's paying your fees for your engagement for this matter?
Well, I think that's attorney-client privilege.
It is not. I'm not asking you for any advice or any communications
Well,
between
I'm not
you and
gonna, I'm not gonna provide that to you.
So let me ask.
I'm being paid to be here, I'll tell you that.
Are you being paid here to be by one party or more than one party?
Multiple parties.
Multiple parties. Are they business entities?
Again, I'm not gonna get into that. I'm being paid to be here.
Okay. Is the property owner of that house one of the clients who's paying for your services?
Again, I'm not gonna answer that.
All right. Are you a scientist?
Am I a scientist? No.
Are you an engineer?
No, I'm not an engineer.
Do you have any expertise in odor containment or spreading of odors?
I do not.
Are you a land use planner?
I am not.
Are you an appraiser?
I'm not an appraiser, no.
Have you conducted or had anybody conduct an analysis for the best site in Akron where a transfer station can be located?
I've never been engaged to do that, no.
And you've never done that?
Have I
In
done that?
relation to this engagement?
I mean, I did, what I can say I did look at, based on the public records, alternative sites that were being considered, but no, I haven't done a particular analysis because, as you know, we're here for the particular site.
Okay. And is there a requirement for this site to be the absolute best site, or do you just have to meet the criteria for the conditional use?
Well, again, now you're getting into, I'm not here as an expert, I'm here as a lawyer representing my clients. And just like you and your, just like Mr. Burns made argument, I mean, it's completely inappropriate. If you
Mr.
have,
Burns was
I
not
asked
sworn in,
the,
you were.
and I mean, I'm not going to answer anything further as it relates to that because some of this, I'm here as an attorney, and you know that, Majid.
I know that very well, but I think none of the three of us was sworn in, you were. Let me...
Well, I did, I always do it, but I know that as lawyers,
Again, I
as
don't-
you know, as a lawyer, we have an ethical duty.
I don't seek to
So we don't have to be, but I just do it as a matter of course because
don't-
everyone else does.
I don't want to get into an argument with you over this issue, but I think you've stood there and spoke for quite a bit of time about whether this use belongs here and your objections to this use. So based on that, I'm asking you, does this council have to make the determination that this is the best site for this location for them to grant the conditional use?
Well, you're mischaracterizing what I said, because I did. I don't know if you weren't listening, but I indicated that that's not the standard. The standard is what's set forth in the code.
Correct.
I know that, right.
So the
And I said
standard
that, so don't mischaracterize what I said.
I'm not trying to actually, I didn't try to mischaracterize. I'm asking a question whether they need
Well,
to
you're
determine
saying what I said, and I didn't say it, so.
the subject of your testimony. Okay. So I think we're in agreement then that the council does not have to make the determination that this is the absolute best site. They have to make the determination whether you meet the criteria. We're in agreement on that.
Of course.
Thank you.
And also, your client has the duty and bears the burden of proving that.
Understood. And again, I don't want to get into an argument with this. We had a
Right,
number of,
I mean, that's it.
we had a number of experts and people who testified on that issue.
This says what they have to do. And again, I made argument as a lawyer, just like Mr. Burns did. And so, I mean, at this point, you want some basic information from me, but it's completely inappropriate for me. They have their own legal counsel. I'm not going to give legal counsel to them. I'm making arguments on behalf of my client.
Understood. Let me you've testified about your client's other property in the area. What's on that property?
Well, you can specifically ask them. He's about to get up and talk to you, but they have a business. They have a lot where they store their, I've been there. I've physically seen it. So Mr. Dodato's about to get up. You could ask him.
You've referenced an entertainment business. What is the entertainment business that's there?
Well, and Mr. Dodato can talk about that.
Do you know if it's luxury cars?
I know he has some there. I don't know exactly what it is, but. And I don't know how that's relevant.
No,
It really is.
I just wanted to know.
I don't
what
know the
we're
name of
talking
my
about.
client. I mean, the circus show going on here. I don't know exactly the name of my client. Okay. Oh, does Mr. Dodato have cars at his facility? I mean, we're here to protect, my clients, and also we hear the residents from the real risks that are here, Majid. So, you can go on and ask me more questions about that, but I think what they care about is the real issues here, and that's what's being proposed at this site and what's been the history of the Fountain Street site.
The question is who's really fighting this? But again, I'm done asking questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, can Mr. Donato present?
Yes.
Thank you.
Members of council, thank you. It's been a long day. The circus that I just witnessed, I'm waiting for my turn, so. But anyway, I'm Gary Donato, owner of J.W. Donato Electric, and retired owner of J.W. Donato Electric. My father started the business in 1959, and it was just a two-person shop all the way up until the early 80s when I took over full-time, and there was two people here that was at J.W. Donato. One was your old councilman, Jimmy Hurley, and myself. From there, we grew. It was out on High Grove Boulevard, had a one little old garage there, and from there, we went to the Akron incubator and developed and grew there as a part of the city of Akron. And from there, we went over to Wooster Avenue and became part of that neighborhood, corner of Wooster Avenue and Moon Street, right next to the Heidi Ho. And grew our business even further to where I can tell you we've been through some hard times, nearly lost everything in 1994, started back up, with not two nickels to rub together, and stayed in this community. With your help and great parents, we developed an incredible business. The sacrifices that they made has employed so many people here. We are proud to be a union contractor. We are proud to employ people in the office that make a great wage. And, you know, from Wooster Avenue and Moon Street, we went and got a building over there with the city's help at 1033 Kelly Avenue. Our promise was to the city that we would employ 12 people. And we did that. We invested a lot of money into that. It used to be the old diesel, Cummings diesel shop, for those of you who might know. And those of you who have been in there, I know many of you here, know the kind of investment and the money that we put into that place. And grew J.W. Donato and expanded it. And then came back with the help of the city. We moved another business to your communication business out of there and took over your communications building as Donato grew again. We have $20+ million invested in this community and these people that are here. And we've always been a good corporate citizen throughout this thing, to the hospitals, the universities, everything that's in this town. And what's going on here is unacceptable. I was asked, I got a card in the mail on July 3rd saying that there's going to be a planning meeting for this property. Well, this same property, I'm looking at it, I go, this is the same property that I met with Sam DeSazier sitting right there saying, this property's there, it's around $300,000, $350,000, and you guys can expand there because now we're growing out of space. Donato today is over $500 million in sales and over 1,000 union employees and 130 high-paid workers in our office on Kelly Avenue, which is our main office, and over at our high-voltage building. And talking to Sam when he was part of the city, he knew that what we were looking at to expand and what we needed. And the only thing that came up was the same 14 acres that they want to put a dump on. And Dan will talk about that later. But through all that, I went up there to go and got invited from Chris Little, because I called, what's going on here? Chris Little calls me, said, hey, I want you to come up, we're gonna go look at the Oakwood facility. I went up there with several of you here. Several of the neighbors that were over here in Fountain Street. Nobody from this neighborhood for where this is going. And I know, I seen the pain that was in their face. I seen what they were living with. I never in my life knew it was this bad. Never in my life. This has been here a long time, and you guys all know about it. And you guys just keep kicking it down the road. But now you want to kick it to my neighborhood, and it's wrong. I went up to the Oakwood facility, and this is the state-of-the-art facility. I'm sitting in there with the mayor, Mr. Hanna was there, and others. And as we sit there, we're walking through this facility. Not bad, it doesn't smell bad. I see recycles coming in, and then everybody picking from one side to the other, lines up with people, all kinds of people in there. Come back and we all walk outside. It's a big parking lot. Nothing in it. Not a piece of dirt, not a piece of garbage, nothing. Just one trailer sitting over there, one long skinny trailer. And I asked the guy, one of you was sitting over there, maybe the guy, one of them back here, I always remember him and his face, but anyway, I go, where's the trucks? Where's all the trash trucks at? Oh, we don't keep them here. Where's the trash at? I don't see no trash inside. Well, this isn't trash. And so okay, I didn't say nothing, got out of there, called Chris Little the next morning. I said, Chris, what is that place? This is Chris Little, your service director. What's a recycle place? It's not. I said, where is the trash? There's no trash here. It's for recycling only. Recycling doesn't stink like garbage. And it didn't stink bad up there. We could have lived with that if that was the case and that's what it was. 32 trash trucks, minimum, are going to be here, parked here every night. None of you guys talked about how does the lady with fixing all the smells, how do you fix this outside that is slime there? How do you fix the stinky trucks that are going to be lined up outside next to the neighbors over here? How do you fix the trailers that they're showing on these pictures that are lined up full of trash till they take it out? Yeah, grin. You know I'm right. You don't have an answer for that. And the slime that you have, these are the trucks, full of trash till they take it the next day. And you're allowing it to come in here? This is worse than Fountain Street because they put a little perfume on it, and now we're going to have, what do they call it? Cherry garbage smell now? Is that what we're going to have here to these people? That's what they're proposing? Come on, people. You guys are all better than this. And if this is all that you can come up with, it's a shame. And it's not going to stop here. I can promise you. These people had no idea what was coming. You have Tara Mosley saying, oh, well, it's not in your ward. It's in Ward 10. It's not affecting Ward 10 if it is, but I don't think she's right. It's in that man's ward. And he didn't even know about it. And him, and when I sat with you and others, they all thought it was a recycling facility. You're being lied to. Just like they lied to all the people that sat here. And yeah, I'm passionate about it. Because I don't have no more skin in the game. All I have, as you look on there, 1276 Austin Avenue and 1302 Austin Avenue. I got I call it my cave. It's a beautiful place that I've invested over $2 million in those two buildings that we can take customers and entertain them, do fundraisers there. I have my cars there, smoke cigars, do all this, but it's an investment. And I can look out my door and 300 yards away is the woods and the property line where these people are going to be. The building across the street I bought and renovated it. I got a new startup company that's going to create 40 jobs. Now what am I going to do, huh? 40 jobs coming in there for a new startup that I have fought to bring in this city. They want to take it to Mexico, the investors that I have. They want to take it down over to China, and I'm fighting it to have it in this city. But they talk about jobs. I sat up there with them, and you were there. They said, well, we got 13 jobs now, but we can reduce them down to 8. That's a really good way to go. And they're sitting there telling us you got 45 jobs. Maybe they're taking some of them that's already there, but they're reducing the amount that's already working. We've been proven to create jobs. We've been good to the city. And these people that are in that neighborhood do not deserve this. You heard the sicknesses these people had, day in and day out, and you've done nothing for 30 years. And you're going to go do it again? Look at the streets, you guys. Look at the slime. How do you fix that? Huh? How are they going to fix that? They don't do it here, and they're going to tell us they're going to do it in our neighborhood. This is years of slime and garbage that is wet, running into our sewers, and infecting the neighborhoods, infecting these people. And you're letting it go, and you want to put it in another neighborhood. How do you stop that smell? How do you stop the smell of a dirty garbage truck that they admitted they don't wash every day? Sitting there around this poor lady, Mrs. Ellis's property. 50 feet from the edge of the property. I mean, the only thing that separates her and them is that undedicated road that goes down there that the city still has. That was another thing we talked about coming over to us. You know, we can open this up and you can have in here and expand all that you wanted to do. So you guys are sitting here listening to this, and it's all about profit. It's all about profit. Those guys sitting back there, look at this. They even mentioned how efficient it's going to. Give me that map over there. How efficient this would be for the city back. You know, all our competition has to go somewhere else and take it. But you see this? This is Archer. This is Town Street. They have to come from here every night and follow their trucks and drive them all the way down, 45 minutes down here and park their trucks. Then they got to get in their truck and drive 45 minutes the next morning to here, start their routes. Dump 30 to 35 trucks an hour. I don't know what number. The guy is the expert on the traffic. 30 to 35.
Mr. Donato, can you move back to the mic so that everyone can hear you? Can you move back towards the mic so everyone can hear you online?
Get carried away.
Thank you.
30 to 35 trucks an hour from 4 a.m. to 5 p.m. And all they're doing is trying to mitigate their risk and increase their profit. That's what they're doing. And they can't sit there and tell me otherwise. We had people from the city, Chris Little, your service director, trying to cut a deal. Hey, we can cut you a deal. We can help you expand over here. Maybe you can buy it. Chris, I'm retired, and I just have an investment in this community. You got to talk to that man, J.W. Donato. But I can tell you ain't going to like what he says. And why is it profit? You think about where this thing is going. You have 76 on one side, you got 224 on the other, and they got an easy route right down Kelly Avenue, down Archwood, drop their crap off, drop the garbage off, and away they go. Sliming our streets that they don't clean, and these people are living with every day, and they can't admit that they're not. Sliming in the trucks, but you know what's going to be nice? It's all hidden now in this beautiful facility out front, but it's going to be hidden in the back. It's not going to stop the stench. They didn't solve that problem, did they? Oh, but we're going to start cleaning it. They haven't cleaned this yet. Come on, people. You guys are all better than this. And we're not stopping. You let it go, be prepared for what's happening. Do these people need to have that out of their area? Absolutely. And I will help with everything I have to do that. They need it out of their area, but it don't need to come here. Whoever come up with this idea and with this location is a bad one. You got 59 acres over there, and Ed Jensen will talk to you about later, sitting over there in, off of Gilcrest Road. You got property all over. Why this one? Why did they pick this one? Because of profit and easy access for them at the expense of these people and these kids and these families. They've already been dumped on with Joy Park. We're not going to allow it to happen here. Thank you.
Can we just, I'm so sorry, council members are asking for one last 15-minute break. Sure. Can we do that, please? Thank you. Thank you. thing going. If we can get everyone's attention, our public hearing, we're going to begin the continuation of our public hearing. And so again, we are hearing from individuals who are speaking against. Oh, yes, please, thank you.
Excuse me?
I was about to cross-examine the last witness before we...
Oh, okay.
Thank you. And if I may just quickly begin, I apologize to the council. I know this is dragging too long, and we honestly never even intended to cross-examine a single witness, but once it starts, we have a legal duty to protect our case, and I think you've heard Mr. Slater say that it's going to go to court. So we're not doing this for the fun of it or we enjoy it. Trust me, we all have families to be back to, but once it begins, we have to protect the record. Thank you. Sir, I just have a couple of questions for you. You've testified that you visited the Oakwood facility, correct?
Correct.
When did you visit it?
When was it?
Yeah.
I don't know when the mayor was there, Johnny Hanna was there. To know the date, I think it was right after I got the notice. It was before the first planning mission. So whenever that group was up there, that's when I was invited with Chris Little and the group.
And again, it's what time of day, though, was it when you went there?
It was, I think it was like 5:30, 6 o'clock.
So it was after hours? Mm-hmm. And it was clean?
And it was clean.
So that is an example of a site where Waste Management actually kept its word and cleaned the site. After the second that the trucks left, they cleaned the site. You were very impressed with it, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. And actually, if Oakwood were to locate the same facility as Oakwood at this site, you'd be fine with it, correct? Because you were happy with it there.
If it was only recyclables, there was no trucks there. I asked one of these guys back here, where are your trucks?
Understood.
And he said they don't park trucks here.
So we'll talk about what Oakwood...
So it's not the same facility, and you can't compare it that it is. And you're lying to these people that it is.
Understood, sir.
So you want to ask me some more? Come on, let's keep going.
If we talk over each other, it doesn't help anybody.
Well, I'm just
Nobody
telling
can
you.
hear us.
You ain't making a fool out of me. You're making a fool out of yourself. Go ahead.
I'll reserve judgment on all of that. The only question that I have is, whatever it was that you visited in Oakwood, let's not get into what it was, right? Whatever it was that you visited. I'm sorry?
You're asking me to compare it. You're
saying-
asking me to compare that site up at Oakwood. That's not what's coming here. So what do you want me to compare it to?
I'm not asking you to compare anything to anything else. I'm saying you visited the site in Oakwood and you were impressed with it. We've established that, correct?
Yeah, it was a dog and pony show.
Perfect.
Dog and pony show.
Whatever you saw in Oakwood, whatever that was.
Yes.
You'd be okay with it being at the Archwood location.
I would still be, I want questions answered, especially if these guys are running it.
Okay.
So you want to keep going?
No, I do.
Because I mean, we've been told nothing but stories. So go ahead, ask me something else.
I'm asking you, and I think your answer is yes. I just want to confirm it for the record. Again, I'm not asking you to identify what Oakwood was, whether it was recycling, whatever it is. Put that aside for a second. What you saw in Oakwood, you'd be fine with that type of facility being at Archwood?
No.
Why not?
And why not? Because it's a transfer facility, and that's not what it's zoned for.
So I thought you just testified that Oakwood was just a recycling facility, but you seem to know that it was a transfer.
Right, but you're telling me you're going to be transferring garbage and stuff there? That's what they were doing there. They're putting it in there, and they're putting it in trucks or trailers and sending them out.
So I'm trying.
So what it is, I wouldn't be happy with it being there.
Okay, so understood.
Because it's still wrong.
Understood. So let's just make sure we have the record clear for the city council. you realize that Oakwood is a transfer facility. You just testified that it is a transfer facility, right?
A recycle facility.
It's just a recycling facility?
That's what I was told from them. A transfer recycle facility, they take recycled stuff and haul it away.
Okay.
And that came from these people sitting in the parking lot or on the phone. This Aaron called me, one of their people, called me, said, yes, it is. He says, but we're going to have this all cleaned
A
up.
transfer and recycling facility, is that what you just said?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And you do know that that's what's happening in Akron, it's a transfer and recycling facility, right?
That's what happening what?
That's what this proposed site is, right?
This one here, and read your little bulletin, and garbage.
Okay.
And garbage. Up there didn't say garbage. It's your little proposal that you sent out that I got in the mail said, and garbage.
Okay.
There's a difference between recycle materials that people can sit there and sort with their hands and garbage.
So do I take it that your testimony tonight is that the garbage in Oakwood was cleaned so well that you did not even know that there is garbage at that facility on a daily basis?
I'm
Trucks
telling
go
you,
in and out with that facility.
I am telling you that I was told.
I don't care what you were told. I'm asking about what you saw with your own plain eye.
When I saw with my open eyes, looked like somebody went in there with a nice big power washer and cleaned it all up, and you guys did a nice dog and pony show.
Thank you.
Where's the trucks?
So it was cleaned enough to the point that you did not even know that there is garbage there on a daily basis?
If that's the case, yes, it is.
By the exact same operator that we've had repeated indictment of here about their record, this is the
Yeah.
exact same
But
operator.
you're forgetting one thing. I got pictures of the facility at night that doesn't show that. So when do you want to talk about that? I sent a private investigator up and took a picture of it. It ain't that clean at night. So let's go ahead. You want to keep going?
I do. Let's
come on.
Just let him ask the question, okay?
Yeah, your job is to answer questions, not to argue. But, all right. You were there, was it rainy when you were there?
You know, I don't recall. I don't, because we were standing outside. I don't remember anybody getting wet. It might have been misty when we first went, but yeah.
Okay. And then the pictures that were taken of the Fountain Street, do you know if it was rainy? Did you take them yourself?
I got dry ones too. I just didn't have enough room to bring them all. I got dry ones. It's just that stuff that's laying on there isn't wet. They're driving on top of the sludge, and it's all hard. But when it gets rainy, then it's running down in the sewers and everything else.
So your testimony...
I got lots of pictures. I can show you one.
Again...
It sounds like you need an education.
Thank you very much. I very well do. But my question to you, though, is the pictures that you presented here before the city council are when it was raining?
A couple of them aren't.
Correct.
And I got more over there that shows them when it's not. With the slime down the street. So you want to see those?
I'm not here to answer your question.
Well, you're making an accusation that the ones I showed them are just this.
Sir,
I can show them more.
Sir,
let me keep going.
When I finish, your lawyer has the ability to redirect you.
Okay.
He'll be able to ask you all those questions, and we'll get all those things out of you. I think this will go a lot quicker for your sake, for my sake, for everybody's sake. If we would just answer the questions that I ask, the night will go on much quicker. So the pictures that you've shown, I don't know what other pictures you have. The pictures that you've showed to the council tonight are when it was raining, correct?
That one's not.
Okay.
And I showed them that. It's not raining.
And show me where the sludge is on that one.
Are you kidding me? Get your ass over here.
Sir, please. All right.
Mr. Giordano, if you could just please just allow him to ask the questions of you, okay? I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think the council, thankfully, can on its own tell from my questions whether I'm trying to trip you or not. I'm asking very direct questions, and the council is able to judge who's trying to trip the other. Do you still own J.W. Didato?
No.
Okay, so you no longer are an owner of that property, correct? Of the business?
Say that again?
You do not own JW Didado?
I do not.
Okay. So when you stand here today and talk of it as your business, you're not an owner of that business?
I have another business there, right next to it. 1276 Austin Avenue and 1302 Austin Avenue. So yes, I have another business there.
Okay, but JW Didado as a business you do not own?
I do not own.
Okay. The other business that you have there, what is that business?
It's Smart Auger. It's a ground penetrating radar startup company that we just got funded for over $6.5 million and we're getting ready to hire people right now. It's going in the facility across the street.
Okay.
I own GJ Didado Consulting, electrical consulting company.
Okay, and
I own Briarwood Properties. That's over across the street too, where we do our own construction and building as we develop properties. So,
okay, and
so
then
I have other
I understand.
businesses there.
I understand. That's fair. You've been blessed, and that's great. The JW Didado business. How many trucks a day come onto that site and leave it?
I couldn't tell you. Usually not a whole lot, unless we're on storm. Then they'll line up and they'll go on storm. Those trucks that are there will be there as they go out to a job site. Let me tell you something, we got close to 2,000 trucks the last I've heard. There ain't that many in that parking lot.
Okay.
They're there for storm and they're helping out this community and other communities in the area.
And you do store trucks at that facility, though, right? At that site? Trucks
We do.
Stored. And
They
you
don't
know
stink.
And you do know that the hauling and the storing of the trucks is a permitted use as of right in that zoning district, correct?
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Irrespective of the conditional use that we're talking about today, the hauling site and the storing of the trucks there overnight is permitted as a matter of right.
Empty trucks coming in and are allowed to sit there and they go out empty in the morning. And guess what? The sludge has already dripped out of them. So yeah, they're going to be, they're permitted to sit there.
Okay, so the answer is they are permitted to stay there, correct?
They are permitted to sit there.
There was a point when he tried to purchase the property, the site where WM is hoping to build the facility, correct?
Say that again?
There was a point when you tried to purchase the site that WM...
No, it was offered to us.
Okay.
It was offered to us a couple years ago from Mr. DeShazer sitting there saying, hey, this is available, will this work? We can open this up, we can give you that dedicated road in the back and expand and allow us to get down the hill and come in off of Arch Street with the expansion that they wanted to do.
What is that expansion, actually? Can you describe it to the council?
Dan Sublett will have to do it. I'm retired now.
Okay. There was a community meeting last Saturday?
Yep.
Who organized that?
A bunch of us. Pastor Ward, there was a couple other pastors that I met. Myself, Dan Sublett. There was a nice group of us that did that.
Who was invited to it?
People from the neighborhood.
Okay. Was WM invited to that meeting?
No.
Would you have allowed them to come?
I'd allow them to come, absolutely. But hey, they're the ones missing out on the neighborhood. They haven't talked to them one bit. Or me. Or Dan.
Who paid for the breakfast at that meeting?
I did, personally.
All right. And did you share any printed literature or pamphlets or anything?
Yes, we did.
What kind of material was on those pamphlets?
We did yard signs, door knockers, had them sign petitions, had people go around to all the neighborhoods. Yeah, absolutely.
And you paid for all those signs and...
A lot of it, yeah.
Correct. There was a truck on the street here today with a sign on it opposing the project, and you did that?
Yes, I participated in that.
Okay. And there was a rat on that on that sign? You approved
That's what I
that?
say. I remember seeing the rat. It looked pretty cool.
And you approved that depiction that
Yes.
was being displayed on the street?
And you want to know why? So you're not asking me why? Because these people sat there and testified to the big rats that was going through their houses and neighborhoods over on Fountain Street.
So my question is, you're responsible for that publication that was on the street today?
I'm
correct?
one of them, yes.
Thank you. And then there is this door hanger. Are you responsible for this publication as well?
I didn't see that when we had our own.
Sergeant? Would
Pardon?
you like me to hand it to you?
Yeah, that one there I didn't have anything to do with. I had the one, I think that was a community did that. I had the one that was, I don't know, does anyone have it? It matched the sign and matched the rat.
Okay, and you've spoken about this rat, about the facility, and that is something that you've stated in public about WM, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Who in the community prepared this door hanger?
I have no idea.
Okay. It has, again, the rat on it?
I didn't see it.
Okay.
So, is there rats on that? Is there one on there? Yeah. I don't know. I didn't even look at it.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Have you made statements in the public meeting about hazardous material coming to the site?
I don't think so. No, because there's not hazardous materials at the site.
Okay.
I know that. Unless, like he said, you dumping Roundup or something like that. That has never been stated to me, and I never said it.
Thank you. And the same, there's no toxic materials there. You agree on that?
Well, I think you got to determine what toxicity is, and that's one thing I did say. What is in that sludge that's been there for years? They keep driving over and building up. You're going to tell me you want me to go test it? It's not toxic. It's not going to make people sick.
So again, the question that I have is not what's in it. The question that I have is about statements that you have made.
Statement that I said, you don't know what's in that, and there's got to be toxic and bacterias and everything else there.
Okay. And you've made that specifically about WM operations?
Their operation on Fountain Street that these guys are running.
If you just give me 1 second. Sir, thank you very much.
I just have a couple of follow-up questions. I'll be brief. Mr. Dadato, you're obviously passionate about this. So you're obviously passionate about this, correct?
That's correct.
Is there a reason why that you don't want this here? You're no longer with J.W. Dadato. What's your concern?
Well, most of all, it's wrong. I mean, they've tried to call and cut a deal with me. It's not going to work. You can't forget the people. I've made my money. I've been very blessed. But you can't forget about your neighborhood, and you can't forget about your people. And I have a major investment there. Even though it's not J.W. Dadato's property or buildings, I'm still invested in this community, giving a lot more what they're giving. They're doing it here for one reason, profit. That's it.
You have taken the time to see the Oakwood site, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that, by the way, you were by invite and you had to go at a certain time, correct?
It's perfect, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. You weren't there 24 hours to see what the entire operation was like, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then, second of all, you've seen the Fountain Street site also, correct?
That's correct.
Multiple times?
Multiple times,
Okay, so you've done some investigation, is that correct?
yes.
And you have concerns about the site?
Yes, how they're taking care of it. It doesn't matter whether it's raining or not.
And knowing what you know now after your investigation, would you invest in this at your current property if this type of facility, a transfer facility, is located where they're proposing it?
No,
And why not?
Because, you know, you have a real estate guy back there that telling us it's not going to hurt the community and not going to hurt our property. He's full of crap. We can sit there and I can look at it and I can smell it. I sat on the other side of the highway at the Fountain Street, west side of the highway, on Route 8, and can smell Fountain Street. They're sitting there telling you that it doesn't go west. They're playing God, that the wind only blows from west to east. Come on, guys. You guys are getting filled with a bunch of stuff. They're not God and saying the wind's going to blow one way the whole time. It blows all over the place.
All right.
Just a couple points. One is more for the clerk of council. That door hanger, I understand it circulated with the council. I just want to make sure that it's in the record, it gets appended to the record if there's an appeal to court, that it's part of what goes to the court. Sir, just a couple of questions for you. Are you an appraiser?
Am I a what?
An appraiser?
I buy a lot of real estate.
Say it again?
I buy a lot of real estate. I work with appraisers all the time.
You work with appraisers, but you're not an appraiser yourself?
No, I'm not an appraiser.
Okay. And it's your testimony today that a $20 million investment in a neighborhood will actually devalue the surrounding properties?
It's going to be, that's a different, I'm not talking about 20 million. I got a 2 million. And yes, you come to my facility and you tell me who would want to buy it if I ever decide to retire or move out.
Okay.
Come see it.
So that's the testimony that you would like to stand on tonight?
So that's what I'm investing into this community.
All right. Are you, by the way, just for the record, just so that we go through it, are you a scientist?
Am I a scientist? No.
Chemist?
Nope.
Any expertise in odor traffic?
No.
Odor control?
Nope.
Any expertise in traffic regulation or measuring, doing traffic studies or anything of that nature?
Nope.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions. Pastor Harris spoke before, and there were some questions about who I represented. I have a couple questions, probably a minute. So, Pastor Harris. Yeah. Do I represent you?
You do not.
Okay. And has Mr. Didato or any other entity paid you to be here?
No, I just met him Saturday.
Okay. And what is the reason you're here?
I was watching online and I came back down because something was said, and I wanted to say it to the attorney, but they didn't want to talk. It is highly offensive to think that all of the people that came down here came because they were paid or they were given something. Most of this council know that I continue to talk about issues that affect black, brown, and poor people. Period. I talk about it all the time. So to not engage the community at all, to not at least say, hey, we want to do this, we want to talk about this with you, and to sit and listen for someone to say, this is a business, you still got to talk to the residents that live there. There was still a dump in Joy Park. We still can't use the land in Joy Park. That same arrogance is what we're talking about now, that you refuse to engage people in these areas that you're putting these dump sites or recycle sites or whatever the site is. But at least talk to us about it. At least knock on the door. At least hold a meeting. But I don't know this guy. I don't know him. I've never met him before Saturday. Before I went to the meeting, I got notice of that meeting by Pastor Ward, who had just got notice, and he put it in a chat, and I showed up to the meeting Saturday. But it's still black, brown, and poor people is where these dump sites, where these factories, where all of this garbage ends up at. So it's offensive.
I have no questions whatsoever, Pastor. I just wanted to clarify that my questions before were directed at Mr. Slater as to who hired him. I would never even imply anything regarding any of the members who speak for or against the application.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Sutcliffe?
Hey, good evening. Long day. Dan Sublett, President, JW Dodado Electric, for the last 2 years. Woke up this morning at 3 a.m. to get here for this special meeting, so I'm tired. Haven't seen my kids in 3 days, but I'm going to see them tonight when we're done here, if we get done here. Okay? Talked about my family. I got 130 other family members at this business. They're my employees. I care about them, like my kids. And when I think of things like this going in, around where they work, they spend their time 8, 10, 12, 14 hours a day at this place of employment. They call it a job. I call it a career. They call it a home. We make it nice for them. We got fountains. We got walking paths. We got picnic tables for them to get out of their office and go enjoy a nice day. How are they supposed to enjoy a nice day with that around? How can they do that? I have aspirations of growth. I have a growth trajectory. We are outgrowing our space. We grew with the city of Akron. As Gary mentioned, you helped them along the way. You were partners in that. 12 employees is what he committed to. We have 130 in that office right now, over 1,000 out in the field, and growing. We're a full-service electrical contractor. We service a lot of the facilities right here in Akron, okay? Over 20 years I served in the military, 6 in the Army, over 14 in the Air Force, went all around the world defending the oppressed. I didn't think I'd have to see it right across the street, okay? Didn't think so. I didn't have to look far. I thought I was done. I retired 2 years ago. But now look what's happening. You got pastors that showed up here, poured their heart out to you, said they weren't informed about any of this. Neither were we. What kind of partner is that? What kind of open communication and transparency is that? This is wrong, guys. I don't know many of you. Love to get to know you. But guess what? You've never even come to talk to one of your largest businesses in the city when they had a new president. That's just as much my fault as it is yours. We are in this together. When we talk about this stuff, will not be hazardous or disturbing to existing or future neighboring uses. I am there. They are not. The burden of proof is on waste management. Okay? Mr. Slater got all of this yesterday. That's despicable. When he asked for it 8, 10 weeks ago, multiple times. And what he was able to get out of here in 24 hours, not even 24 hours, is short of unbelievable in my book. I'm not going to read this. Listen, I run a contracting business. I don't like lawyers. And after today, I like them even less. Okay? I'm a guy trying to take care of families and take care of a community and grow my business. And this is not good. Okay? For those that don't know the company, we have almost $20 million in wages for the city of Akron. Between our payroll, income, and property taxes, almost $1 million annually. Average salary of my office employees, many of whom who live in the community, $105,000. We pay well. I believe in treating people well. We have excellent benefits. My employees have health insurance. Why? Because I would never wish anybody to not have health insurance so they can take care of their family when something happens. Skilled labor employees, we have over 400 in the city of Akron and surrounding areas. Again, servicing your facilities, working with your community. The amount of money that we donate to the causes with our community, millions of dollars a year. Why? Because we believe in the community and we want to make it better. I feel terrible for the people at Fountain Street. Until I got involved in this at the 11th hour, I always saw it driving up Route 8, but I never knew exactly what it was. It's despicable. And the city has not done their job in holding it accountable for the way it's been operated. Ms. Crawford, I think earlier said, I think she was the odor lady, operational standards met. Are those operational standards? Is that operational excellence being met? And where has the city been in enforcing whatever regulations or penalties there are? Whatever's been done has not been effective. Second thing up there, will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. Earlier, somebody described, I think it was the planning gentleman, general welfare also includes economic health. What about my economic health as a company? My employees took a job with certain expectations, with motivation to be a part of the city of Akron, to be a part of JW Dodado Electric, so we could grow together. What about my economic health? Yes, this will be detrimental. I can't expand the way I want to, okay? I'm gonna have, I think the number was 30 to 40 trash trucks per hour is what the public affairs person who went around after they realized that they hadn't, well, they knew they didn't talk to anybody, but after they realized this wasn't going away, they sent somebody out to hurry up and do damage control. I forget the guy's name, but I can get it. It's, he called. 30 to 40 trucks an hour is what he said. So where they got 18 trucks, I don't know. Your planning commission that denied this didn't have any of this, none of it. Their lack of preparation is embarrassing. They're supposed to be a world-class organization, okay? So what are we talking about here? Why are we even standing here talking about this right now? That is supposedly a world-class organization that gave our representation 18 hours to digest thousands of pages. This is what's wrong. When they were talking about the residents, I just got on my phone real quick on Google Earth, and Miss Ellis is really close. We all know that. We all know that they ignored the site selection criteria. Okay, we've talked about it now for 8 hours. The next closest house is 790 feet across the street. The fire department didn't even know this was going in. How does that happen, guys? The firefighters, our emergency services people, 300 feet away from this location, didn't even know this was going in. Whose failure is that? Chris Little? Where's he at? Where's he at? Okay? I was driving with my 12-year-old daughter. I fielded a call about this, and she could hear just my half of the conversation. And you know what she said? She said, "Are they putting a trash facility by your office?" I said, "Well, they're thinking about it." She said, "Well, your office is really nice." I said, "Yeah, we're trying to keep it that way." She said, "Well, isn't it going to stink?" I said, "Yeah, it sure is." And she said, "Well, why would anybody want to work there?" What am I supposed to tell her? When I go to obtain new talent for my growth, am I supposed to tell them, "Hey, come walk around. We've got this really nice walking path around our property. We've got these picnic tables for you to sit and enjoy your lunch with your colleagues at. Don't worry about the 30 trash trucks an hour. You know, don't worry. They said it wasn't supposed to stink." I don't know what they told them about that facility, but they haven't done anything, and neither has the city. Will not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, equipment, and conditions of operation that will be detrimental, there's that word again, detrimental, to any person or property or general welfare by reason of excessive production of traffic, noise, smoke, fumes, glare, or odors. We heard from the traffic study guy, he's not even using the right he's not even using the right counts. He's using what they told him. I think that's what they told him. But their public relations person is saying 30 to 40 trucks an hour. I think somebody up there earlier said 86 trucks at peak hours in the AM and PM. They don't even have their own information correct in order to do a proper analysis. A proper analysis that should have been done at planning. We never should have made it this far, guys. They're picking on a community that they didn't think they needed to inform because they could walk all over them. And I can't let it happen. I've been halfway around this world, and I've seen people that are oppressed, and I've seen people that don't have people representing them. And you guys ought to get out. Ought to get out once in a while and see what goes on in the rest of the world. And I won't let it happen here. Reading at an angle. Not, what does that say? Not to create an interference with traffic on surrounding public streets or roads. I don't know if they defined what roads they can and can't use. All I know is when I look out my window and I look across Kelly Avenue, right across from my office, I see kids. I see dads, I see moms, I see grandmothers, I see people riding bikes, I see people bouncing basketballs, okay? None of you would want this within 800 feet of where you live. I'm certain of it, and if somebody does, you need to raise your hand right now because we will move it over there. None of you would want this. Detrimental to the economic welfare of the community. What am I supposed to do with the money that I've invested in the city of Akron, in my property, in my people? What am I supposed to do when I'm forced to relocate? We're growing. I'm leasing space down on the south end of Kelly Avenue. I want to get out of there. I want to bring that division of work up to our main office. I'm leasing another space over in Mogador. I want to bring that division of work onto my property. I have other plans for distribution centers, for industry equipment that we use. Can't do any of it. You know, the economic development person for the city of Akron reached out to me a week and a half ago. This has been going on for 2 years. And just decided to reach out a week and a half ago. I don't know where I rank in terms of the size of our business. Gary mentioned it. We're 500 million. In a few years, we'll be $1 billion. Okay? It's just a number. But what it means is I can have a positive impact on twice as many people. Twice as many people that live here. Twice as many people that have families here. But I can't do it without your help. So I'm asking you, help me. I was there. The burden of proof is on them. They have not done that today. I think that's all I had. Thank you.
If I may, sir. A few questions.
What gives you the right to ask me questions?
He does have a right to ask you questions, okay?
Fire away.
Thank you. And actually, let me begin by thanking you for your service, and we owe you and all of our veterans a debt of gratitude, and thank you for that. Let me just I have a couple of questions. You've repeatedly talked about the expansion plans. for the site. What are the expansion plans that you have for the site?
That is not ready for public release yet. But I did mention that I'm leasing 2 properties, one south of Kelly where I have a division of work currently, and I'm leasing another property in Mogador where I have an active division of work. And I want to get both of those divisions of work operating out of my Kelly Avenue property.
Okay. And does that include the distribution centers that you just tested?
No.
Okay. But how many trucks a day come to your site and leave?
The big trucks, the work trucks?
Yeah.
Primarily, we're just, if a project ends, they'll come back to the we call it the shop. They'll come back to the shop if we don't have another project for them to go to. But that's what you see down there at the intersection of Kelly and Triplet. So there might be 25 trucks down there, but some are being worked on, some are waiting to get redeployed. But by and large, out of the fleet of 1,800 pieces that we have, majority of them are out on projects working.
But they do return to that site, correct?
Well, we have other staging yards from Ohio to New Jersey. It's whatever is convenient and efficient for the operations.
But you do have trucks coming in and out of that site. That's a true statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they travel on Kelly Avenue,
Yes.
where you testified you see the children on the bikes and you see the families. Your trucks
Yes.
are traveling there daily?
Yep. Now, I'll say that majority of the trucks stop at our high voltage building.
Okay. And you do have, actually, that's a very good point.
Yep.
You do have some, you said high voltage building?
High voltage.
Okay, can you explain what that is to the
Yes,
council?
in terms of electricity, that would be, call it 12,000 volts or higher. Utility scale electrical infrastructure.
So that's a major electrical, I don't know what you call it, outlets that you have there.
A what?
This is a much higher risk operation than other operations that you have right there with the level of voltage that you have going through your facility?
It's only risky if you don't follow the prescribed safety guidelines.
Okay. And you as a business would follow the prescribed safety guidelines, correct?
We have training programs, yes.
Okay. And you would expect that of any other operator to follow the safety guidelines that govern their operations, correct?
Sure.
And that would apply to waste management as well, following the guidelines that would apply to their operations.
Sure.
In the same way that you do for your business.
Sure.
Did you read the traffic report?
Are those your guidelines? Does that look like your guidelines? We were told doors will be closed at all times. Those doors don't look like they're closed.
Again, I'm not here to answer questions, but I appreciate your statement, and I'll follow up in a minute. But the question that I was on is, did you read the traffic report that was submitted by TMS Engineering?
No.
So when
You mean the traffic report that was delivered yesterday? Is that the one?
I don't know when you got it. You would have received it from the city.
John, when did we get it?
It's immaterial to me. The question is, did you read?
No.
You did not?
No.
So when you stand here and you testify to how they got their, whether they got traffic counts, did not get traffic counts, how they did that, you have no idea how they got their.
I think he said it earlier, 18 from what your team told him. That's what he said. I'm not putting words in his mouth.
Is that what he said?
I think that's what he said.
He's shaking his hand. No, let the record reflect
where
that he's
did you get
shaking
him?
his head no.
Oh, yep, sorry.
All right,
Yep.
so that was incorrect.
Well, listen, we've been here 8 hours waiting on you guys.
Very fair. I just wanted the record to be clear on that. Speaking of that, by the way, you're not an expert in traffic engineering, correct?
I'll just cut the chase. I'm not an expert on anything you're going to ask about.
Thank you. And that includes land use.
Yes, that includes land use.
And somebody like Professor Soltis would be much more qualified to render an opinion on the conditional use criteria?
I have no idea how to qualify his abilities.
Thank you. Did you have any involvement in any of the pamphlets, literature, anything that was produced here in opposition to this project?
I have no idea where that stuff came from.
Okay. Are you familiar with the radio station WAKR?
Yes.
And the Ray Horner show?
Yes.
You've appeared on that show, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you advertise on that show?
Yeah, I think we do commercials on the radio.
Yeah. Thank you. I have no further.
Thank you.
I just have a quick follow-up. Real quick, I think we both need to be here so they can hear me. So, are you here because you want to buy the property where Waste Management is going to be located, and is that your motivating factor for why you're here?
No. No, I'm here for the community, and I did not take a tour of the Oakwood facility, and I really don't care what it is or isn't. I don't want trash trucks around my business. It prevents me from expanding. It prevents me from getting talent.
Even the proposed facility that they plan on putting at this site, knowing that it was there, would you, assuming you weren't located where you currently are, would you locate your business and invest in this area if you knew that there was a trash transfer facility like they're proposing there?
No, I have zero interest in being by a trash transfer station. We have one in Wadsworth that I've seen, and that public drop-off looks terrible. You want to know what happens when the dumpsters are full? People just throw their stuff right next to it. They don't care, okay? And they've got 20 dumpsters in Wadsworth. The public drop-off is going to be a problem, guys.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may. I think you've testified that one of the issues that you've had problems with is the doors being open at the transfer station.
Listen, we were told that the way that that's supposed to operate is that the doors will always be closed, and those doors are open.
Okay. Understood. And that's exactly the point that I wanted to clarify. And I understand it's been a long night, and we're all very tired. But did you hear the testimony how the Archwood facility is going to be, the fact that the site is this big allows it to be constructed with much bigger depth to be able to have the trucks in and be completely closed, something that they do not have the luxury to do with the site constraints where they're currently located?
They probably said it if you said they did, but you know, we've also heard about the site being 14 acres and it's 7 times bigger than what's over there. And I think the pictures we saw that they're developing 6 or 7 acres, and so it's not 7. The actual property may be 7 times bigger, but the actual operating footprint isn't. I guess I'll tell you, the same guy, the public relations person, when we were on the phone, you know, I don't know what he meant by this, but he said this is only phase 1. We're not talking about phase 2 yet. And we said, well, what do you mean phase 2? And he didn't go any further. So I don't know what you guys have planned, but for this council, you better understand, there's a lot of questions that got to be asked. I don't know what that meant, okay?
Let me just follow up on that for a second. So you recognize that the site is 14 acres?
Whatever you guys.
Somewhere. And the use of the facility, the construction, you said is over 6 of the 14?
Well, I don't know, whatever. Well, you probably got the exact number.
So the remainder is green space and separation from the surrounding properties, correct?
Maybe for phase 1.
Okay, we'll get to that. But as what's proposed before the city, that's the case, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And do you know if Waste Management has the ability to do any phase 2 without getting city approval?
I have no idea. I don't think they've got the approval to do what they're trying to do now.
Thank you. And by the way, who told you about this phase 2? Because I can testify, I'm not testifying, but there is no phase 2. But who told you anything about phase 2?
It was their 911 emergency. We better talk to the community guy who was calling everybody.
Okay.
I'd be glad to get you guys a name. It's his business card is sitting on my desk.
Okay. And then lastly, as you sit here today, you don't know whether this site will have enough depth to be able to have the doors closed. You can't testify to that.
What does depth have to do with closing a door?
Enough distance to have the trucks inside of the facility to be able to close the door?
Those doors are supposed to be closed. It's a button.
Okay. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Your testimony is about another site, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And if one of the...
I can't see the thing that's not there.
Okay, no, understood.
All I can go is off of the track record that you've displayed.
Understood. And if the experts and the people who are designing the building and everybody is saying one of the distinguishing criteria between
Is it the
that
same
site and this
experts you
site...
had here all day today? Because it seemed like every time that they were asked about their experience, they were a little light.
All right, there's no use going back. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak against?
Yes, I am Ed Jessen. I am the Vice President at Hoffman Lee Commercial Real Estate. I've been doing this for over 25 years. So I've been asked to come here today to give my opinion on this site and how it affects essentially the commercial real estate valuation of the surrounding properties. And I don't have an expertise in the residential, but I can assure you that it will have an adverse effect on the valuation of the site. There is a stigma that goes along with having a trash facility in your neighborhood, in the middle of this neighborhood, and it will have a very adverse effect on the valuations going forward if it does go in there. How much, I don't know, but I can share with you in all my years here, I have a property down in Green, not that that's, makes a lot of sense to people here, but there is a roundabout. If you've been to Green, there's a couple roundabouts that they put in there. I have a client who had a valuation of their property at $1.6 million. Today we are selling it for roughly less than half of that, based on that issue. And I don't think that there's when you have a facility, a rubbish facility going in here, a transfer facility, it's going to have the same stigma. It may not be 50%, but it is definitely going to have an adverse relationship to the valuation of the property. And as far as, you're talking about the economic welfare, I think that meets the criteria, frankly, that they're talking about as far as the conditional use is concerned. So. We also had talked about before about, different facilities. I think Gary had actually mentioned about different facilities, and my understanding is that the city of Akron has 4 industrial parks, one of which is over on South Monroe that has 54 acres. It has been untouched for 20-some years, so maybe an idea to move that over there. Any questions, feel free to ask.
Yes.
Your name is Jessen?
Ed Jessen, Jesson.
Thanks very much. Mr. Jessen, do you mind if I take a look at the report that you prepared in conjunction with your testimony?
I did not have a report. I was just asked to come give my opinion on the situation.
So what did you do to investigate the site that's proposed for WM's facility on it?
Actually, I called about that site and found out it was under contract. 14.35 acres, and I found out that it was under contract for quite a bit of money. I don't know how much, do know it's over $2 million, was what I was told.
Okay. When did you make that call?
That was several weeks ago.
Okay. By the way, who did somebody ask you to attend this meeting?
I've been asked to attend by Mr. Didato. I'm not being paid, by the way. I'm probably the only person here not being paid. And my wife is actually a Barbertonian as well, and she knows Pastor Ward, so I felt like I should be here to just give my opinion.
You said you called several weeks ago. How many times since then did you visit the site in the surrounding area?
I've been by the site once or twice, but I haven't gone to visit the site. Yeah.
What can you tell me about the surrounding uses?
Well, there's the Data Electric up there. There's LQK over there, the recycling facility. There's I'm trying to remember. There's a couple of retail businesses in that area as well.
Are you familiar with the zoning of the property on Archwood?
U5, ordinary industry, I believe.
Actually, I believe it's U4. U4 and U5. So did you evaluate what the impact of any of the other permitted uses of the property might be on the values of surrounding property?
So what other permitted uses are you talking about, sir?
Any of the other permitted uses.
I'm not understanding your question. You said,
well,
okay.
You said you're familiar with the zoning of the property.
Yes, U5, ordinary industry.
Are you familiar with the uses that are permitted in that zoning district?
Yes. And I can tell you, just like I said, there's a stigma that goes along with having a trash facility at this location. It will impact the valuation. We market properties all the time, and it will, you find things that are close to highways, that's a plus. You find things that are have good visibility, that's a plus. Having a trash receptacle facility there is not going to be a plus.
I'm asking about the other permitted uses on that site. Would any of those other permitted uses have a negative impact on the value of the site?
The recycling facility?
No.
Or other?
I'm talking about, here, we've got a vacant site on Archwood, right? Mm-hmm. And you said you're familiar with the zoning of the property, so you know what other uses would be permitted for that site.
Right, other industrial uses could go on that site.
And would any of those industrial uses have an impact on the value of surrounding properties?
Oh, yes. I mean, it would. I mean, there's if you have other facilities that you're gonna have trash, the smell of the trash around there. And
No. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're misunderstanding me.
Mm-hmm.
There are dozens of other uses of that site that are permitted.
Mm-hmm.
Would any of those other uses of that site have any impact on the value of surrounding properties? Or is it only use as a transfer station that would have
Use as a transfer station would.
No other use would have any impact on the value of surrounding properties?
If there was a noxious odor, yes. But as far as what we're talking about here, a recycle facility would not.
So are you saying that it's because there would be a noxious odor as a result of the location of a transfer station that the transfer station that's proposed here would have a negative impact on the value of surrounding properties?
There's a stigma that goes along with having a transfer station. It's just there's the sense that there's going to be a smell. So
regardless of the facts.
Right.
So your testimony is that regardless of whether there would be an odor or not, the existence of a transfer station would have a negative impact on surrounding property values.
Yes.
Would the existence of a trash hauling business have a negative impact on the value of the property surrounding this site?
I would think so. Not a recycle, but trash hauling.
So a trash hauling business would, but a recycling business wouldn't?
If it's clean, yeah.
If it's
like
clean.
they're talking about up in Oakwood, yeah, if it was something like that, yes, it would be.
I'm sorry, if I'm talking about what?
No, you talked about the Oakwood facility? Or if we're talking about the Oakwood facility, if it's the recycling that they were describing before, that really
the transfer station and recycling facility in Oakwood, that's what you're referring to?
Yeah, the one they were describing, if something like that would not have a negative impact.
Okay. Yeah, are you familiar with that facility?
I've been by there, I haven't been into it, but I wasn't invited.
So are you aware or unaware that that is a transfer station and recycling facility?
Yeah, I'm not aware that that's a transfer station.
Okay. If it were a transfer station, as others have testified here today, would you expect that to have a negative impact on the surrounding properties there then, by the same logic you're applying here?
I couldn't speak to that one over there. I just don't know enough about that facility.
But you know enough about this one?
I do, yeah.
Okay. What rules of appraisal are you following here today as you give your testimony?
I'm not an appraiser, as I said, but I'm telling you, valuation of a property, when we're doing it to lease or sell, there's a stigma that goes along with a facility like that.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood. What is your profession?
I am a commercial real estate agent.
Oh, you're a broker?
Yes.
Okay. And you described a little bit about your familiarity with Mr. Dodato. Could you tell me, have you done any business together?
I've done business in the past, yes.
Okay. Helping him buy properties, helping him sell properties?
Buy properties.
Okay. Are you involved in any transactions or potential transactions with him right now?
No.
Thank you.
Quick question. Just so we're clear, how long have you been in the real estate industry?
25 plus years.
Okay, and so you have experience locating sites for potential buyers?
Correct. Tenants, buyers.
And what you're saying is that in your opinion, your 25 years of experience in this industry, you believe that there's a stigma associated with these types of facilities.
Yes.
That's all you're saying, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
Hello, I am Maria Dodato Giacobozzi. I am here on behalf of my companies Traffic Safety Solutions and M&M Safety Solutions. I am a women-owned business, 100% with my business partner. We own the property across the street from J.W. Dodato Electric. And we employ right now probably like around 50 people, but we can get anywhere between 50 to 80 people of flaggers. We are working with the Akron Probation and Parole Office to get people back to work in the Second Chance program, the substance abuse program, so we try to give them the opportunities to work. So we're really trying hard to bring up the communities. We really care about the community, and being a Dodato and in the community for over 40 years. You know, like our parents have kind of taught us to care about the community. I've been embedded in the community. I volunteered in the community for many years with the mentally handicapped, with the Catholic Charities, with the Embrace Foundation, done a lot of things that we're part of with J.W. Dodato Electric, but also with my company, Traffic Safety Solutions and M&M. My concerns here today are about, obviously, the property value. I am a small company. We are trying to expand. We've gone through planning and walked through the building and trying to expand and what our expansion looks like there. And it just concerns me of what the property value really is going to be. I'm concerned about the odors. You know, my son, when he was growing up, he had allergy-induced asthma, and something like this could set him off. You know, with the odor suppression, with the oils and things like that. So it makes me concerned about the community, and is this something that's going to affect other people with health issues? You know, the one person I have in the office, she's got asthma really bad, and, you know, it concerns me if that's going to bother her. You know, obviously it's the health issues, it's the cockroaches, it's the rodents, that could come through there from the trash that's being there. You know, the sewage coming off of the trucks that can come down the streets, you know. And like we said, location, location, location. That's all about why we picked where we were at as Traffic Safety Solutions and M&M, is because we liked the location. It was convenient for us being close to the expressways and where we needed to be. We did look for other locations, but that one seemed to fit us. And again, trying to expand on my renovation of my building is just, you know, I'm concerned. I do believe, you know, you have something written on the wall out there. It says, want for our neighbors what we want for ourselves, you know, right above the steps. And that's what I want, and that's what I hope you want. You've heard the neighbors come in here today, and I hope you really truly listen to them, because you know, they have a voice, and they care about, yes, there needs to be a facility, but just not here, not close to these families, because you are truly moving this from one location to another. I don't think it belongs on Fountain Street. I think we need to find a location that is conducive to everybody, not just because this property works for you. Make it work for everyone, like they said. So, you know, I hope we can come to a conclusion that we do move it to some place that's conducive for everybody, and make everybody happy. So, thank you. I definitely oppose this location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, member of City Council. I apologize, I was not going to speak, then I was going to speak, and it's just been too long, but I think I just need to make this point. First of all, my name is George Johnson. I'm a longtime retired City of Akron employee. I have a lot of experience in this area. And when this first came to us over at the law firm where I work at, and first let me say, I'm not an attorney, most of you guys know that, but I deal with labor and government issues for a local law firm. I spent 29 and a half years working for the City of Akron. Some of those years I spent in a lot of different areas. Most of you know me for representing city employees as a union rep, but I also was a supervisor for sanitation. So I understand this facility, what goes on there, what has happened, what goes on with the trucks, which you cannot stop the smell coming out of those trucks. You may be able to mask or smell the smell coming out of the facility, maybe. I remember when they tried it down at WPC, it worked okay for a while, but then they just stopped doing it. I don't know why, I don't know what that was all about, but you cannot stop that smell coming down out of those trucks as they're coming up and down the streets. Trash is going to blow out. The integrity of those trucks are going to be hard to always keep captured. We've all seen it driving down the street. Some truck drivers do a better job than other truck drivers, but drivers are people. They're human. They make mistakes. Trucks break down, have difficulties, technical difficulties, as we would call it. You know, I'm also very familiar with this property at 1400 East Archwood. As a code compliance supervisor, before I retired, I was one of the individuals that was involved with getting that building demolished. I understand the demographics of that, what's next door, what's around it, and the problems that I believe will come about by having this facility there and so close to the residents, you know? Also, one of the jobs I was tasked with, the last 3 months I worked here, they asked me to put together a recommendation for a legal dumping program for the City of Akron. I reached out to the EPA, I reached out to some other facilities in other cities in Ohio and outside Ohio, put a nice little binder together, handed it in along with my retirement papers. And I can tell you that illegal dumping in Ward 5, a lot of it comes from the vacant buildings, the vacant houses, and the vacant properties. That's why it's so much there. But one thing is for sure, once people dump in one place, if it's not cleaned up quickly, others will add to it, you know? So that's also part of the problem. But the main thing I want to leave with you city council members is we had a case at the law firm that we just settled. And it was from a woman that worked at a facility next door to the recycle collection place on Exeter. And they have a rat problem over there because of that recycle facility. And those rats, when they can't get the food that they want from recycling, because there's not a lot of food in recycling, but there is some, and they're attracted over there. They started digging in and getting into the building next door where this woman worked at and other employees. I have pictures on my phone of a rat this big, and people were getting sick working over there. The owls that live in that little wooden area are so big from eating the rats, they can barely fly. And that came from the health department. These are facts. These are things I know. And I'm going to ask you, please, please do not put this place here next to this residence. Look for a place outside the city. I'm not an expert, but I'm a guy that's been on the ground, and I've worked for the city for over 29 years. I understand this situation, and it ain't good.
Just a couple of questions, please. The trucks that you were talking about.
Yes.
Just to be clear, you're talking about garbage trucks.
The garbage trucks.
Okay, the garbage trucks that drive up and down people's streets where they live. You're saying those, even though they drive up and down streets in neighborhoods, there's a problem with them being...
They're not all perfect, man.
Driving.
They're not all perfect. There's going to be integrity problems no matter what. If it's a utility, a public utility truck or a private truck. And the private trucks would be even worse than the ones that are coming from the city because they're about making money. They're not trying to keep the trucks the way City of Akron and other municipalities would do.
So is your complaint that garbage trucks sometimes smell and sometimes
They
break
always
down?
smell. They got garbage in them.
Okay.
Especially when they're hauling it.
They always smell and what?
Especially when they have garbage in them because they pick up garbage and then they go around and then they take it to wherever they're going to dump it. During the time that they had that stuff in there, they stink. And after they dump it, they still stink.
You mentioned something about a settlement at a law firm that you work at. What law firm do you work at?
I work at Mendenhall Law Group.
Okay. And the settlement did somebody acknowledge some issue with rat problems?
Rats and other bugs and mice getting into the workplace next door.
That was the claim that was asserted.
That was the claim that was asserted, and there was a settlement based upon that.
Okay, and where somebody acknowledged the truth of that?
They admitted there was a problem, gave the employee a settlement, and allowed them to come back to work because they had been off for being sick.
Okay, and I'm sorry, did somebody authorize you to share the details of the settlement?
I'm not talking about anything. I'm not telling you names, addresses, or location. I'm telling you about a situation, and I'm real comfortable with that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak against? If not, we now want to allow an opportunity for council to ask questions and comments. I first want to refer to the ward councilperson of Ward 5.
Raise my hand.
Councilman Johnny Hanna.
Wow.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, group, for standing in here. It's been a long day for all of us. But I want to express serious and grave concerns regarding the proposal to build a waste management transfer station in Ward 5. My concern deserves full consideration by this body and the administration because they reflect decades of neglect and prejudice toward the poor and low-income residents of our city. Some of these injustices were probably not intentional, but the injustice was still real. This includes the allocation of resources and the pattern of placing all unsightly and desired structures and programs in Ward 5 and East Akron in particular. There are 10 wards in the city of Akron, but only one area, Ward 5 and the East End, is targeted to house not one, but 2 garbage facilities, when other wards have none. Why? Why is this, and how can this body, in good conscience, recommend and approve this proportionate heaping of trash, garbage, and waste on a single neighborhood. When discussions were held in the community, those meetings were held in wards outside of Ward 5. The businesses and residents of Ward 5 were never given an opportunity to hear about this. I have visited the existing site in the Betty Street residence, and my heart goes out to the residents there because the conditions make living there almost intolerable. Those residents have had to endure this Fountain Street waste transfer station for too long. So I am in favor of the transfer station being moved from its current location, but not at the expense of another neighborhood, and especially the residents of East Akron in Ward 5. A review of infrastructure, resources, allocation, and other records for the City of Akron shows for decades Ward 5 has been unfairly treated and oftentimes completely ignored. The record demonstrates that pretty much every other ward in the city can get something positive except Ward 5. For example, in recent months, the recently vacant Ward Church, formerly Akron Baptist Temple, was torn down, but Goodrich Junior High, that has been abandoned and vacant for years, has presented a blight and a danger to the children and families surrounding it, but no action has been taken to remove this unsightly and dangerous structure. A structure that is located in a much more densely populated area of homeowners, and it is still there. Other wards receive heavy investment in new and affordable housing compared to Ward 5. Other wards receive rapid response to residents' concerns with corrective action, but the same cannot be said for responses to Ward 5. Now we are presented with a proposal to place a second dump site in Ward 5. We already have one, and now they want to add more trash and waste to the ward. It is important to make sure everyone knows that the fact that no one wants to mention that Joy Park sits on an old landfill. Joy Park, where children go to play each day. Yes, we are aware about the situation, but the problem is so big and complex that no one has been able to come up with safe and effective solutions. In just 1 year alone, the residents of East Akron have suffered devastating and traumatic events back to back. We have seen the mass shooting that remains unsolved, and most recently the chemical explosion on Rosemary Boulevard, which caused the evacuation of hundreds of families and businesses. The long-term health effects on our children and families have yet to be determined, but we know there will be consequences for our residents. The chemical explosion is in the exact area, just a few blocks away, that they are proposing to place this waste transfer station. I ask why? Again, I ask, can this body in good conscience propose to expose these residents to another garbage dump? And let me be clear, many of our business partners in this proposed location will leave the area if this goes through. Those businesses will not only leave the area, they will leave the city. Those tax dollars will then go to another area, not Akron. Can we afford to run our business leaders out of town? No. Is the road we want to take as a body, as a city? I expect that I will hear glossed up propaganda from supporters of this bill that try to paint this waste management facility as some kind of Star Trek level advanced facility with zero risk to the residents. They can say it, you can say it, but there's no public health literature to support such a ridiculous assumption. This is what angers me. I have heard marketing and political posturing as arguments for why some think this is good for the city, but no one has done the research to back up those arguments. I've done the research. I know that historically, previous administration and this council have treated East Akron as the Mikey of the city. You remember the commercial, I don't want it, I'm not going to try it. Let's give it to Mikey. He'll eat anything. For your decision, it has been East Akron will take anything and not complain. They vote less than any other ward, so they pose no threat to anyone's reelection. I know none of you want it in your wards, and that is how we have arrived at this moment. I have reviewed alternate sites that were considered and the reason they were dismissed. Those reasons were mostly nonsense. My review sees a pattern of coming up with any excuse to say no for locations in other wards and an expectation that East Side Mikey will again take anything. Well, that is the past, because today I tell you I'm the voice of East Akron, and I will hold every voice and vote here accountable for a vote that puts my residents, businesses, and their children's lives at risk, knowing that this is what you are doing, especially when you can make a better choice. You have options. I say again, there was a reason why a community meeting was held in 2 different locations from the proposed location, but no meeting was ever held in Ward 5. No one had the conversation with those residents and business. Again, decade-long pattern of disregard for Ward 5. I stand with the residents of the Fountain Street location that this site needs to leave their neighborhood, but it needs to go to an unpopulated industrial area, not anyone's neighborhood. I trust that this body will vote no on this location, or at the very least, take time to further review what economic and health effects this will cause. Let's go back and find a better, more humane location. All of us here are public servants with a duty to every man, woman, and child in the city of Akron. The children and families of East Akron look to you to see that their lives have value, and acknowledge that value. Show them that you see them and that you care about them. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Fusco?
Thanks. First of all, just want to thank everyone. We're supposed to address the chair, so I'm going to address the chair. But through you, I want to thank everybody who showed up today, in and out, back and forth. It really does mean a lot in terms of helping us make decisions, listening, and in terms of this, and we must bear in mind this is a land use that we're looking at. It's a land use issue. I don't have a long speech or anything prepared, but I did want to ask a couple questions. And number one was, it seemed as though that there was some question about our process in terms of the planning department. I'd like to ask Mr. Julian if he could, for us, and I believe for everyone who's listening, mention that process to us. That some of us are familiar with it, but it wouldn't hurt for us to hear it again if we're not familiar.
So excuse me. Thank you, Madam President, everyone, for being patient with us. I'll try to be as brief as I can. When we're presented with a conditional use request through the planning department, we have our planning staff prepares a report, conducts analysis of surrounding uses, what is allowed by right in the current zoning code for the site, the proposed use, and how the proposed use that requires a conditional use, how far it departs from what is allowed by right. And from there, we think through and work with the applicant to make sure that we're taking into account potential impacts on surrounding land uses, surrounding property owners, surrounding uses of land that are nearby, formulate responses to those potential impacts that would represent mitigation opportunities, if there are impacts to consider, and then also think through the relationship between the proposed use and the land use and development guide plan. And so in this instance, the land use and development guide plan calls out that area for commercial uses. And the area from the railroad tracks to Kelly Avenue are called out for commercial uses. And as we've heard, recycling facilities, trash hauling are consistent with that and would be allowed by right. It is not a large leap forward to then allow the transfer of household waste at that site as well, and particularly under the conditions which we observed in Oakwood, which are we see the rapid removal of the trash every day, the cleaning of the site, and we stand at the site and it doesn't smell. So there are opportunities here to see a relationship between the proposed use and what's allowed by right in the zoning code and what the land use and development guide plan allows. So we work through that, make sure that we understand traffic impacts such as they are. We received a traffic report, or rather a traffic impact statement from the engineer who we heard from earlier. It was 3 pages long. Yes, it was 3 pages long because that is the guideline that the Institute of Transportation Engineers lays out. That is the standard, okay? And we accepted it, that there will be no significant traffic impacts that will be noticeable in the area. The traffic engineer went further, did a more in-depth study, confirmed what they told us the first time. And so that was a piece of the puzzle as well. And then we come up with our conditions that we expect to be followed as part of the conditional use approval. Is conditional use. That use will be allowed if you meet these conditions. And there is a long list of conditions that are in the ordinance that you have in your packet. Including in those is that the site conform to the permitting requirements of the Ohio EPA, and that the ongoing regulations of the Ohio EPA be met and followed throughout, and that the odor suppression system be operational at all times, and that no trash be left outside, among other things. And you have that list in front of you. We've been sort of thinking through the obligations to the surrounding property owners, surrounding residents, and making sure that those conditions reflect sensitivity to that, okay? And I think that the experience of the Oakwood site, which is much older, right? And the fact that that site in Oakwood has not deterred investment, quite the opposite. That the Oakwood site doesn't produce smell that's noticeable outside of that immediate perimeter, and that the traffic impacts are consistent with the land use that this area is laid out for. I think within those things, I think we've met the standards, these checklists that we've gone through all night, right? We've gone through these, they went through them, they went through them. I don't want to go through them again. You've heard the checklists. I feel very confident that we have done our job to show that this proposed use fulfills the requirements that are laid out in our conditional use process.
Thanks. Another couple questions here. Please, thank you. The other question is that we had heard through testimony a story about how that there was some kind of litigation, I guess, over someone who had gotten sick. And I assume that was with regards to the recycle center that we have. What ward is that in?
The current recycle facility on Exeter is in Ward 6.
And then, did anyone visit the resident on Austin? That I believe that's the name of the street right there. That the closest house right there that was.
Yeah, the non-conforming, the older house there.
Yeah.
And I will own the fact that in our scan of surrounding uses, our staff overlooked the fact that there is a house situated in that commercial district, a non-conforming house. However, we discovered it. It was brought to our attention, and we did encourage the applicant to reach out to the residents there, and feel them out on this and see where they sat and see if they could address any concerns. It's my understanding that Waste Management knocked on the door and talked to the resident, and that the resident represented themselves as one of the owners of the property. And that's where that letter was produced.
Thank you. Whenever appropriate, after questions are asked, I'll pull the committee.
Councilman Kamer?
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank everybody for staying on with us and hanging in there. I did have quite a few questions, but I'm trying to narrow it down. Last thing I want to do is hash out a more heated debate among members of the public and lawyers and us. But I'd like to see if the city can provide us, or if WM can provide us with the other sites that were rejected by them throughout the city. I would like to know what other sites that they also looked at, and what are some of the possible, I'll use the word rejection, terms that they used. I also would like to know, and I'll ask the city, I don't know if anyone's here from the city, maybe the planning department or something, how many feet or yards or whatever, how close to this is from Ward 10? Because I keep on hearing that this is just right outside of Ward 10. And I know a lot of people are focused just on Ward 5, and I understand at the end of the day this could be in Ward 5, but I do know it's really close to the boundary of Ward 10.
First, we'll get you the property list. I know that already exists, and the reasons why other properties were removed, and we'll make sure that circulates to council. Second of all, the eastern boundary of the property is the railroad tracks, which marks the dividing line between the two wards.
Okay. Could I actually get like that footage or whatever eventually? I know you're saying railroad tracks, but I would like a number.
Zero.
Oh, zero.
In other words, right,
All right,
the property line is the boundary line. Yes,
All right,
sorry.
It's been a long And Madam President, that's all I have to say. Like I said, I'm trying to narrow down my questions and concerns, and that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Connor?
Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone's time. I know it's been a long night. I just have a few points that I'd like to share. One is my heart has gone out with the residents of Middlebury and Fountain Street for over 25 years. They have worked diligently, and they have been extremely patient, because time after time after time, they have been told it's not your turn yet, it's not your turn yet, and it's not your turn yet. So to tell them it's not your turn now, I think is disgraceful. They have waited and waited for years, raised children and grandchildren with Fountain Street in their backyard. Now is their time. The other thing I would like to say is I became aware of this new location on May 16th. The East Side Council people, Councilman McKittrick in 6, Councilman Hanna in 5, and myself in Ward 10, were invited to a presentation on May 16th. At the time, we were asked to host community events. I hosted the June ward meeting, 2 ward meetings in Ward 10 to discuss waste management and the locations that were looked at and declined. Councilman McKittrick hosted an event in Ward 6. Councilman Hanna only holds his meetings every other month, so he did not have a June meeting, and that hearing was in July. So that's why some of the Ward 5 residents may not have been aware. But there were 3 meetings held, 2 in 10 and 1 in 6, and we tried our best to get the word out for those. So I am for this. I know it's going to impact another neighborhood, but 14 acres is a lot of property when it's sitting in people's backyards right now on Fountain Street. And I would appreciate the support that we help. When we talk about helping all the neighbors, let's help the ones that have been impacted for 25 years.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I actually do have a few questions and then also a few comments. We've heard a lot about Akron's trash, Akron's trash. There were people from the public who gave testimony that this is not just Akron's trash. WM didn't share that, but I want to get a clear, for transparency, what other municipalities' trash will be coming to Akron? Who can answer that for me?
Good evening. So, yeah, obviously we're taking the trash from the city of Akron. Cuyahoga Falls is one of our customers, so all the residential waste from Cuyahoga Falls, which averages about 3 trucks a day, comes through that facility. Now we also have obviously our own commercial or roll-off trucks that will go out and service the businesses, whether it be like the McDonald's or the Best Buy or whatnot. Those commercial trucks that are servicing commercial businesses inside the city of Akron, they will dump their loads at that transfer station as well. We probably have 3 or 4 smaller independent companies that will come with the trash, and normally when that trash is coming to a transfer station, it's from that local area. So it's going to be from, maybe as far north as Stowe and maybe down to Green would come to the Akron transfer station. The material, once it gets so far away, then they're going to either other transfer stations or those trucks might be routed to a landfill that's further away, right? But we don't have other municipalities. Cuyahoga Falls and the city of Akron are only the only municipalities in this area that pick up their own waste and then bring that through our transfer station. All the other communities in the area, they contract that work out, and we don't service any of those communities in Summit County, so we're not bringing, Talmadge's waste is not coming through that facility, or maybe the city of Stowe, their residential waste is not coming through that facility through whoever they're contracting with. We're just doing those businesses in those other communities.
Okay, thank you. And then how many trucks? There's been a lot of numbers thrown out.
Right.
It's a little confusing.
Andrew or Eric, could you come up with this question, please?
Number of trucks.
Number of trucks. Eric.
Yeah, thank you. So all the data was based off of what we're doing now, because we're basically decommissioning one location and, opening at a new location. So 145 routed trucks, inbound trucks would come, 12 outbound semi-trucks that would head south to the American landfill, and 4 semi-trucks daily would head north with recyclables on it.
Okay. And then one other question, is there a designated route that trucks are asked to travel into the facility?
Yeah, with any trucks, we want to make sure that we have the most appropriate roadways. So they would be on all of the major commercial roads that are designed to carry this. So the big tractor trailers, if that's what you're asking about. See, understand the inbound trucks are servicing this community and around this community, so they're going to take those direct routes in. We have identified, and I believe it's in the traffic report, could you please come up? Yes.
We just wonder if there were any designated or suggested routes that these trucks were asked to travel the trash into that facility?
Yeah, so Route 77 is going, I'm sorry.
I think I understand what you're asking for. So essentially, the trucks that are further perimeter out, right, they're going to drive the main roads. They're going to either come down like Kelly, Sebring, Archwood. They're going to come down the main roads that are designed for trucks. They're not going to go through the residential neighborhoods. The trucks that'll go through the residential neighborhoods that come there will only be the city of Akron's residential or recycling trucks. When they're on their Tuesday route, if that's in that neighborhood, they're going to work their streets, the residential streets that they're picking up at your homes, and then they will come to the facility. But all the other trucks will only be driving on the main roads. They will not be coming through the residential streets to come to that new Archwood facility to offload.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Okay.
And this is a question on the city side. The current Fountain Street location, do they have conditions that they have to abide by according to the city of Akron?
I am not actually familiar with the conditions that are set on that. I know that there has been significant improvement in the management of that site, in the last 20 years. But I have not looked at the actual conditional use that governs that. And I suspect because it actually dates back to 1970 that. Are you familiar with the conditions that would be in place for that particular location?
Yeah, we don't have conditional use a conditional use permit for the Fountain Street. It predates all of that.
And that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because the conditions of the facility are deplorable, right? So it looks as if there is no standards, there is no conditions, there is no accountability.
Correct. And with this.
And so my concern is, as a ward council person, is that the conditions that are at Fountain Street, the way that Fountain Street operates, the way that it looks, I mean, I've been over there. I mean, even the outside perimeter of Fountain Street, the curbs, the streets have been completely tore up from the trash trucks. I haven't seen where there's been any improvement in that site at all. And so my concern is, when I look at how things are managed, my concern is, are we going to see that same level of management at a new site across town? Because we know that when Fountain Street set up, it was beautiful. It didn't always look like that, right? And we know that if Archwood happens, it's going to be a beautiful facility, but I'm not going to be around 20 years from now, but my children will be. And I just want to make sure that it won't be a duplication of what we see at Fountain Street.
Yeah, I certainly understand that. And I think through this process, the conditions get placed on us as terms of our business in the area. In addition to that, we're willfully going to decommission the Fountain Street operation. And there's a permitting process through the agency which we will be regulated to. And we're opening ourselves up, we're volunteering for that. As we move to this new location, all those standards, all the grandfathering, and we'll finally have enough space to be able to operate in accordance with these newer standards. Again, that transfer station did not, like everybody else has said, they've grown with the city of Akron. That transfer station has not. The solution for Fountain Street is decommissioning Fountain Street. That's the solution, and I believe that we have one. And by doing that, we are willfully signing up for additional regulation and scrutiny and permitting and whatnot to get it right.
Thank you. Did you have something, Kyle? I'm sorry.
If it's okay?
Yes.
Thank you. So, the conditional use process, we've got a long list of conditions that are part of the ordinance, right? And but part of that is, of course, that and unnecessarily so, but they have to comply with Ohio EPA siting regulations, the permitting process, and the ongoing regulation from the Ohio EPA. And we had a conversation with Ohio EPA staff, the heads of the division of DWMW, I forget what it is, basically the people who, in Columbus, who regulate solid waste, right, municipal waste. and the chief of that division, the assistant chief of that division, and a couple other staffs. And our staff talked with them at length about their permitting process and their ongoing regulation of this process. Now remember, Fountain Street predates all that, right? It predates all that, and if there are if they hope to make significant changes there, they got to go through the permitting process and it won't work, right? Down here, we're starting from scratch. And so what we learned there is that the Ohio EPA incorporates into their practice, and it's laid out in the Ohio Administrative Code, which was updated in July of 2024. It lays out the procedure and it incorporates the federal environmental impact assessment process. So that's what they're going to do if conditional use is approved by this council, then they can proceed and apply for a permit to operate a waste transfer station at that location. And then the process will begin in earnest with Ohio EPA, and they will review all the environmental factors. They will review all the impacts on the surrounding properties. Make sure that there's no impacts on natural resources, wetlands, forests, those types of things, historical resources, and people. And then they will ensure that the site plan fulfills those obligations, meets those standards that are laid out by the Ohio EPA. Then a permit is issued for construction, and they will ensure that the building that is built and the facility that is built meets the standards laid out in that permitting process. It cannot deviate. Then permit to operate will begin. And at that point, more regulation kicks in. And through the first quarter of operation, Ohio EPA will be on site every other week to ensure that the site is being operated according to Ohio EPA regulations. And after that, every quarter. And that will be in perpetuity through the life of this facility. It will never escape Ohio EPA regulation, and it will always be bound by the conditions that council approves when it votes on the ordinance. So that's how we understand the process.
Kyle, thank you. Just one last comment, if I can. There was a resident, and she left, but she lives on Archwood, and she made the statement that she has trust issues. And those are real feelings. And I totally understand that, particularly as a person who lives in a depressed community. I represent a depressed community, much like Ward 5, right? Where there are promises, and I know that the people at the facility at Fountain Street understand this, promises that are made and not kept, right? I totally get it. And there are things that are done and not with, doing things to communities but not with them. Someone dropped the ball, and I have to lay it in the lap of the mayor's office, because there was no meeting in Ward 5 to address Ward 5 residents about this project. And that's not on WM. That's on the mayor's office. Administration and staff went out to Ward 10 and spoke to residents. They went to Ward 6 and they spoke to residents, but they had no meeting in Ward 5. I asked a question. I called Chris Luddle, this was a whole month ago, and said, why was there no meeting in Ward 5? And he said somebody was supposed to set it up and they didn't do it. That was 4 weeks ago. You still had time to set the meeting up. It's unacceptable. We've been down here since it's 10:52. A lot of this could have been completely avoided if we had done our due diligence and done right by the residents of Ward 5 and came to them with decency and respect and presented this project that's going in their community. That is disrespectful. It should have never been allowed. And I'm hoping that the mayor's office, at some point, gives an apology and an explanation to the residents of Ward 5 why it didn't happen. So I'm completely frustrated that we've spent our whole entire day talking about something that should have been talked about a long time ago in the neighborhood of Ward 5. It's unacceptable. Now, I know we have someone here from the mayor's office. I don't want to put you on the spot. But again, that should have never happened. The other thing that we don't want to talk about, but we have to talk about it, and it is a thing called environmental racism, and it's real. It's real. And so when we talk about the fact that people have come up, they've been emotional, it's because in depressed communities, trash sites, dumping sites, they become a norm, they become a reality in our backyards that we have to deal with, and all the other things that come along with it. I have to look at our planning department right now because, we're having all this conversation about, rewriting and trying to correct what we did in the past with the inner belt coming right through my ward. Now we want to, go back and do the right thing, but yet we're doing the same thing that we have done for years and years and years to Ward 5, which is a depressed community, to continue to dump trash in their neighborhood. We got an opportunity to do something different. We've heard from these poor residents that live at Fountain Street for 20, 30 years. They have dealt with these deplorable conditions. In my mind, why have we not done better due diligence to make sure that very little impact is made to residents or to business? Why have not we done our due diligence to make sure that we can guarantee we will never have a Fountain Street situation again? And that's why I'm frustrated. I'm really struggling to understand why we have not done that. If we're serious about rewriting the wrongs of the past that have been done to depressed neighborhoods, we should build that into any and every practice, project, development, everything we do. We should be sensitive to it, and we should be intentional about addressing it. And so I just ask our planning department, if we're going to be serious about looking at the inner belt and bringing that community back, let's also be serious about not just identifying Ward 5 as being a dump site. Let's be serious about finding a location that is remote, that is isolated, that's going to impact not just very few residents and business. We didn't heard from people and business owners have come down here who have, listen, in people's homes, me included, that's the biggest asset I have. I'm a business owner. Everything I have, I build back into my business. And the fact that people are concerned about their property values and all this stuff is real. And I'm just hoping that the planning department, I'm hoping that the mayor's office, I'm hoping that the mayor's watching this and he's hearing this. Because I think that we should take some time. I think we need to look at alternative sites that have least impact on Akron business and on Akron residents. Councilman DeSazier.
I don't want to hold up. I just had a question before. What happens to the sites that had traditionally been used as refuge facilities, and what kinds of adaptive reuses have you seen them go to? We're going to have two in our community, from what I understand. One is, if this passes, if it does move to Archwood Avenue, what will happen to the Fountain Street site? What can it be adaptively reused as? Is there an EPA mandate for cleanup or, those kinds of things? And I guess my other question would relate to what I remember as plant number E of the Loral Defense Systems that was also used as a separation facility and a recycling facility. It's 192,000 square feet is what I remember. If anybody's got a question like that, hopefully I'm not the only person. I don't expect it to be answered today, but maybe somebody can give us that information so that we'll be better equipped to make decisions.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Amobian?
I just have a quick question. And I've heard, is Fountain Street in 10 or 5?
Ward 5.
She says 10, someone else says 10.
It's on the line, but it's in Ward 5.
Oh.
Fountain Street is in Ward 5.
Okay. Mr. Ludlow has just come in. He may be able to answer. Reseeding of the fountain area, whatever they're going to do when they decommission it.
Are there any other comments or questions from council members? Councilman Cisco?
Oh, I'm sorry. I yield to Jan Davis.
No, Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make a comment. I do think that we owe it to the citizens of Ward 5 to, reach out and educate them. And so my mind was made up, but I hope we take time on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fusco.
Yeah, thanks. And I don't know if there's going to be any more questions or not, but I just have one last one. We've heard a lot about real estate. Along with most everybody around the horseshoe here, I think everybody went up to visit that site. I think everybody did. Whenever I was up there, I'd noticed that there was a newer building directly next door to this facility, to the Oakwood facility. Mr. Julian, do you have any knowledge about that?
Yeah, I do. So, when we toured the site with Waste Management, they pointed it out as a new development that went right across the parking lot, immediately next door. So I went and I did some digging on what it was. I found a Cranes Cleveland article. Interstate McBee is the name of the company that consolidated operations from a couple different sites in Cleveland into that site in Oakwood, 50 feet away from, maybe a little bit more, but not much, away from the Oakwood facility, and also brought their headquarters there. This is a global corporation that produces auto part, feeds into the auto industry. So it's a large corporation, and they spent $19 million to build this facility, and they financed that through Key Bank, which means that obviously the corporation itself was not, did not see this as a risky place to invest, nor did Key Bank, and you can be certain that they produced an appraisal of the property in order to underwrite the loan to facilitate the construction of that. And so what that tells me is that that the at least certain segments do not see a stigma adjacent to a modern waste management facility that in fact it attracted investment, did not deter it at all. So I think that that's an important factor in how I'm understanding this process.
Thank you. Short of any other questions or comments, I'm happy to pull the committee for time. I think we all need some time. I would request of any council member to forward questions to me and Kyle Julian. Any questions whatsoever? We'll be discussing this, of course, next Monday. If there's no other questions.
And because we are operating in council as a whole right now, if you want to make that motion for time, we'll get a second and we'll take a vote on it.
Very good, thank you.
Yep.
I'll make a motion
You
for
want to
time.
make a motion for time? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No further business. Our meeting is adjourned.
This concludes the live broadcast of Akron City Council. Margot Somerville, President of Council, presiding.